evening, everyone. If you wouldn't mind rising and joining us in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good evening to those of you in the audience here with us and those at home that are viewing us. Call the meeting to order. First item on the agenda, meeting with the DPW director to discuss budget expenditures. Mr. Cannavale, thank you for joining us. I know you got somewhat late notice on this, probably sometime on Friday. But I asked to have this added to the agenda as a result of questions from myself, a couple of board members, and I believe town administrator over the past couple of months concerning DPW expenditures directly related to overtime expenditures, mostly related to road and street improvements, sidewalk installations. From what I had seen, and I had questions on as to why so much of it had been done on an overtime basis. I was inquiring why some of it could not have been done on regular time, and also particularly related to the work that was done on Marblehead Street. Don't know if you got, I was told that the work was done by the DPW crew because it was less expensive to do it that way versus hiring an outside contractor. I had expected to receive, in my discussions with the town administrator, bids or quotes that you had received from such contractors, so you were able to do the analysis to actually show us definitively, or prove to yourself definitively that it would have been cost effective to do it the way in which you did. And up to this date, I hadn't received any of that information. And I know some of my fellow board members had similar like questions. To my knowledge, the information that was requested has not been received as to date. So that's why we felt it incumbent upon bringing you before us. Because since July, most of these questions have gone unanswered since July. So, Mr. Valiakonis?
Board members, I just wanted to make you aware that we have reports that are in your file. The board had requested the detail, which we have going back to February, and then the spreadsheets that show the 2013 and 2012 overtime budgets. The budget at this point is $98,000 is the amount that we have presently in the budget. And as you can see from the current report, the expenditures to date, the remaining balance is about $40,000. I met with Mr. Carnevale, and we've had conversations about overtime, and he indicates that not only does he charge overtime against the budget, but there's also a number of different projects that he's involved in, such as work up at Martin's Pond and various road projects. And so the sheet that the board receives does not necessarily show where those charges are being placed against. And in my conversation with Mr. Carnevale today, he indicated that a number of his overtime expenses that the board reviews on an annual basis are in fact not charged against the budget. And I know Dick had some detail on that, and I would ask that he provide it to the board at this time.
Yeah, you gentlemen see the summary of all the money spent, and this is kind of an analogy you see in the bank statement about the accounting goes with Mark Clark worked the numbers, and if you see this, the first columns, 3 from the left, are what Eunice has. So right now, we should be about 80%, assuming a linear spending of overtime, which for construction is not correct. First 3 columns, that's where Eunice stands today. The fourth column over, scheduled transfers, that took place today. We do work for school department. We do work for various outside of town people, Hillview and Janet Coach's group. We also historically have funded projects with the intent of using our crews in overtime versus using contractors. So that's our past practice, and we can stop it if you gentlemen choose.
No one's asking you, this, personally, me, and I don't know, anyone on the board is asking you to stop anything. All we've asked for is information that confirms basically a one-line statement I received that it's more cost-effective to do it this way. Well, I think myself and maybe some other board members is looking for that backup to confirm that. That's all. And we haven't received it, so that's the purpose of
I
tonight's
never received a
meeting.
request for an analysis for it, but I am part of it. I can give it to
You
you.
never received a request?
For a detailed analysis of Marblehead Street.
Well, then,
But I have part of it here
I-
to present to you.
I turn to Mr. Valiakonis then, because I know I meet with Mr. Valiakonis on a weekly basis. I think you're aware of that. My board members, I send them a summary of that meeting on a weekly basis. I can go back to probably a date in July in which it was first raised in my weekly meeting with Mr. Valiakonis, specifically related to Marblehead Street. And I was informed that he was awaiting a report from you as early as mid to late July. So,
I could provide you that, but I think there's a miscommunication.
Well, we've had-
I apologize.
We've had a number of conversations about Marblehead Street, so I guess I'm a little surprised, Dick, that you said that.
Well, not a detailed report.
We had
I'm asking for,
to,
Greg.
had to
That's-
actually, my concern was that we didn't have enough money in the account. And we had a conversation about the fact that there was no money in the account, we were going to shut the project down. So I think there's pretty detailed that that was an indication of
yes,
the fact
we
that
did
the
that.
project,
Yeah.
the project was in trouble right out of the gate in terms of what its costs were.
Well, if we could finish this, and I'll get to that specific project, that's your question.
sure.
All right, if you follow these columns across, there's stuff historically, road projects, special projects like sidewalks. We only transfer the money either once a quarter to take it out of, basically, the expense goes out of DPW to that particular article. So if you follow this all the way across, when that is done, DPW overtime will be, basically, 94% will be left for the rest of the fiscal year, and so forth, as you go down the column. So when the money's transferred out, the operating budget, so I guess some of the questions I heard was, you're thinking all this gets charged to the DPW budget? This is water, this is charged to the water department, cemetery department, Janet and the coaches group, so this bottom line
No,
is not what gets charged to the budget.
I fully understand those
Okay.
sheets in terms of that. However, we were asking for backup information relative to those sheets, and
Okay.
we haven't been provided any of that documentation. It's the first document I've received to any question I had was this document you handed to us 5 minutes ago.
And I think maybe if I could add one
Briscoe?
thing, just to give you an example to help us along, because when you look at just road and street, you burn through 47% of your overtime budget in less than 70 days into the year, which raised a big flag. That's why we were asking the questions. And I want to reiterate what Mr. Delaney said. I know I never asked, I did ask some questions, but I never even implied or made a request that DPW overtime should ever be shut down. That didn't come from anybody, at least I know, unless somebody else on the board asked. I never even heard of anybody make that request, so I don't know where that came from. But that's just a small example, Dick, of what concerned me was 47% spent out in less than 70 days into the year. So if we kept on that track record, we'd be out of our overtime before we know it.
Right, but as I mentioned, the work on capital projects is not charged to the operating budget. So using that cost as the driver of use spending down is not a correct analogy. Actually, the money is charged elsewhere. And historically, it's been done like this. I'm not inventing this.
But the other issue I have with that is, I'm not a DPW director, but I would imagine if some of this work, any portion of it was done on regular time, doesn't matter which account it's coming out of, the town overall would have received more of a product. It would have been more sidewalks. And I'll get to sidewalks a little later, but I know Mr. Yule sat here for 3 years. He wanted sidewalks all over town, and from what I heard, there was no money for sidewalks, and all of a sudden this year, there appears to be plenty of money, whatever bucket you want to take it from, for sidewalks. I'm happy with the sidewalks, but how I learned about sidewalks was reading it in the transcript and reading about it on Patch. Didn't know what was going to take place. But I get back to my original point on sidewalks, or any of this road work, why could it not be done on regular time?
Because
At
we
least a
simply don't
portion of
have
it.
enough people to do it. When you take, highway department has 7 employees, 1 foreman. You take out vacation, sick, personal, all that time, you lose about 25% of their time. Then you back out all our emergency work, all our routine brush cutting, picking up trash, picking up glass, a rock falls off a truck coming to the quarry. That burns up almost, between those two things, almost 90% of their available time. So there's very little time left to do construction. We do a lot when we can. Some of this Marblehead Street work was done at regular time. But normally, it's just not enough people to do it on the normal workday. We just don't have a big enough crew. So,
Are we implying that they're not working during the day during normal business hours on behalf of the community? I guess I'm missing the point. You know, why aren't they doing it on regular time? Because they're doing the regular, normal, I don't know. Are we implying that
I would just seem to think
our
that
workers
some,
are working during the normal working hours?
I don't know what is being done.
we
I
track
don't-
We
I
have
them.
a
see-
regular crew,
I
and
see
a
that
regular
there's-
work schedule.
I see that there's a
I'm
lot.
missing the point here, I guess.
I don't-
We track the work order productivity with the guys. They do on average about 185 work orders a month. And it takes on average of 4 man-hours per work order, on average, sometimes more, sometimes less. Go put a sign up for the Hillview, for example. Make the sign, put it up. Go reset a manhole, which is obviously a lot more time than 4 man-hours. So it averages out to about that. So there are a lot of things they do during the day, and when the time permits, we do it. However, this is a relatively high level of service community, and people want stuff done relatively quickly. So if there's a piece of glass in front of someone's home, the expectation is we go do it. We don't say, we're doing construction, we'll come back next week and get it done. Or if a lot of stuff falls off trucks coming out of the quarries. We get calls to that all the time. I gotta pull a crew off and gotta go clean up the street. So it's hard to plan and execute work during the day. For example, if I have a truckload of asphalt at $60 a ton, if that gets hard, it's trash. I have to throw it out. So the unpredictability of when you're not gonna get interrupted for a vehicle accident, you have to clean up after that. Sometimes it makes it difficult. But some of this work was done at regular time, not all on overtime.
Mr. Fotis, Chair. First of all, Steve, to us accusing anybody of not doing it during the day, that's not, well, you're applying, that's not the case. I mean, no one appreciates, as much of the board anyway, and knows how much the guys do, having their background in it. I think part of it's being cost effective, though. I mean, I know when I was at the CPC, one of the things they said about transferring the money from Marblehead was, as long as it stayed under the amount of money that the developer was given, which I believe at the time was only $13,500. The other $13,000,
27.
can I finish?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The total amount was $27,000. The amount that was given to date was $13,500. And that the rest of the remaining $13,500 was going to be given at the, when the development was accepted by the town.
Correct.
Right. So one of the questions I have is do we know how much was spent on Marblehead? Would it have been more cost effective? And again, it's all about getting the most bang for your dollar. If that meant your staff could do it for less, I wholeheartedly support that. But if it means that we could have gotten a contractor to do it for less, then we need to look at that stuff like that. When I do it, and I'm not trying to push my
Or
stuff
another
on
option
you.
is have the developer do it himself. The town doesn't get involved at all. It's another option that the town should consider.
Right. But I mean, I don't, to date, now, I've been asked the question, I know other people have, how much did Marblehead cost us in labor and materials?
The $27,000, from what I understand, before my time, came from an estimate from Peter Ogren from Hayes Engineering. We never got validated. It's clearly it was underestimated. The job cost $37,801. Breakout of those costs are $6,600 for police details, $5,000 to take out that one large tree, payroll of $16,000, and materials $10,000. Two specific examples of comparison between bid prices and what we did. And in a construction job, there's preparatory work, and there's the finished work, doing the putting down the tons of asphalt, putting in linear feet of berm. So I have a comparison of the contractor who has the regional bid for berm at $3.18 a foot, and we did 850 feet. His cost would have been $2,700. Our cost in the same thing was $2,741. We're about the same price. For the sidewalk itself, which is the bulk of the work, for half of the sidewalk, it would have cost the contractor at $99.99 a ton to do the sidewalks, would have cost him $3,500. And for us, we did it for $27.75. So we did it at 25% less.
To me, that's great information. And that's all I was looking for 2 months ago.
And
That's my
oftentimes,
point.
there are things that we don't do well in-house and we contract out. This town does a lot of concrete work. You probably do a lot of concrete work in the city. I did the same thing in my prior job. We contract that kind of stuff out. The skill sets aren't there, but the skill sets are here to do this work and do it well. It's a very good quality work. And if it
Yeah,
wasn't, we wouldn't be
I
doing it.
saw it, and they did it, I'm not questioning the work was great. They did a great job, and I did see them out there, and the guys were killing themselves, and that's not the question. The question, again, is, you know, I'm at Stop and Shop, people are saying to me, why is this stuff being done on the weekend? I don't have an answer for them. That's why we asked the question through the TA, and we're not getting answers. And it's very simple. The answer you gave us would have been very simple for us to turn around and say, or for me anyway, to turn around and say to a resident, this is why. But if we're not being provided that, and, you know, I can only say so many times, we have faith in the Director of Public Works that it's being done, and they're like, you know, you're not giving me the answer, you know, straight on answer. So did we not have someone look at the sidewalks at all? What it would have cost had we done them?
We didn't bid it out, no. But we just know from the unit prices, that's a majority of the work.
So I think the biggest concern for me then, Greg, is that if we're expecting the developer to pay for this stuff, then we need to be more accurate on what we're asking for them to kick in. If $27,000 isn't enough, and it just cost us $10,000, and we're just, I mean, the purpose of the sidewalks, I'm assuming was for the purpose of the kids who are moving into that development to get to school, then I think we need to get realistic numbers. Maybe, you know, we need to have Dick involved in that and make sure that Dick is confident that the number's gonna work.
The CPC here is a different place I work. They're somewhat, because it's elected board, they do things a little autonomous. So we do try to coordinate with them, and that cost us before my time, so I will throw that on the table. But clearly, that amount of work, it's $27,000 was not enough. It's $5,000 to take down that large tree we took out, so that would kill the whole budget. So as part of knowing, no town road was appropriated last year, so we went digging down into Munis, and we found an account for 2001, some sidewalk money. We also found some sidewalk money for Main Street that had been in there, and we were taking advantage of that to do projects in coordination. There's a CPC sidewalk committee, a subcommittee, in coordination with what their priorities were. So that's how the work come about, and they had the lead to kind of publicize it.
So, Dick, do you know if in fact we got the full $27,000 in, or does anybody,
How that worked
know?
is, the developer gave the 13, the CPC forwarded us the balance out of one of their accounts. They have like a sidewalk account of some sort, or some capital account, and then when the developer gets to the point where he's gonna give the balance, that goes back into their account. So the CPC was happy with our progress, and Warren decided to advance us the money. And he said, based on what our progress is out here on Main Street, they may consider the same thing. So, yeah, it wasn't an accurate estimate, you're right.
Mr. Briscoe?
You done, Joe?
Yeah, go ahead.
You don't go right ahead if you want.
No, it's on another issue, so.
Okay. But just use this exchange of information as a perfect example. These are the simple questions we've been asking for weeks and weeks and weeks, and I'm a little frustrated that it had to take us to get to this point, to actually put it on our agenda last minute to make this happen. What is the problem? Why can't we seem to get any information? Why do we have to get it to this level? And just also to make you aware, again, the ones that are signing the warrants every week, right? At least the ones that are looking at it, if you don't have to be a finance person to see it. It's a lot of money being used for this stuff, and when you add it up and you see 47% of the money used up in 70 days, at least from where I come from, that's a management concern. And you probably, and this is a wonderful answer. Again, it wasn't a question that I just asked on Thursday or somebody else on the board has asked. We've been asking for weeks, like, we see this continue increase, but we never get any feedback back. If we could just have some exchange, it would be better, I think, for everybody, including your staff, probably sitting back right now, and I see one of them here in the audience tonight, probably has no idea what's going on and why the Board of Selectmen is shutting down overtime. We
You're
have
not
a real
shutting down
communication
overtime.
problem.
Well, I just want to,
You guys are expressing concern, and that's your right,
just one
to
thing.
make sure it's done effectively.
By the way, are we shutting down overtime?
No, that's what I want to correct.
We're not.
No, they're not.
That's the problem, but the rumor around town is that this board shut down overtime. I never asked for it. I only asked a simple question like about a month and a half ago, and I believe some other people have asked some questions along the way. And again, it's just, we don't get any answers. And, if you were looking at the warrants, you would see 47.5% of their overtime budget's gone in 70 days. A big flag should go up. So that's why we're here. That's why we're asking these questions.
No, I decided, Greg and I discussed it, we said, let's stop, let's clear the air here, and make a decision what we're doing going forward.
Okay.
So, no, you guys didn't do it, I
Well, who
did.
decided to stop? I mean, it wasn't us.
Me.
That's-
Me,
Greg told me.
me, because the
was
risk
a
is,
concern,
the
no
risk
question.
is the guys go out and do the work, and the board doesn't approve the payroll. And also, we've got people that can't get paid, Michael.
Well, look,
I'm not blaming the board, I'm just saying that from a precautionary standpoint, we can't afford to take the risk that someone goes out and does the work and the board doesn't want to sign the payroll warrants. So the decision that's made is we don't want to put the town at risk for having unpaid bills, so we stop it. What we say is, if he has an emergency overtime, he continues that. If he has overtime that's required by law, such as the water treatment plants, we continue that. But the project stuff, we want to try to keep that down, and we want to try to minimize that cost going forward. That's a decision of Dick and I in terms of management.
I just want to be clear. No one from this board shut down overtime.
Correct.
If a man works an hour of overtime, the man gets paid for the hour of overtime. There's no question about anyone getting paid either. We had to take an action, or I felt I had to take an action last Friday when it went 2 months without getting any answers to any questions. Sure. That's why Mr. Valiakonis and I had a discussion about bringing you in this evening, so we can straighten it out. Still, apparently the only way we're going to get the information.
One more question, if I may. Greg, just alluding to the instance that you brought up regarding the wastewater treatment plant, the staffing there, that is DEP required? What's the requirement?
It's 8 hours a day, 7 days a week.
8 hours a day, 7 days a week? It's a 2T facility? I believe it's
I think it's
4
two.
hours a day.
I think it's more than that.
You may want to look into that. I thought a
Mark-
2T,
Mark
I thought
told-
both facilities are a 2T. I think it's,
Mark told me 8, so I'll have to back up and ask him.
but the question I have is, even with 8 hours a day, how come, I mean, I'm looking at some of these sheets, and sometimes I have as low as no time on a weekend, and then as much as 50-some-odd hours a weekend. And it's only, the line is wastewater treatment plant staffing, DEP 310, CMR 22.
One of our retired employees, Keith Ellis, works for us on a rotating basis. The union allows it, so his shift would be those shifts. So the weekends, you don't see overtime. That's the shift he's filling.
So then why do some, it's just all over the place. Like I said, okay, for those is 0, but then I see 16, which is more in line, and then I've got one here that's 51 and a half for a weekend.
Probably a water main break or something else.
No, it's under WTP staffing 310 CMR 22
Do you have a
on
date?
7/24.
So do you have a date of that?
7/24.
7/24, 2012?
We have something called a DEP sanitary inspection, where they come around and do a rigorous examination of the plants in every little detail. I authorize the overtime that week to prepare the stuff, prepare the water facilities for that inspection, which led us to have 0 deficiencies and 0 fines. That was why I did it, and the result
No,
was
no,
the benefit.
I'm not,
Well, I have,
Dick,
this
let me
is
just
this
say,
is
I'm
spit out,
not
it's kind of
questioning-
hard for me to fill in lengthy narratives, but if we need that, please let me know, and we'll.
but no, I guess my confusion is, I thought that, I'm familiar with, CMR, but wouldn't it be more just about, I mean, I can see a couple hours off every weekend, but I've seen them anywhere, like I said, from 10, 26, 51. You gave us, you gave us a reason for the 51, but still, there's no consistency.
It's more than just staffing. And I guess when you look at the detail, it covers anything under SW is scheduled water. There's meter reading, there's brush removal, there's variety of.
No, those
And
are different
this-
locations.
And this doesn't, you gotta look at the detail to find out what it is, and that's,
But the particular item that Mr. Frody's speaking about right now is that CMR has a specific line item on every one of those spreadsheets that you're referring to.
that's typically the biggest one in that column, so that's what I put down.
But that's the one he's speaking of specifically, that the range goes from 0 to 50-something. If you're saying it's 8 hours a day, Saturday and Sunday, you would think on a consistent basis each week, you would see 16 hours. You explained as to why some weeks it may be 0, but there's no explanation as to why it may be 20-something or even as high as 50-something.
Right, and again, it's in the attachment. There's not enough space to write everything that happened under
But
that account.
we get those two sheets.
Right.
But in those two sheets, you transfer that second sheet over to the first sheet that you don't have enough room to write things in on. It's that line item related to that CMR entry that, based upon what I'm hearing, should be consistently 16 hours a week. And that's understood. That's the line item that goes from 0 to 50-something. It isn't consistently 16 hours, so I don't know what else is in there. And that's one of the other questions that were asked, too.
Other scheduled water activities, meter reading.
You have meter reading as a separate, I believe it's a
Right.
separate
Yes.
item.
Yeah.
So that's not a good explanation.
But again, going back, if I can, we've asked these questions in advance of these kinds of meetings, and I still would like an answer on why. Is there another process we should follow to get information? I guess that's the question I have, because it just seems to be very difficult for us to just get just a simple answer, like that question right there. To me, it doesn't seem like it takes a lot for us just to get an answer on it, because when we look at the stuff to sign off on the paywall, we're looking at trends, and we see 1 week it's 0, another week it's 50, it just raises a flag. When you see 47% of the overtime gone in 70 days, it raises a flag. When you see historically every Tuesday, every Thursday, every Saturday, you historically have had, since I've been on this board, overtime. It's almost like you have scheduled overtime, Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday. There's a trend there. I've asked a question, no answer. So those are the things I just want to know, what's the best method to get the kind of information? So we can sign the payroll and know that maybe there's not a screw up in our system. Maybe somebody's just lost luck on managing it because we've had issues in the past. Or maybe I'm just not reading it right, or maybe some of the board members aren't reading it right. What's the best way?
Come and talk to us. Ask a question of us.
Call me, email me. You guys used to do it
Well,
before.
we've done this.
Mike, you used to walk in my office, ask questions all the time.
Okay.
Please, if you got a question, if you have any
Maybe
trouble
I'm
with it,
missing
Greg,
it.
come on in.
We have done this. We have asked the question. Well, we asked them, we're told to ask the questions through the town administrator, which I think is the right way to do it. And I respect the process, and I think that's the right process. But we just can't get the information. We're not trying to be, I know we're gonna get labeled as micromanagers here, but when you see this stuff, I think you have to ask the questions. But if we don't get the answers, then we end up here. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm kind of lost. I still don't think we have an answer to the question.
We don't, but I hope as a result of this evening that we're going to get the answers to the questions. And I think the way to get the question is pose it to the TA, poses it to his department head, and I expect to get answers on a timely basis. I don't think that's more, I don't think we can expect anything more. I don't think we're asking for anything that's out of the ordinary. So that's what I express upon you. But I think we can probably move on. Mr. Foley, you have one more
Yeah,
question?
one last thing. Actually, it's not a question, it's a comment. I know we have an employee of DPW in the audience. I just want to stress, this isn't about the guys. I mean, they're doing what they're told to do. They're working. I've seen them work, and they do a great job. So this isn't about them. It's about just making sure we have the information. And I advocate that if we can, if they can do it for at least what we think we can get it from outside, I would absolutely advocate that the guys get it. I would rather see them get the overtime and get the I'd rather see the money go in their pocket than a contractor's. But again, when we're asking a question and we don't know the answer, and we're seeing overtime, Marblehead's a perfect example. When we know there was only $27,000 given to us, and more than that was spent, then it's a natural thing to ask a question. And again, the guys do a great job, and they're entitled to any overtime they can get as long as it's cost effective.
So going forward for any newer projects, what would you gentlemen like to see? A cost benefit or something ahead of
Yes.
time?
I personally, I don't know what the other members feel, but I'd like to see a cost benefit of doing it in-house. That's what we asked here, and we haven't seen it, so.
Because you can do on certain things, we have equipment rental rates, the one sheet I handed out, we have prevailing wage rates that shows the advantage. The other one I showed is actually, you can say, oh, if you're cheaper in the hour, you're just gonna run up the hours, and shows that we didn't run up the hours and it was cheaper. So, but there's stuff involving paving work, it's preparatory work and a finished work. Typically, that's gonna be a labor work by a contractor at $48 an hour, or us at a lot cheaper. So that's hard to put a price on to bid it out, unfortunately. You can do it. I mean, we don't bid
Yeah,
on the
and
whole paving thing,
I
but
mean, I'm not, listen, I'm not just gonna sit here and tell you whether I need to see that ahead of time or not, but I think,
the major elements of it, yeah, it's easy to
right,
come
and
up with a price.
I think, in fairness, Dick, I think just if the question comes up, you know what I'm saying? In other words, you know, I can be confident in the fact, knowing that if you're doing it, that it is cost effective, but because the questions that I asked weren't being addressed, then, you know, I had to second guess it. I apologize, but that's what I had to do.
From an internal tracking, there's not really a munis, what I call project management mode that I'm aware of. We actually track every expenditure against projects. It's a little mini project, it's a stubby pencil thing, but that's how I write those numbers. So we do track it, and we compare it to what I thought the estimate was. But like I said earlier, where it actually gets ultimately charged, I think what set this off was the gross charges on these sheets. So I guess the point is that goes other places. It just, we don't typically transfer it all the time. I think the finance prefers to see it either on a monthly or quarterly basis, rather than hitting them every week with a transfer that would change the number you guys are seeing. So it's a balance between Liz's staff and myself.
That I understand.
Historically, for the paving stuff, we did that twice a year.
Yeah.
We can do more
And
often.
and I never knew that up till tonight, so.
If you want it more frequently, we can do it. But we do track it, and I track total expenditures for salaries. We look at the overtime, and right now, we are roughly on track. We're roughly 19%, 19.7% through the year. We only spent 21% of the DPW personal expenses. So we look at it from that level, going all the way down to the project level. So it is okay.
Board members, Dick and, I've had conversations. We'll closely watch the overtime budget. There is not going to be a request for a transfer at the end of the year unless there's some unforeseen emergency between now and next June. I want to give the department head the ability to manage his budget, but he knows as well as I do, if he runs out of money, that's it. We're not going to come back and request a transfer, because we know that that's not going to happen. You know, Dick understands that. He understands the limitations that are on him in terms of the monies that are available. It's not going to be go out and spend the money and then come back and look for money in the spring, because it's not going to be there. Financially, the town doesn't have those resources, and Dick understands that. And, you know, I certainly don't expect my hand to be forced come next April or May that they don't have money to do work. And I want to be clear that we've had that conversation behind the scenes.
Thank you.
And just one last thing, and then I'm done, if that's okay. I'll be quick. Communication. For example, if we could just get some kind of heads up on things like Route 28, putting sidewalks on Route 28, rather than us reading about it on Patch and learning about it, it would be helpful if we had those little major projects like that, just kind of give us a heads up, because sidewalks are a spark plug in this town. And the residents out there are very interested in sidewalks. We get the phone calls, you don't. We don't have a clue what's going on. I received 3 phone calls, and I literally said to people, I don't know what you're talking about, which is kind of embarrassing, but it does happen. I can live with it. But I would ask in the future, if we're gonna have major projects, your guys are gonna be out there working on, let us help protect them from the questions and the scrutiny. If you give us the information in advance, then we can tell the public what's going on. Thank you.
Ideally, I could predict this at the beginning of the construction season, but oftentimes, there are a lot of variables. So I will strive to do a better job of notifying you ahead of time, but sometimes money shows up, or we think we're going to do something, and an emergency pulls us to somewhere else. So I'll give you a heads up, but sometimes we say heads up, and then it doesn't happen. Because that has happened before as well. If some unknown emergency happens, and all the money gets burned up dealing with that. But Mike, I understand your point.
Thank you.
It's a fair point.
Thank you for coming in.
Thanks.
Just to,
Mr. O'Leary.
you know, as far as the projects they're doing and all the rest, and needing a cost analysis on every project, I don't need it. You know, it's quite clear. Just look at the little sheet he's handed out, and we've seen this before, as far as the cost effectiveness, as far as, you know, not having to rent equipment from outside contractors, and again, the prevailing wage, so, you know, 25%, 30% more than what we're paying our guys on overtime. So from labor standpoint, equipment standpoint, you know, we're at an advantage of doing it in-house even on overtime. And that's how it's been historically. And I understand sometimes we look at the warrants and see where we are expenditure-wise. And as Dick pointed out, you know, the finance department doesn't make the transfers all the time. There are chargebacks to other projects, warrant articles, and other departments. which again, backfill. Historically, we have not had a problem with the DPW overtime budget, whether it be under Mr. Carnavale or Mr. Hanlon prior to him, and in particular under Mr. Valiakonis' administration here, how many years now? 7 years? 7 years. So again, maybe I don't have the same concerns, because I've been sitting here long enough. I understand maybe a little bit more than some of the new members as far as how the monies get transferred and get covered. And certainly, this time of year is when we want our guys working on the projects. I mean, daylight hours are waning already, as we can see. But this is when they make hay and get the projects done. Because come wintertime, you're limited as far as the amount of digging you can do, the hot top that's available, and then who knows how much snow we're going to get. If we listen to Farmer's Almanac, we're going to get a lot this year. So I hope we're ready for that. There's nothing wrong with scrutinizing, there's nothing wrong with asking questions, and we certainly deserve answers on a timely basis. It's good constructive criticism. But as far as the operational standpoint of the DPW and this administration over the past few years, I have a lot of confidence in them. They're not wasting the taxpayers' money. But again, members of the board individually or even collectively have every right to ask and are entitled to an answer. So with that, I agree with.
I think that's the issue, Steve. I mean, it's not the issue of, I mean, not with me anyway, I'm not gonna speak for anybody else. My issue was 4 weeks in a row, I wrote a note asking a question, and it got ignored. Then I
Fair
sent
enough.
an email, and I took 4 weeks to get an answer on that, and that's only because I finally came in and went face to face. So, you know, that's my issue, not
That's fair.
how
Fair
it's
enough.
being used.
Fair enough.
Chairman?
Mr. Cannavale?
Are you done? Joe?
Okay, I'm done, thank you.
Is there anything on the sheet, a lot of this money gets transferred, any code or anything, more explanation that would assist? Because I have to handwrite it the way this is spit out, I can't type anything in.
No, I think
Anything that would make it more
No, I think on some of the things, self-explanatory. When you do stuff for the schools, I presume it's a charge back to the school. If you do something for police, I think there was one in there for police maintenance on a vehicle. I forget what date, some date in June, I believe. Obviously, I'm assuming that's a charge back to the schools. I guess,
I don't think that one we did, but if you want more explanation, I guess my point, I'd be glad to provide it if I'm not doing a good enough job now.
I think if it's a special, like the CPC on Marblehead Street, just identify it CPC. I think that it'd be clear that that's a charge back to CPC on their sidewalk fund. I mean, that's all I can think of. I don't know if anyone can think of anything else.
Yeah, but as far as the sidewalk funds go, historically, when we accept money from contractors, whether it be, someone who developed a new subdivision, or even on the 40B projects that we were involved in, so many of them over the past few years, I always felt as though we got shortchanged on those. When I negotiated the
Proof's in
40...
the pudding, I think.
No, I know that, but long before he was here, it was Mr. Hanlon, who was directly involved in some of the negotiations with the 40B contractors. I was always advocating make those contractors do the work, get it done, put it in. And we actually had some signed deals like that, which were again waived because of weather, timing, the whole thing, and they made a payment in lieu of. Which again, to me, got them off the hook a little bit too
Right.
cheap.
I-
And, in some other instances, there were occurrences where the town would not have been able to necessarily put these sidewalks in because of all the requirements as far as easements and taking of land and all the rest, whereby a contractor could have worked a deal with all the abutters. And, as they cut along the sidewalks, did a driveway here or there, and got the okay to do it. But, so historically, I think we've been shortchanged on the sidewalk fund, and when it comes to getting it from whether it be the subdivision, and we've also done deals with one subdivision over here and off-site improvements somewhere else. We've negotiated with them, and again, take payments in lieu. And as Mr. Cannavale did point out, much of the time that was coordinated through the Planning Commission, not this board, and not necessarily with full involvement of our administration. They're a separate elected autonomous board to negotiate those things with contractors, and sometimes we get shortchanged. I think historically we've been shortchanged on the sidewalk fund.
We have a lengthy agenda. I'll take,
Can I just real quick, can I just make one quick suggestion then, maybe?
Yes, sir.
Going back to what Steve said, which I think is legitimate, is maybe, Dick, you could provide a cost of what, of per square foot to do sidewalks, and then supply that to the CPC or any other commissioner or entity that's
What they do now
negotiating.
is-
And then this way, if you get the money in, the guys can do it. You know what I mean? It's not about trying to cut anybody off. It's about trying to get
Right.
what's
Well,
legit,
what we do-
legitimately belong, to the town.
What we do now is, the CPC hires an engineering consultant. They come up with that estimate, so going forward, they're doing it. One potential change in places I worked before is, the off-site work is all done underground and above ground before the first lot release. So I don't have to screw around with any of this after-the-fact nonsense of waiting for the 50th lot to be sold. It's all done up front. Of course, the economy's a little different now than it was a few years back.
Right.
So then the sidewalk would have been built before the guy got his first house on, whatever that street's name is. So maybe the CPC, we should work with them to change. I don't know, it doesn't matter what it costs, because the developer's paying for it until it's done right. He's not gonna get his lot release.
I agree.
Exactly.
So that's another way to approach it.
Thank you.
I know we have a lengthy
Thanks.
agenda, but on the agenda under the town administrator's report, it might be directly related, but Dick here is number 2 on the TA's report, which was the bids that were received for the Chestnut Street, Haverhill Street traffic mitigation study. And I think you're looking for some guidance on that.
Yeah, the
And I know
full-
Dick was intimately involved in,
Dick was involved, we did,
excuse me, Mr. Chairman, it's up to you if you want to bring it up, but I just think he's here, rather than
Board
3
members?
hours from now.
more.
Oh, more.
I really want to do the wastewater. I don't want to lose the opportunity, because we have a
I know
7:05.
we do. We have a
We have a
7:05.
7:05 hearing.
It's okay. It's, but I just, he's here.
I haven't even, I was in a meeting until about 5 or 6, so I haven't
Yeah,
even
I
seen
did.
it, so.
All I saw was the note, I saw it at about 5:25 myself. But, all I know is there's a bid about to be awarded, and I think we have to make a conscious decision, up or down, whether to move forward.
Do we have to make that this evening?
We just literally got the bids. We have to review the qualifications and make a recommendation, but for the Chestnut Street traffic work, 1 bidder out of 6 I asked for. And for the other one, the intersection work, 3 people bid it.
Is that all part of the same proposal here, the 26?
Yes, that's all inclusive.
That's
This is-
2 different proposals that add up.
Yeah,
to the
you
dollar amount.
didn't have the 2 amounts in there, though. That was going to be my question. What
I
was
do,
the one
Michael.
just for Chestnut
And
Street?
I can go through,
rather-
I can go through with the board.
We can,
I'd rather hold off, because
I go
personally,
for
I
it.
haven't had a chance to see it. Like I said, I was in a meeting relative to the school project until about 5 or 6.
Understood,
so
I can go through it.
I'd rather hold off personally.
Okay.
Sorry.
So,
we should have a recommendation by the end of the week about an award, and then I would submit it to Mass Highway for Chapter 90 approval, which is fully fundable with Mass Highway. We anticipate 2 to 3 weeks we get the okay, or sooner. And
this is
we-
with the Chapter 90 funds?
Yes, sir.
So
We
using...
put aside 25,000, and it's 27,000 is the apparent low bid. So we'll put it over a little.
Okay, I
Well, we
just-
had 2, we should have got 2 bids, right? I just wanted to see, we didn't see it here, but I'd like to get just a bid for Chestnut Street, see what that is a standalone.
Well,
I can go through that.
calculation.
Give me, it's gonna take longer than a few minutes, so.
Okay. We'll do wastewater.
I'd like to get the wastewater, please.
I'll introduce Paul Brinkman from Red Pierce Engineer and John Beekman.
Good evening.
Hi.
Welcome to doing the presentation.
I don't know how many have the electronic, I have 2 copies of the paper.
I don't think we got this electronically, right?
We did not.
I don't think we got the...
You did not?
We just finalized it an hour ago or so.
Thank you.
Thanks, Steve.
This is substantially what you guys have already seen.
Yep.
Yeah.
You gentlemen haven't seen it yet.
Is the mic mandatory?
No.
The mic, well,
You need it
for
for
our
home.
viewing audience at home, it is not to amplify.
I'll
your voice.
try.
Dick, can you give some to the Finance Committee? Do you have an extra for the Finance Committee, folks? Can I get a copy of this?
Oh,
Thank you.
So I know we're pressed for time, but feel free to interrupt as I'm going, because I'm best in that approach. I know it said wastewater, but this is actually, we're going to talk about water and stormwater, because there is a relationship between them all, and it's very important that they all be considered at once. So the purpose is to kind of review the work. I've been working with Dick and Wright Pierce for about a year on this project, kind of reviewing where the town has come from and where the town's moving towards, looking at water, wastewater, and stormwater issues. look, we've identified some near-term actions, and we're gonna ask for some guidance from the board tonight as to how to move forward on some of these actions. So as far as the water goes, currently you're looking at about 2/3 of the water comes from Andover at some cost, and about 1/3 comes out of the ground from your wells. Some of the concerns currently are staffing. It's really difficult to get water treatment operators right now. There's a great lack of them. I'm encouraging my children to think about it because there's such a good job prospect out there, but it's very difficult to find them right now. The cost of providing water and doing that treatment is going up and up. And that's going up because the requirements have been increasing. It gets harder and harder to meet the DEP requirements. The water has to get cleaner and cleaner as they find more types of pollutants in there. So one of the things we're looking forward to is making sure that you aren't the sole cost. You don't have to deal with all those costs yourself. If you become pooled or you're part of a larger system, you'll be a little bit safer. So looking at that, we're looking at alternative sources. Is there another place that you can get water from? Either not Andover or not the wells, or a combination there too. Looking at to reduce those supply costs, reduce the capital costs that you're spending on the water, and making sure that you have a more stable network moving forward. And the logical course, the only real large supplier out there is MWRA. And they have a lot of capacity right now. They're under 2/3 of their total allotment that they're allowed to produce. And they're very, very interested in finding new customers for their system. So what's going on with MWRA? This figure shows the yellow is the current consumers of MWRA, and they're basically bracketed all the way around by these other users. You would be in the northern intermediate high system storage area. You'd actually be a little bit, because you're a little bit higher in elevation, you'd be kind of in your own little separate one, but basically that's the service area. And we would be looking at basically wheeling the water through one of these other communities to get it into North Reading. These lines down at the bottom here represent where the MWRA infrastructure ends. And we'd be looking at potentially a pump station at the border to lift it up and get it into town. Some of the things we're looking at as part of this is we're looking at what's that buy-in cost. There's a cost that you would have to pay to become a member, but you would be a member at that point. It wouldn't be like you were a user of their system. They would be obligated to provide you water basically as long as the MWRA existed. And we're looking at O&M costs. How much is it costing to buy the water? Their water is considerably less expensive than Andover currently on an O&M basis. And then what's the supply like? Is it there all the time when you need it? And MWRA has a very large supply. The Quabbin Reservoir represents billions of gallons that's available for the users all the time. When they don't foresee water supply issues, even looking at climate change and some other issues moving forward. They have a very stable and large resource there. So what goes into this is a blow up of that area and their pipe network down here. Right now, under summer conditions, it's a challenge to get even Reading their water because the pipe system isn't robust enough. So for you to tap onto Reading would further strain that system. So the MWRA is very interested in making this all work. They've actually gone in, and the current connection underneath the highway, there's these valves that cause a lot of head loss in the system. And they removed one of them, and they're projected to remove the second one in November. They weren't going to do this for 3 years, but they're so interested in improving the pressure and getting the opportunity to potentially allow North Reading to come onto the system. They've advanced that work significantly. The other thing that's going on is they're adding a redundant pipeline, a very large 36-inch pipeline that is under design, and parts may be going under construction as soon as next year. And this will increase the pressure and the ability so that there would be no potential challenges to getting as much water as North Reading could use. Given, at this point here, we may be looking at some, networking through Reading in order to upgrade, but for the most part, there'd be no challenge from MWRA at that point. And the key to that is modeling, understanding how the systems work together, and making sure we find the best place to do this. And the real key for this, the next slide is going to be on wastewater, and I know was the title of this. balancing this whole thing out and looking at bringing water in so that we can look at wastewater a little differently than the town's been looking at up to this point. So where we stand with the wastewater, the town spent a number of years looking at producing a CWMP, Comprehensive Wastewater Management Plan, that basically looked at where was the needs in town, where did wastewater need, where was it needed to be provided in a different manner, and how to get rid of that. And so the CWMP studied the whole town and said, all right, we need in these green circles, these green areas, this is the most need in the town for wastewater disposal for a public system. And it proposed putting in a wastewater treatment plant somewhere in this area here. I just put a red dot, but in that area there, and basically pumping it to other areas in town to dispose it into the ground. The other thing is in this corner here, there's a little bit of private sewer. One customer actually was able to get approval through MWRA in Wilmington to provide sewerage, public sewerage, but to expand that is extremely difficult. So we looked at that and said, is this the way is this the right way to go moving forward? So we thought about what are the other ways that we could look at this. And we talked about a fatal flaw analysis. Is there some other way? Is there some other way doing a screening level, not drilling down and studying to death, but just thinking outside the box a little bit? What are the things we got to worry about? Costs and IBTA, Interbasin Transfer Act, and MEPA process. These are both environmental permitting that would have to come into play to do this. And I put up this figure of the Ipswich River Basin, and here's North Reading in the middle. And basically what IBTA does is it regulates the transfer of water into or out of that basin. And for the water, currently you have an IBTA that brings the Andover water into North Reading. If we were looking into hooking to the MWRA, we would be doing a similar thing, bringing an IBTA to bring the water in. But also, all the wastewater options that were studied were looking at North Reading. But is there an option possibly to move outside of the town and have some benefit and get that permitted? Because the challenge is the IBTA ultimately. So other things that we've been doing in this time period is that you have the high school and middle school project going on where they're putting in a treatment plant. So we've been looking at that a bit, and we also reviewed the CWMP. So our fatal flaw analysis basically looked at what other place might we get rid of the wastewater other than in town. So with North Reading here, we looked around at the large wastewater treatment plants in the region that you could potentially connect to. We looked at the Lynn Water and Sewer Commission over here. We looked at the South Essex Sewerage District over here. We looked at the MWRA, because they have a very large treatment plant, and they're, you're hooked to them. You already have a little bit of wastewater going there. And then we looked at Greater Lawrence Sanitary District. And they're all fairly large facilities. And part of our analysis is looking at, okay, what might be the costs to do that? What are the permitting challenges that might come up through that? What are the political challenges that might come up? Because it's not just a simple, I can throw a pipe in the ground and hook up. There's a lot of other things that go into it. So through that analysis, I came up with this table that basically summarizes, the major factors that go into this on a fatal flaw basis, looking for what might get in the way. And basically we set North Reading, the in-town solution, as one on a cost basis. I looked at what's the feasibility. Could you even do this given some of the impacts in the way? And then permitting. What kinds of permits do we have to get? Where might they get in the way? And then I basically came up with an overall ranking based on my impression of how things look, looking at the cost basis, looking at these other things. And as I did that throughout, GLSD is only about 80% of the cost of doing it on an in-town basis. So it's a substantially cheaper option. And when we look at bringing water in from MWRA and then transferring that out, we can create a net neutral impact on the Ipswich River on a hydraulic basis. So that makes it far more feasible on a permitting side. You're going to get less people challenging because you're not having a negative impact by taking water out of the Ipswich River Basin. And additionally, we'll be able to do some improvements to the water quality because now we're taking wastewater out that has poor quality. It's from failing septic systems, places that aren't able to treat it appropriately. So you end up potentially bettering the Ipswich River ultimately. What else? Some of these, I have greater thans on these two because South Essex Sewerage District, The treatment plant at South Essex Sewer District is at capacity. They don't have a gallon more to give anybody. So we would end up having to build a huge addition to it. And that's really, there's no feasibility to that. If you've been to the site there, we would have to take over the road, basically blast out the road in order to put another treatment train in there. And they'd have to go through re-permitting. It would be atrocious trying to do that. At the Lynn Water and Sewer Commission, I stopped the analysis because to determine the cost at some point, it just starts to escalate through the roof. They have no capacity there. They have a lot of combined sewer overflows that are getting in the way there. MWRA, I was able to drill through a cost, but they have some significant requirements to do that. They really don't want new sewer customers. They want water customers, they don't want sewer customers. So even though the cost is in the range, 1.2, there's still issues. One of the conditions is they require you to have 2 to 3 days of sewage storage in your town in order to connect. So you would have to have a 1 million gallon tank or a 1.5 million gallon tank to hold the sewage. So they could say, it's raining out, you gotta stop sending us sewage. And that just seemed like a really yes, that's a real condition that they can require. So that seemed a little bit difficult to overcome. So in our analysis, we basically said, all right, you have an existing collection system that would get built into the CWMP. So what would it take to get to Andover? And we talked to Andover and GLSD, and they both said, yeah, with GLSD we have a lot of capacity. They actually have about 10 million gallons a day of capacity, and you're looking for about a half or plus or minus in that range. So they have a lot of available. They also just connected the town of Draken into their plant, and they have a model to do this. So they understand what it takes to do. So they're really in a good place to consider this. The other major thing going on in town is basically the high school project that has the wastewater treatment plant going in here. Part of our analysis looked at, is there capacity there? And I know it's being tuned to fit the school's system, but the flows and the sizing is set for it being open every day on the weekends. It also assumes that the kids are probably using more water, and so in my experience, there's some potential available capacity there. And we did analysis of looking at the flows here, and we even talked to the DEP, and they were okay with this. Basically taking approach, after the plant's been running a year or two, we could look at what those flows are. They're probably gonna be a third to a half of what the design flows are, and then we could begin looking at attaching properties in the center of town to that treatment plant. So you're not taking the easy way out by just making a connection to Greater Lawrence. You're also doing in-town stuff that makes sense in an overall approach. Now, our review of the CWP, I probably should have talked about that one first, but basically looking at the CWP, I saw a lot of limitations to it. The cost is higher than the GLSD option. It would require you to have your own wastewater treatment plant staffing. You'd also be responsible for any change solely on a cost basis. If you go to Greater Lawrence, you're about 2 or 3% or 5% of the load at Greater Lawrence, so you're not paying for anything outright. If you own your own treatment plant, a new regulation comes around, you're responsible for every cost associated with that. That can be pretty onerous. And staffing, much like the water treatment plant operators, it's difficult to get wastewater treatment plant operators. You send 500,000 gallons a day up to MWRA or some other plant, they're not gonna add an operator, they're not gonna do anything. It's just another bit of loading to it, so it's not gonna change anything that way. And the one that I found most concerning was basically getting rid of the wastewater from your own treatment plant. It was being pumped to 3 or 4 or 5 facilities throughout town, and you'd have to make sure that those had that capacity there all the time. And what happens if one of them ran out or didn't work anymore? You'd have to find another one. You didn't own some of those properties, so now you're gonna be hunting around for this, and going to a larger treatment plant, they already have a pipe, they're all set, they're all permitted. You don't have to worry about those challenges. Lastly, I'll talk quickly about stormwater. I know we're running up on the time here. On the stormwater program, Dick's been doing a lot of work in terms of kind of getting this program up to speed with the current permitting. He's been working on system mapping. He's been looking around at places where the water just runs off the parking lots and into the river. And this is something that I think really needs to be built into this overall program to improve the basin so that we can get people on all corners bought into this process, wastewater out, water in, and stormwater treated and discharged better to the ground. So you end up with a better overall program altogether. The new permits coming out, they're saying probably about January, and there's a lot of costs associated with that. I just wanted to identify that, so that was something that you guys were thinking about. And I know that Dick's been thinking about talking to you guys about a stormwater utility, basically looking at those costs and how do you deal with those costs, because it's pretty significant moving forward. So why did I talk about all three? Because there's a strong relationship about them all. If we think about them all together, we have a much higher likelihood of success getting permitting. There's a high overlap between them all. And when you roll them all together, it's called an integrated water resource management plan. So we're not talking about just wastewater, just water. We basically pull all these programs together, present that out. So what are we doing? We're doing a balanced approach. We're getting stakeholders involved. And we're dealing with MIPA, and therein lies the biggest challenge. This should say 2 to 3 year process. It got, I don't know if it's underneath the symbol or not. Something happened there when I printed it. So MIPA is the Massachusetts Environmental Protection Act and Policy Act, and they basically drive a lot of the permitting, and they make sure everything's in line. So this is the first time I've said E&F. That's usually the first step in the MIPA process. Now, I'm going to show this one right now. There are 2 ways to go about through this process. One way that you were on the track with as far as the CWMP was basically studying something a lot. So once you have a good handle on it, then you propose it as an E&F, do this environmental notification form. Then it goes to MIPA, and at that point, they basically look at the stuff and they say, all right, you need to do an EIR. And you hope that the study answers the EIR. But this process, the EIR process, is still a year or longer to kind of, between stakeholder involvement, they ask questions, you fill out reports, there's give and take to it. What we're thinking is a second, quicker way of looking at it, and a little bit more effective of the processes that have gone more recently, the ones that have been more effective. It's basically lay down your cards now. Say, this is what we want to do. Give us some feedback on that, and we'll study it through the EIR process. We're basically overlapping these 2 things, and we'll answer that to you. And we'll do that faster, because this is a much longer process than this process here. We'll be able to take all this study time basically disappears because you're doing it in collaboration with this EIR, the Environmental Impact Report. And you have people involved, and they're asking the questions up front. You're able to answer them better rather than kind of presuming you know all the answers going in. And that's what this process has done in the past. It's been successful 10, 15 years ago, but nowadays, people get to this point, you file the E&F, and they're saying, I didn't hear about this, why are you thinking about it? So you involve them earlier on. Some of the future tasks through this process, and this is assuming that we take that abbreviated, the E&F task, is dump that up front, basically file the paperwork. It's a fairly low level of effort. It's about $10,000 overall to file an E&F. Then basically wait for that response and start this draft EIR, the Integrated Water Resources Management Plan, the Interbasin Transfer Act. Basically, that's a whole series of permits that we'd be looking at dealing with on the water, wastewater, and stormwater side. There's a little bit on the stormwater side down here. And so we'd be taking those all together, kind of starting that program out. After we finish that, there's a response to that. People will read the report, you get some comments back. Sometimes you might have to update it a little bit and through a final environmental impact report. And then we can start talking about, possibly building some sewer and going to Greater Lawrence, or hooking into the water system in MWRA. One of the things is where you have an emergency declaration, which we may be asking to update that emergency declaration. You can do that hooking sooner than waiting through that. But to make it permanent, you'd have to go through this EIR process. And then lastly, as a kind of information, the stormwater, MS4, the municipal separate stormwater sewage, whatever it is, the MS4, that permit has some costs associated with well, and we wanted to present them all at once so you had a feel for what the department was going to be undertaking or needing over the next few years. And I know this is a lot to take on real quick, so fire away, or
Maybe this is a good slide to point out. I think wastewater, you already have some money from the the well fund, right?
From the Berry Fund.
From the Berry Fund, sorry, the Berry Fund, and then you already have some money that we allocated for water last year.
220, 230, about 236.
And I think really for this October town meeting, the only one that we really need to talk about for the, at least for the warrant article, is this stormwater for the MS4.
Right.
Right, the master plan, 100,000 has already been covered by prior appropriation. That bid will be going out soon. We have that money from the Berry Fund to cover some of that. I already have the ENF proposal in hand. I've submitted for a purchase order. So if it is approved, we can launch that. And just in the stormwater, it's been hanging over our heads for years. I've spoken to the finance committee yourselves about it happening. It's supposedly going to happen January 1st. We've been hearing this for 3 years now. And it's got a tremendous cost, one-time cost, and it got tremendous recurring cost. The biggest cost is you're required to go out to, we have roughly 400 outfalls at the end of a pipe. Go out and physically sample this thing twice. It's very labor intensive. You gotta do it when it's raining and when it's dry. So, costs, there's several advocacy groups we were working with to try to fight this, and have been somewhat successful. The Mass Coalition?
Yes.
Mass Coalition, and it slowed it down, but it's still gonna come. So one key part that we still don't have, as part of our existing permit, we don't have an accurate map of our drain system, and all keys in on that. Since I've been here, I've been plugging away at it, is our prior consultants just called everything an outfall. Well, outfalls cost money, so if I can reclassify it as what it really is, for example, a pipe that goes under a road, they call that an outfall. That's just a pipe under a road. So the more I can drop those off by this analysis, the less money it costs us going forward. So that first one there, we have estimates, it's in the 130,000 range to do that mapping for the town. We just put 100,000 up there for talk, for discussion purposes for tonight. And that's a base of all that stormwater program. If you don't have an accurate map, I can't assess the pipes. I can't tell you what needs to be fixed first, second, and third. I can't figure out what's collapsed, what needs maintenance. So
Can't figure out where illegal discharges or illicit discharges are going in. I mean, it's a lot of pollution-based analysis where you're sampling the effluent during a rainstorm or when it's dry weather, and if you don't have a decent map, you don't know where to track it down to. And that's ultimately what they're looking to do, is make the Ipswich River cleaner.
the initial screening, we have found people with failing septic systems where the water gets into the drain system. Usually you can smell it, you can see it. Part of the, depending what they do for the permit requirements are, we would have to give somebody like 30 days to fix it. So go to a homeowner and say, come up with $30,000 and fix your septic system in 30 days. That's pretty hard. So part of the new permit requirements are pretty draconian for residents and us. It's a tremendous amount of work up front.
So do you have a number for the warrant article, for Article 10?
I put 100,000 up there, but the cost to do both of those was 67 and 71. Is that 135? 135 is the cost to do the map, the first phase of the map. That basically is map all the structures, put a GPS unit on every metal thing you see, open it up and look inside, and verify what pipe's coming in, what pipe's going out, the condition of it. It's kind of a baseline to everything else.
Board members, any questions?
Just a comment. Thank you for shortening the presentation and moving it on based on our schedule. We've been working a number of months on this project. My recommendation is that the first two sections are basically funded, and we need about $130,000 to get the stormwater going. And sooner or later, it's going to come and bite us. So I think we should put it in the town meeting Article 10. But, you know, we do also have money constraints, so. But that would be, I think, the recommendation of the wastewater committee, right?
Mr. Prisco?
And I just wanted to add, the ENF, we probably wouldn't have very good luck if we don't put some kind of investment in stormwater going through the process.
What, that IWRMP, the thing that pulls it all together, without having all those pieces, what can tend to happen is you can get into this EIR process, and someone will all of a sudden distract you and say, well, what about stormwater? Well, By adding it in, you're already answering those questions. And at the end of the day, your plan covers it all. Your plan's gonna say, this is how we're gonna address stormwater, this is how we're dealing with water, here's how we're dealing with wastewater. So it covers all the aspects, and it gives you a roadmap, and it gives the other people to know, all right, this is what the town's committing to. And they won't tend to get distracted, because this is what I see happen on a lot of these is, I had one go forward and they were talking about trying to get water out of the ground, well water, and all of a sudden people were worried about the water level in a lake dropping down an inch. And this was a legitimate concern that was coming out of this process, and there was no way to address it appropriately, so if you have them all in there, you're able to address them much better.
Mr. Misery?
So I think a big question for the board this evening, above and beyond the money issue, is are we in support of the fatal flaw analysis in terms of moving ahead with gray lines? From everything I think the three of us have seen, we don't have much other
Doesn't look like
choice.
we have any
There
other
isn't
option.
another choice.
It's not another option. Certainly not one that's cost effective.
Well, can you go back to the previous slide?
Sure.
Sorry. On the water, the MWRA water, the second to last one says emergency,
Yep,
750.
yep.
That's just to get emergency water from the
Well,
authority?
that's an approximate cost to put the pipe in and then put a pump station in order to get it into your system. We would put something together that would be integrated into the long-term piece. But understanding that right now, there's not likely a pipe sitting on the other side in Reading that we can get full flow through. So we would.
Yeah, my only issue is I don't want anybody to be fooled thinking that the cost is 750 when
No,
it's
no, this is
millions
just-
and millions of dollars just to
Yes.
buy in.
Right, right.
You know, I just wanna-
This is just a cost for emergency. The permanent, I didn't want to put a number on because, we have to get through the EIR process. We have to make sure, we have to do the modeling to make sure, where do we hook in? How much other improvements have to be made to make that work?
Do we have an idea of how much we'd be looking to purchase?
We actually talked about this at dinner a little bit.
Yeah, our average daily demand is 1.4 MGD.
But we wouldn't be looking to,
Yeah.
the whole thing?
Well, we gotta look at the hydraulics of it. I would recommend we always keep an Andover connection. To have only one connection will put us in the same boat we were 2 years ago. So odds are we would supplement, if not eliminate all our in-house water needs and have a small bit of Andover water. So the ratio hasn't worked out yet.
Mhm.
Based on the modeling and the water quality, it could be 50-50, but clearly it's 1/3 cheaper per million gallons for MWRA water versus Andover.
Well, once you pay the buy-in.
Well,
you know,
After the buy-in.
After the
yeah.
buy-in, right.
But they're offering 0 20-year loans on the buy-in, so that,
John, I speaking to
I know.
Mr. Lasky, and as you know, they're very eager to sell water, and they're very flexible on the terms.
Mr. Misery?
I think you have to look at this whole project moving forward. This is a long-range project for the benefit of the town going forward. And there has to be a beginning.
Right.
And we've been fumbling around with it for a number of years now. And I think we've reached a point where we can make a decision to go forward with a path. And it's clear based on all the new regs and everything that we need to do these three things together.
I like the approach. I'm in support. Thank you very much for the time and the effort in your presentation this evening.
Great job on the presentation.
Thanks, Paul.
thank you. It's fun.
Thanks, Paul.
Thank you, Dick.
Just a quick question on the wastewater thing. I know internally here, as far as the in-house thing, we were talking, $48 million or $50 million. And I know you haven't quantified anything here necessarily, but do we have an idea?
The in-house cost in the order of $60 million, not plus or minus,
In-house, is that up to about 60 million?
with inflation. And one thing, when I showed up, I noticed that we don't have enough capacity identified in town to get rid of 100% of the waste.
We knew that, yeah.
For example, there's no reserve. In your septic system in your home, you have to have 200%. So if one facet goes down, there's no place to put it,
Right.
which is kind of critical for a public health related type system. So that's a real, if all that analysis over 10 years couldn't identify enough space for 200%, that's a problem. And the operational cost to pump that stuff all over town, that's a huge burden on the community. Pumps wear out, that pumps fails.
No, we know that, but, okay, so now that the 48's up to 60, where are we at, where are we guesstimating going up to Lawrence, the Greater Lawrence? Any
Well, I
idea,
mean,
or,
we just have broad numbers now. I mean, we're not,
what is it, I'm sorry?
We were basically working off the assumption that the existing CWP set the needs
Mhm.
and analyzed that right, so we'd still be relooking at it and verifying to make sure that they made sense going forward, but they were estimating somewhere about 0.4 million gallons a day. So it was like 25% of the properties in town, but a lot of them were the, kind of along Route 28, the commercial facilities and stuff like that, that had higher flows. So you're looking at about 30% of the wastewater that's developed in town right now.
Yeah, but he's looking for,
He's looking for
No,
a-
I-
he's looking
so-
for a dollar amount.
So we're looking at,
Oh.
no, based on the, you're saying, you know,
Sorry.
0.8, the cost ratio is 0.8, so if it's 60 million, it's
80%.
Right.
8 times 60.
So it'd be about 80%.
80% of that. And that would only go, and again, the 1.0 cost ratio, we're talking about covering more of the town.
No,
Same
the
capacity?
coverage
Okay.
is the same
All right, that's what
coverage
I'm-
for
okay,
every
that's
single
fine.
one of them.
The only difference is you eliminate treatment plant. The treatment plant is Greater Lawrence.
Right.
And the O&M costs are significantly
Okay,
lower.
I just want to
than
make
part
sure,
of a bigger
again,
plant.
it wasn't clear in my mind that it was, you know, same number of households or units that.
No, the only change to those cost ratios
All right.
was, you know, the cost of providing that final disposal
Mhm.
of the wastewater, to get it to where it was being treated and then disposed.
Steve, it was done on a percentage basis, because I think we're a long way from nailing down.
Oh, right.
Oh, yeah,
No,
the numbers are, we're at 35,000, or, you know, U-2 bomb, we're kind of level, U-2 spy plane, whatever it is. Still, we have a good understanding of the magnitude. I mean, this has been done, but it's, you know, if I was to build a treatment plant in town, what is that exact number? I can't tell you that today. There's way too many aspects.
Yep, okay. Oh, great, I think we are headed somewhere, which was good. We've been talking about it a long time. Just the other question I have as far as the interbasin transfer issues, in relation to if we were to purchase water from the MWRA, they don't have the same issues as the Ipswich River watershed as far as the need for
No,
bringing it back into the
No,
Charles River Basin,
they
wherever it's going.
actually will help you. They'll hold your hand into the office, and they'll sit down with the folks.
There still is an IBTA requirement, but the IBTA requirement by law is the donor basin. And so you're looking at a Connecticut River Valley
Mhm.
with Quabbin as the impact. What is the impact on Quabbin? And it's been defined as negligible
Okay.
because of that volume. So you're talking a different scale.
All right, so
I
we
mean,
can
they're allowed 313 million gallons a day, and they're only using about 180 right now. So there's this huge gap available.
And some of their economic models are based on selling 313.
All right, so the Ipswich River watershed people would be very happy to have this thing occur. Okay.
Should help.
They should.
Gentlemen,
They
thank
should-
you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
We'll move on to item 4. Anyone here for public comment? Seeing none, I'll move on to item 5. It's a continuation of a public hearing. Ginger Gourmet Restaurant, 265 Main Street, common victual, all alcohol license application. Continue from our August 13, 2012 meeting. Gentlemen, welcome back. If you would not mind, please introducing yourself once again for us.
My name is Peter Lynn, I'm the attorney for the applicant.
Nice to see you again, Mr. Lynn.
My name is Mark Stein, I'll be the manager of the restaurant.
Nice to see you again. Greg, we don't need to read the
No.
notice again, this is a continuation.
No, it's a continuation, as you stated, public hearing.
But last time we were here, I believe the board asked you about the approval and also about the board of health. Subsequent to that, we have a approval letter from the DEP. I'm not sure the board has a copy of that, but. Copy for the board.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Has our health department seen this?
Yes, in fact,
Yeah, there's a-
Oh,
it would have been right
oh, I don't know about
no,
that.
this is different.
on Board of Health.
This I did see. Okay. This is the memo from our health agent. Okay. That I did see. Mr. Valiakonis, this is dated September 13th, and there seemed to be a lot of, this might happen, if this, if that. Do we have any further update from our health agent since this?
No,
Memo.
but the relevant is the first bullet, which is they indicated that they did approve the septic permit. In terms of who does the installation, that's really irrelevant, so long as the person is qualified and licensed under the law to do it, it's really not our business. And I thought the Board of Health's opinion went above and beyond what was really necessary.
And you received a building permit?
Yes, I believe it. I called a couple of days ago, and Karen says she already sent a copy of the building permit to the Board of Selectmen.
Yeah, we have.
Right.
Signed up.
Yeah, we have it.
Board members, any questions? Mr. O'Leary?
No, I'm just trying, the system is somewhat atypical, I'm just trying to get through this here and see what the.
Mr. Chair, so the health department, or some of these departments didn't, Greg, update their
No,
comments?
and typically they wouldn't, once they've reviewed it, it's really irrelevant whether the septic permit is been approved.
Wait.
Where is the new system going to be located? Where is the new system going to be put in? Septic or
I
upgraded
believe
system?
it's right behind the number 10, the space,
Behind the
It's going to be
building?
behind the building?
the septic system.
Yeah?
I think it's already there. I mean,
No, I think
Well, you
everything.
can't put one where there's already one existing.
I believe that they just.
I thought the first time we did this, I thought the discussion was it was going in front of the building.
That's right.
Well, that's where most of the, and I didn't, there isn't much room
Room in the
behind the
ground.
back of the building.
There's no way.
They're on top of the golf
But-
course.
No, but, yeah.
Again, I
Just like a
I
home.
don't, I really don't have that information. The name of who, they have engineering.
I mean, I have to rely upon the health agent
He approved.
in the health department
Right.
to do it. I was just curious as to, where you're going to put a 2,000-gallon grease trap and a 7,000-gallon one-compartment septic system and a 6,000-gallon pump chamber behind the building. Yeah.
Not going to work.
Second
behind the
family.
building.
Yes, I know. Yeah, second family. I might take care of the tee box there and the. But we do have something from Martin, right?
It says here in this little report, current unit discharges the system number 2 that's, okay, so there's 2 systems, and they want this one to go into the existing system. They're gonna upgrade the existing system number 1. Where I don't know what that is, because the unit that this one's connected to is system number 2 that discharges southern side of the shopping center. It's on the southern side.
Should be the Sears.
That'd be Sears.
Sears.
So this seems like it's gonna be relocated to the, I assume the Stop and Shop one. Is that system 1? I don't know.
There's no real plan that I've seen, shows a location of where it's going to be.
That's all this
constructed.
says here. I missed. So right now, the health department approved,
Well,
it says no on our application.
right, but since
That's the
then.
old-
Issued a
that's
permit.
the old one.
This is July.
Greg, if I may, only because.
Please do.
Sorry.
Mr. Foote.
Would it not make sense for us to get updated? And, you know, I mean, this gentleman's coming in, he may have gotten approvals, I'm assuming he has gotten approvals by the Board of Health, but nothing in our, or at least it wasn't updated.
Typically, the board, when it grants the permit, it grants the permit conditional upon any all regulatory approvals by other departments, and it's typically the way that we've done it in the past. We've never encountered a problem. The only question that came up back in August was the septic system.
Because there was a hearing on the 14th.
We encouraged them to go back and get an approved design plan from the Board of Health, which apparently they've done.
But we don't have a letter in here saying that.
We do.
We do,
It
it's in
was
here.
my-
It's a memo from Martin Theodore West dated September 13, 2012. It's probably page 2 or 3 of this particular item in that packet.
I must have gone by it.
It's the second page.
It's right after the building permit.
I think it's okay.
Board members, any questions, concerns? Mr. Prisco?
So it just, when it says when the storage system has been constructed, it's okay. So it doesn't come out and say that he's approved anything, though.
It says that they
concurs.
approved the permit.
The disposal system and construction permit was issued on September 10th. First line of the first dotted line.
Okay.
Bullet point, thank you.
Yep, all right. Good.
I just have a couple of questions.
I just have a question, too. Please, who's the manager of the license?
That's,
Previous changing thing.
Because the only reason I ask it is the license identifies, yeah, there's a person by the name of, the last name is Zhang, Z-E-N-G.
Yeah.
Is that you, Mark?
No, that's my wife.
That's your wife? Okay. And she's a citizen?
Yes.
Hmm.
I believe there's a copy of their
Okay.
system.
And Mark, I just wanted to establish, do you have a legal role as an officer of the company then?
no, it's not, he's the town manager, but he's not on the operation.
Okay, but the manager is really ultimately the person who's responsible for the license, you do know that?
But
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So it was a little confusing. Just want to be clear. So the manager will be, correct me if I mispronounce, Jin Jiang
Yeah.
Zhang. Okay. There was information on a woman by the name of Ying Yang. What is her role?
she's the treasurer, she's one of the owners.
She's one of the owners?
Yes.
Okay. Who had the ownership interest in the, seems to be a restaurant in New Hampshire that was sold?
Changing that.
Your wife?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did she have the liquor license in her name?
And New Hampshire?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, because the application seems to suggest that the manager did not have any previous
But
interest in any liquor license.
not in Massachusetts,
I don't think that was the question, though. Okay. Is that was your understanding of how the question was?
but that's my thing, it is a mass license, and when the county license is bad,
Then who is the proprietor of the restaurant that's in Wilmington that's referenced in this application?
he owns that.
I'm sorry?
Ying, she is the manager of the restaurant in Wilmington.
Your wife? Oh, Ying Yang.
Ying.
She's the manager of the Wilmington restaurant.
She's not on the liquor license, and she doesn't manage the liquor license in Wilmington.
That's the other person.
She would have to if she's the manager of the Wilmington, but she's not managing, she's just the treasurer of this corporation that's going to be running this restaurant.
Right. She's a majority shareholder and the treasurer.
Okay. Just one moment. I have no further questions. Anyone else? Questions? We have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move to grant a common victual all alcohol license to J.R. Crystal Inc., DBA Ginger Gourmet Restaurant, 265-277 Main Street, Unit Number 10, Juanjen Zing, manager, subject to all regulatory department requirements.
Second.
A motion and a second by Mr. O'Leary. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. It's unanimous. Best of luck.
Good luck.
Very much.
Welcome.
All right.
Thank
Good
you.
luck.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Sure.
Move to, we have to wait till 7:45, Greg, on the revocation.
Yes, we've actually have a posted public hearing for that, so if you wouldn't mind deferring, I'd appreciate it.
Should we move to item 8, vote to accept and expend the library gift? If that makes sense, board members? Let me get to that.
Ready to motion?
That's what I'm trying to get to. I think it was way down in the back.
Yeah, it's way down. Trying to get down.
And I'll probably read the letter.
Which one are we at?
Now we're going to the gift of the
Library.
library.
If someone gets to a page number, let me know. I'll just read the letter that came with it.
I get it down to 96.
96. Thank you. Okay. Good way to start is probably read the letter that came into you, Mr. Valiakonis. From, this is to Greg Valiakonis, Town Administrator, from Helena Minton, Library Director. It's regarding a gift in memory of Dorothy E. Neff. Dorothy E. Neff, who served as the children's librarian at the Flint Memorial Library from 1958 to 1990, passed away in June of this year. Her family graciously requested that gifts in her memory be made to the library. They asked the funds be used specifically for the children's room. So far, the library has received $1,220 from 18 donors. Emma Wheeler, our youth services librarian, has proposed an excellent way to spend the funds so that many children will benefit from this generous gift now and in the future. Her proposal is itemized in the attached document. We are grateful that the Dorothy E. Neff's family has chosen to honor her memory in this way. Per our previous conversation, I respectfully request that you and the Board of Selectmen grant any approvals necessary so that we may move ahead in honoring Mrs. Neff's memory. If you have any questions, please let me know. $1,220 in donations has been received and placed in the library gift fund in memory of Dorothy Neff. Proposed purchases are as follows. The balance will be reserved for replacing, refreshing the below items as needed over time. Puppet Theater, $197.52. 6 assorted puppets, $200. New York Review of Books, Children's Collection, 52 reissued classics, $550. Books in plaque, $100, for a total of $1,047.52. Signed by Helena Minton, Director, Flint Memorial Library, September 10, 2012.
So the 1,047 is the remaining balance that,
No, that's the
The
total
total
that
be
they're looking to
The
expend.
remaining balance is only,
Their
It's
intention
only-
is to expend that amount of money out of the 1220 at this point in time.
Mr.
the
Misery.
library trustees are obviously going to support it. It's just reported.
wonderful.
So I think, ready for a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I move to accept a gift from the estate of Dorothy E. Neff for the library gift fund in the amount of $1,220, and further that the funds be expended as detailed by the library director in a memo dated September 10th, 2012.
Second.
We have a second? Mr. O'Leary,
Just a
any further?
question. I don't know, do we need to put the restriction on that be expended as outlined? So you see, to me, if the library trustees want a little more flexibility, we'll just accept the gift, and I don't know that we have to put a restriction on it as put out by the memo. And again, there's an additional, a couple $100, $180 left. They don't have to come to us as to how they're going to spend it, I don't think.
I don't
think they,
think they'll spend it that way.
You do. You don't have to approve the acceptance of a gift, but you have to approve the expenditure of a gift. We try to be as specific as possible.
They do that by signing the warrant, though.
Right. And those, I don't think we need to,
Helena sent me the ruling from the treasurer's manual today, and the way it's interpreted is, you guys approve all expenditures, or disapprove expenditures by signing the warrant. So, you don't need to approve individual expenditures.
right, and so I don't think we need to accept it with these restrictions necessarily. This is
Just
a
accept the
recommendation, that's fine, just accept the gift and as they
We've
see
done it in the
fit.
past.
The question I have is, what happens if continual money coming in? Do we have to, I mean, is there a way of just saying anything that comes in from this donation, from this family, just keep coming?
I can only say that we don't receive that many gifts, so it's always nice to acknowledge them before the board when they do come in.
I'm just saying they may come in, the next 3 or 4 weeks. That doesn't.
No, but it's just like another $80 here that's unaccounted for. Does that mean that they can't spend it? And I think the answer is no, they can spend
They
it.
could, yeah.
They can spend it. So I mean, it's nice for informational purposes that Helena provided us with the information, but to me, I have the utmost confidence in the library trustees and the librarian that they're going to spend it in what they deem to be the most respectful way of Mrs. Neff, who, by the way, was a terrific lady, a wonderful woman, I knew for years and lived in town for years, raised her family here, and she did a terrific job as a child librarian.
I don't know how she did it for 32 years.
Yeah, well, and she did it at a couple of different venues, let me tell you, too.
Pretty amazing.
Yeah, but she did it at a couple of different venues, too, the old library and the new one, so, no, she's a wonderful lady, nice family, and this is a wonderful gift that they're giving to the library, and we should accept it, as far as I'm concerned, no strings attached, but if there's no objection, just strike the...
Do you want to withdraw your second, or we can?
Yeah, well, I don't know what the rest of the members of the board...
that's fine.
I think we can amend it, right? Can
I'm
we
not
amend
looking
it?
to
Well, we can just
put a limitation on it.
Just read, I can withdraw the second and just state it without the caveat
Okay.
attached to it. So I'll withdraw my second.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I move to accept a gift from the estate of Dorothy E. Neff for the library gift fund in the amount of $1,220.
Very, second.
I have a new motion with a second by Mr. O'Leary. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
I just want to take the opportunity to thank the Neff family for considering the town of North Reading and the library in this way to remember their mother, and the 18 donors that have contributed $1,220. It's greatly appreciated. Moving on, I think we can get number 9 done. Vote to accept land donation, map 52, parcel 30, 0, rear Lindor Road. Wasn't there a second?
There was, the board
We already approved.
previously
Oh, we did.
accepted the other parcel.
Okay.
However, the question that came up was the location of this particular parcel in question. And you recall we weren't clear the last time the board did look at this. We've identified the location of this parcel, and you can see it's bounded by Strawberry Lane and Lindor Road. You'll note that it's a landlocked parcel. It's not constructed on. You can see the houses all around it in all directions.
So what, do we have that?
Yes, the map,
It's,
the map is there.
Yeah, it's on page 102.
So basically, there's no access from Lindor Road?
Not at this
No,
time.
it's landlocked.
In that other parcel is again, privately owned and still doesn't have it. Now, this is a clearer picture than what we had
This is
previously.
much better.
Looks great.
Much better. But this from Nate seems to make more sense since
Sure does.
you drive through the neighborhood, you say, where does it come out?
Does it?
Yeah, it doesn't.
That's right.
And again, but the
Ms. Robert?
revenue to the town?
Size of the parcel, please.
This size of
7
this
acres.
lot is 7 acres.
7 acres.
Because that does rule with tax dollars
All taxes are presently paid on the property.
in the future.
Yes, it would. It would become municipal property, and it would be not taxed at that point.
What is the,
However, if the board does not take it, it's likely the property taxes will no longer be paid, and the town will require it at some point due to tax foreclosure.
I may have missed it, but do we have an annual real estate tax on that particular parcel? I don't see it.
The valuation on it is
26.6.
26.6.
It was short money. Forget what.
I'm really not in favor at this point of taking it. It just doesn't seem to make a lot of sense to me. Why we're gonna take on more land? I'm not in favor of taking it.
Mr. Lucia?
If the current owner decides just to let it go, we're gonna go spend some money with the attorneys in the process. So to me, we're gonna end up with the land anyway, and it's gonna cost us some money to acquire it, where right now, we don't have to spend a dime.
So, Mr. Chair, again, it's landlocked. This is just a wooded area
Yes,
that's behind
Is it,
homes?
is it actually wooded, or is it?
Is it wetlands, or?
Not to our knowledge, the map does depict the location of various streams in the area, and you'll note that there are none shown on this parcel in question.
So would this be a situation in the future where, I mean, we're looking at getting rid of some parcels now.
Yes.
Would this be something in the future we would look at even dividing and, or maybe, you know, the abutters might be interested in
You could accept,
splitting it up or something?
you could accept it as municipal property, and at some future date, the board could decide to dispose of it as sees fit.
Because based on the way it's landlocked, it's more advantageous for the people who live there, the abutters,
Sure.
to own it than us.
Most of the abutters are not, first of all, they're enjoying the benefit of it not being built upon
Good point.
anyway, and not paying the taxes
Good
on it.
point.
So unless somebody were looking to expand their lot and put a house way out back and, you know, tear down what they have, maybe. But generally, through that, I don't see any streams on the map here, but I know that behind Lindor Road, there are some wetlands. This used to be farm area, but there were some streams that run through.
There's a culvert back there.
So,
And you walk down Strawberry, you can see it.
It's wet back there.
And it is wet back there.
I suppose.
Great, just a quick question. If one of the abutters approached the current owner about buying it, could they come, you know, could they try to,
Of course, of course.
you know, make a develop, I mean, could they try and, you know, they could tear their house down, make it as an entrance to the,
Certainly.
If that land were buildable, I know it's not access, first of all, it would be assessed at a higher value. If it were to be combined with one of these lots with frontage, the value of that property would go through the roof. I mean, you've got 7 acres, even with wetlands, if you can get 1 or 2 houses out of it, the valuation of it would be substantially more. I think it's probably wet. You know, but I tend to agree with Mr. Messeri at some point in time, and again, I appreciate the fact that the current owners have been paying their taxes religiously over the years, but it's gotten to the point, and I assume that they're not going to be able to do anything with it. It's of no use to them. So they're either looking to donate it to the town, or at some point, the town will end up acquiring it.
Yeah, and as you saw from the letter that came in from the trustee lives in Michigan. I think the mother lived locally. The mother has since, I believe, passed away. So they have no interest in this parcel at this time. But if they ever came out to investigate and they could build something back there, we would, I think
My
we
guess
gotta
is it was
protect our
probably
interests.
looked at.
You never know if sewers are expanded in the community, you never know what could become buildable at some point.
Again, my guess is that if it were worth someone's while, I mean, the homes in the neighborhood are, capes, modestly priced capes, that if you're gonna open up 7 acres of land, you could approach current owner of those homes and
Mhm.
access the property and do something with it. I think if that's the case, it would have been done about 10 years ago. You know. Or even today, the way home prices are depressed.
It's a nice neighborhood.
Mr. Valiakonis, I presume that the owner would pay the cost of transferring the property to the town. The town doesn't incur any cost.
That's right.
Okay. Any further discussion? We have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move to accept a gift of land designated as map 52, parcel 30, rear Lindor Road for municipal purposes.
So long as the cost associated with the gift is borne by the donor.
Second.
I have a completed motion by Mr. O'Leary and a second by Mr. Messeri. Any further comments, questions, discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
4-1, motion carries. 8:50, 7:46, we can go to our 7:45 public hearing. Massachusetts Pub Group, LLC, DBA Piccadilly Pub, 60 Main Street, revocation of alcohol license. I think as everyone is aware, Piccadilly Pub ceased operation in North Reading in February. We received notification from council that the best way to proceed, as there's an interested restaurant operator in that, who's interested in that location, best way to proceed at this time, as the current holder of the license has essentially disappeared. The best way to proceed is to revoke this particular license so that site becomes available for a new liquor license. Mr. Valiakonis.
Mr. Chairman, I would ask that when you open the hearing, you ask if there's anyone here representing the Massachusetts Pub Group, North Reading LLC, and then once you've ascertained whether that person is here or not, I'd like to give a very short summary of the actions that the board should be taking this evening.
Mr. Fode, can I ask you to read the notice?
It's 80, all right, 80, I'm sorry, Joe.
81.
81.
Notice of public hearing in accordance with Chapter 138, Section 23 and 77 of the Massachusetts General Laws. A hearing will be held by the Board of Selectmen in Room 14, Town Hall, 235 North Street, on Monday, September 17th, 2012, at 7:45 p.m. to discuss the failure to conduct the licensed business of Massachusetts Pub Group, North Reading, LLC, DBA Piccadilly Pub Restaurant. The common victual all alcohol license is exercised at 6064 Main Street, North Reading, Massachusetts. Business is one-story building, approximately 5,000 square feet. Thank you.
Thank you.
We open the public hearing. Is there anyone present on behalf of the Massachusetts Pub Group LLC? Seeing no one. Mr. Valiakonis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Board members, as you know, this action comes about as a result of a letter that you received back on August 29th from Attorney Mark Donahue, who's representing the current ground tenant of the property, WCM Enterprises. This group has requested that the board proceed with a revocation on the basis of default, and they included various documents of legal actions and evidence of possession of the premises that's been approved by the court. We were required under the law to provide notice of this hearing to the Massachusetts Pub Group at the addresses that they listed on their application, which was in Marlborough, Massachusetts. There was a second address that was listed in Boston. Additionally, we provided a copy of the notice to the premises at 60 to 64 Main Street. Each of those documents was returned to us indicating that they were unable to forward and no address was available. So we've met the legal requirement under the law for providing notice, giving an opportunity for the licensee to be present, and they've elected not to be here this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Bellicox. I think we're ready for a motion, Mr. Fode?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we find that the Piccadilly Pub has been closed since February 2012 with no evidence that it will be reopening, and that this is a violation of General Laws, Chapter 138, Sections 12 and 23, for failure to exercise this license to sell alcoholic beverages.
Second.
I have a motion, I have a second by Mr. O'Leary. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. It's unanimous. Motion carries.
There's a second motion, Mr. Chair, too.
Correct.
Mr. Chair, I move that the license of the Piccadilly Pub to sell alcoholic beverages be canceled for failure to exercise the license pursuant to General Laws, Chapter 138, Section 77.
Second.
The motion, second by Mr. O'Leary. Any further discussion?
Just the only discussion, Mr. Chairman, is that if this assists the current owner of the property to facilitate a new tenant out there on Route 28, let's do it.
Absolutely. I think that's what we've been informed of, so that's why we're doing this.
It's a good thing.
Exactly. I have a motion, I have a second. Anything further? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion's unanimous. Very good. We'll move on to our informational hearing for October town meeting articles. We're actually ahead of schedule, believe it or not. I know. Mr. Bellicox?
Who would you like to proceed?
Article 1 is hearing and act on reports of town offices and committees. I presume that we've received or are receiving notification for various committees that wish to give presentations at town meeting.
They typically will contact the moderator and will receive a notice in advance of the fact that the request has been made, but at this time, it's likely that there'll be the usual reports of town boards and committees. There's no action that's required of the board at this point.
I think as we address them, if we can identify which board member is going to read the warrant.
That'd be great.
Just a question. Article 1.
Sure.
So do we not want to take an opportunity to present anything on, that was presented tonight from wastewater and water?
Certainly.
I'm not sure
Well,
if that's the
that would
board.
be our decision. I thought we were going to do that.
Just thought the board would want to know.
Oh,
I don't think we have to know, but if the wastewater committee wishes to give a presentation, they can do so.
It's a good idea.
Who wishes to read the motion relative to Article 1? Do we have any volunteers?
I'll do it.
Mr. Prisco. Article 2, prior year bills. Do we have?
We do. We have received prior year bills, which are medical bills for disabled public safety personnel. They total $242.41, and the recommendation of administration is that we fund that through free cash.
Mr. Museri.
no, what was the amount again?
$242.41.
I would like to get a copy of the warrant. I don't have one.
So the one,
I
so
didn't-
in the warrant, it says 142, but it's, the actual number is 240.
242.
You get a couple?
I absolutely will.
Thanks, sir.
I'll take that one while I'm up there if you want.
I'm sorry?
I'll take that one while I'm up there if you want. For you.
I knew any tricks or any magic I'd entertain you, but I don't, so, sorry.
You can sing.
No, I was told to lip sync by my 6th grade music teacher, who was a nun. Oh, she had it. It was the original one half of Milli Vanilli. That's my only joke of the evening.
Oh, yeah. I came prepared.
That's not called for. It's unnecessary. So we have Article 2, prior year bills, the amount $242.41 to come from free cash as a recommendation.
That's right.
Mr. Prisco is going to present the motion relative to that article. Finance Committee? Any Any input on that?
Mr. Chairman, I move to recommend.
Good catch.
Thanks.
Do I have a second?
Second?
Motion, do I have a second? Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Board votes unanimously to recommend Article 2. Article 3, entitled Amend FY 2013 Operating Budget. Mr. Valiakonis?
Board members, thank you, Mr. Chairman. There are several items here that are holdovers, as you know, from the Springtown meeting where we had a special that was canceled due to a lack of a quorum. But I'd like to go through the items. The total items total $435,530. Just in terms of point of reference, the town's total approved budget for this year is $55.8 million. So it's a fraction under, needless to say, under 1% of the, less than 1% of the total operating budget. I'd like to go through the amounts because there are a couple of here that are noteworthy, and I'd like to engage you in what they're necessary for. The highest amount would be for debt service, $158,677. The recommendation would be that we would fund that through raise and appropriate. The reason for this is, as you recall, we went out to bid on our high school project back in June. I believe the date was June 19th. Also included within that was converting some of our temporary debt into permanent debt, and some of that temporary debt was non-exempt debt. So this represents the non-exempt portion of that debt. We did not budget for it at town meeting because town meeting took place before the date that we actually accepted bids. So the recommendation is that we would true up the debt budget, and we'd do so at the fall town meeting. So again, $158,677 for debt. The next highest amount is for 2 police cruisers. The requested amount is $82,230. Would also recommend that it would come from raise and appropriate revenues. The chief has made a presentation to the board in terms of the necessity for those items. And so those are the largest items. What I'd like to do is go through some of the additional items that comprise it. And then, again, if the board has various questions, we can address those as part of the discussion. The additional amounts that are included are Recreation Department Enterprise Fund, transfer of $27,148. That's the amount that when the Recreation Commission met with the board 2 weeks ago, they indicated they needed to provide benefits and increases to their employees who are covered under the non-enterprise portion of their budget. $9,048, which represents Mr. Weiss's proposal when he came before you 2 weeks ago, requesting additional time for the conservation agent. Police armored vests, $3,337, and it represents the non-grant eligible portion of replacing our police armored ballistic vests on a regular basis. There is a portion that we do expect to receive through in terms of a grant, but this would be the additional amount. $52,000, which is transferring money back into the fire department budget. This is as a result of action at town meeting where we wanted to take the unused portion of the fire budget from last year and turn it back into the ambulance fund, and that was not done, so this accomplishes that. $40,000 for vacation buybacks. That would be the amount for the non-union and clerical employees, which was not funded at the Springtown meeting. Fire stipends in the amount of $32,000. The $32,000 is necessary to provide for our firefighters who will be attending paramedic school. And then we have additional amounts attributable to small capital in the fire department, and you'll note that that is software, iPads, and remaining items that were in the fire department budget. Again, the total requested under Article number 3 would be $435,530, the majority of which is being funded via a raise and appropriate or transfer from cell tower revenues.
Could you repeat that total delivery, please?
$435,530.
Spelling, would you happen to have the sheet that was
Yes.
handed out at financial planning team meeting? I think it may be helpful to
It's-
not only board members, but also to
I
finance committee.
you hope that it had been in the packet, and if it's not, I apologize, because I asked that it be.
The little spreadsheet, Mr. Chairman?
It's
No, it's
titled-
actually, this was pretty helpful in the way we went through it on Friday. It's a little spreadsheet identifying the article and the item, what the recommendation is, it free cash, or is it raise and
Yeah,
appropriate?
that'd be helpful.
I agree.
I didn't see it.
Should be there, but let's see.
Yeah, it's in here, if that's,
I don't think so.
it's number
Not this.
94, page 94, John, in the back? That's what you're talking
This
about.
one here.
Yeah,
That's in it?
that's it.
I didn't actually see it, but.
I had,
Yeah, that's in here. I thought you were talking about something else.
at,
No, thank you.
Thanks. Thank you.
Mr. Misery?
at the financial planning team meeting, Mr. Beliconis, I had suggested that we take, for the purpose of town meeting, to put a slide together, a table basically, that listed the items, and then had columns for each of the sources, and plug the numbers in. It's even easier to understand than what we have here.
We think it's a great
Can we
idea.
do that?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a great idea.
Mr. Prisco?
So in the warrant article, you mentioned Veterans Department, but it's here written, but it's not on this list.
It won't be read in the motion.
It won't
No, because the warrant had to be put, we had to complete the warrant 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
We since have identified another source of funding for
Is there
that.
anything else in that written paragraph that we should strike, so we just know it?
I see. The $5,000 for information technology expenses. We have savings from,
Okay, 5,834?
No,
No. Just prior to that,
Oh, just prior to that.
$5,000
Thank
information
you.
Number
tech.
of the dollars
See it.
first.
Yep.
Mr. Beliconis, anything else regarding Article 3?
No?
Anyone interested in taking Article 3?
Well,
Any questions?
Hold on, we never really had a decision on, like, we'll take example, the police cruises. I don't think we've ever had an opportunity to actually have a discussion about it, right? I mean, decide whether do we really want to get 2 cruises? I mean, I know we had it presented to us initially, but I mean, I don't see a need why we have to do 2 police cruises every year.
I was on a different understanding. I think the night that the chief and Lieutenant Romeo were in, we discussed the need to keep
Yeah.
the stock rotated. And also, we discussed whether or not we were going to go SUV or
Right.
a sedan route. And I
That's
thought
my
we
next
came to a
question.
conclusion that we were in support. And then, as far as the SUVs, you know, cost-effective wise, and operating it was pretty much the same as the other from a utilitarian standpoint, more useful because they have the defibrillators in there and all the rest, instead of throwing them in the trunk.
Nope.
I
I remember the
yeah,
discussion.
I thought we were in, maybe I was in the misimpression that we endorsed the proposal as made. And
One, I didn't know we made a decision on the type. I mean, I was in favor of the SUV, I am in favor. But I'm not in favor of 2 of them. I just don't, I guess I didn't really buy into the rationale why we have to do 2 every year.
The motion calls for one single recommendation, so.
I guess maybe a way to get to why we need 2 is to ask the chief how many marked cruises we have, basically, that we're using on a daily basis.
I'm actually not here to present on the cruises tonight. I do have all the information, but I don't have it with me right now. Basically, we do have 15 vehicles that are in service. I believe it's 9 that are marked units. And on a typical shift, there's 4 cruises that are available. And the other cruises are, we do have a night shift that overlaps, so we need 4 more cruises for that as well, which brings the total to about 8. And we have 1 in reserve for core purposes. And other issues that we have.
And we're replacing them every 4 years, basically.
We have, our last, our oldest car in the fleet is 2007, the marked unit was. We have 2004 unmarked.
Mr. Fode and Mr. Olin.
Mr. Chair, my understanding is we're only approving 2 tonight, but then the police department would come before us, putting their operating budget in the future.
Correct.
And so if next year we decided that we didn't want to give them anything, or we didn't think there was a need for them, we wouldn't approve the budget item for that next year.
That's correct, that's why this, you're exactly correct. Mr. O'Leary?
Yeah, it just, in the past, we've, constantly wrestling with, how many vehicles the police department, whether we need to rotate them or not. And in years past, we have, on a couple of occasions, decided not to replace them, and the cost of repairs just skyrocketed through the roof. As these vehicles continue to run and operate, the cost of repairs went up, and it became, the analysis that was done back then, and I believe it still holds true today, because the cost of the vehicles really haven't escalated
No, they haven't.
exponentially that much. It's in our best interest to just keep the fleet rotating and keep them operating so that they're not down. And so, I mean, in years past, I questioned it just like you have, the need to buy 1 or 2 or none. Can we put it off a year? Years past, we actually even leased a couple of vehicles, which didn't pan out too well either. So it's,
The request was based on a proven strategy that we've implemented
Right, so-
for the past 15 years.
so I'm in favor of keeping true to our plan, which appears to be working from a cost standpoint and operational standpoint, to replace 2 every couple of years here. As far as town meeting goes, the moderator may decide to go with a menu approach on this anyway, as far as,
But our recommendation is recommending the article in its entirety. We're not
Right.
going item by item.
unless there's a majority on one of the payouts.
Finance Committee? Any input regarding Article 3? Mr. Kelleher?
I had a question on the need for, I think there were 8 cruisers, marked cruisers. And I thought the information I had, there was a maximum of 6 of them on the road at any one time. And the other 2 were because there's frequently are cruisers in for repair and you need to.
That is accurate. We do have a supervisor vehicle. Typically, when there's 6 officers, we have a supervisor on the vehicle. So that would make 7, and we do have a vehicle in case that one goes down for brake purposes.
I'm okay with it. I think that the issue is going to be next year when this goes into the operating budget. I would ask the chief to reevaluate the number of vehicles you need because you've got the cost of the vehicle and the maintenance of those vehicles in the operating budget. So I think that a good hard look at whether you need a spare, if the vehicles are new enough that you're not running into downtime on them. You may want to think about cutting back on one of the marked cruisers in service as a way of providing more money in your operating budget for the rest of the work you're doing.
Mr. Messere?
I just remind Dawn that Article 3 is actually putting those cruises in this year's operating budget.
Well, it's not doing it at the June town meeting, it is doing it now, so technically you're right, but it's not the same as looking at an operating budget in its totality at one point in time and deciding how much you want to spend in that operating budget.
Yeah, it's kind of a good example of where I was going with this, because the current operating budget probably has maintenance charges in there, maintenance estimates in there based on the current vehicles, not on new vehicles. Now, I'm not sure, I would assume, how long does it even take to get these vehicles? Probably won't happen until next year's budget, right?
We just bought the new ones in July, so that was from last year.
So, I think that's the point, is when you do your maintenance budget next year, can you look at the big picture of it and say, do we have a reduction that we can maybe reallocate that financial resources towards something else, or maybe we just don't need it at all?
FinCom have any other input regarding any of the other items in this article?
We haven't really discussed it in detail. I think that we were going to take it up Wednesday night.
Okay.
I just want to remind everyone that unmarked cruisers are considered a capital expense. Marked.
Just their life expectancy.
Right, and also, yeah, I just wanted to bring it up.
No, I have no
Okay, so, Mr. Chairman, then sources raise and appropriate for all those in Article, on the first section of Article 3. Sources of salt towers, next section. Okay.
And if you flip to the other side of that page, that's the source of that one item is free cash, which is
Yeah.
remaining fire, small capital, which total $21,677.
Okay, thank you.
Board members, do we care to make a recommendation this evening? Or still intending to hold off until town meeting? Mr. Messere?
I move to recommend Article 3 is proposed by the town administrator. Excuse me.
I'll second.
We have a motion, a second by Mr. Prisco. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Mr. Delaney.
Yes.
Volunteer to take Article 3.
Thank you. Article 4, the FY 2013 Capital Improvement Plan.
The total capital improvement plan is $1,737,644. And of that total, you can see that $485,354 will be funded from available funds. That means that we will be borrowing $1,152,290. The major cost items are as follows for borrowing. It would be $257,290 for Munis software and upgrading our information technology. $485,000 for a Class A pumper for the fire department. $110,000 for a replacement backhoe in the water department. And then finally, the sum of $300,000 for the purposes of improvements to the Hillview facility.
That's, did you say 300?
300. 100 will be funded from cash, and the remaining portion will be funded through borrowing. And again, that's under the Hillview Enterprise Fund.
So the numbers that have changed of the town road program is 150 now, based on what you proposed the other day?
No, we're still going forward with the town road program as proposed here at $200,000.
That's a change from our meeting on Friday?
No, we're still
No?
proposing $200,000 for the
Okay,
town
I'm
road
sorry.
program, which we can afford. And what we are doing is we are funding that from cash because we don't wish to borrow for our road program. We can only borrow, I think, is it 2 years or 5 years? We can only borrow for a very short period of time. I think it's 5 years. It doesn't make sense to borrow for the road program.
With respect to the road program, I spoke to Representative Jones on Saturday, and he said that the money that was put in a bond for this, what was it, Tower Hill?
Tower Hill.
Right. It's not a slam dunk, just so you know. And I guess...
I know it very well.
Okay. Based on that, you had a plan using the Chapter 90 money and this money to do a number of roads. Does that force you to take another look at it? If you don't get that bond money?
What
Are
we
you
have
forced
done
to take
since-
another look at the program as you laid out for us?
What I've done since we last talked, I got quotations from consultants for the pavement management system. We got one from a Beta Engineering for $24,000. Thank you. And one from VHB for $44,000. So we have 2 competitive quotes. They're both very good vendors. And that's going to give us a plan of what roads are worst first and what should be maintained, as I mentioned earlier. So as for the bigger jobs, I mean, this is going to come out with a town-wide evaluation of all the roads in a recommended order. And the board can pick and choose or go with a recommendation of the program. Relative to those jobs, just because it's put in as an earmark, generally the money isn't there. If I go to District 4, they're just going to give me the, I've had this happen in other communities, and typically it's hard to find that money. So if that money is not available, it's going to take a while to try to flesh that out. So it could be that money will never arrive. But I probably give it 6 months. We're not doing anything this construction season anyway.
Do we actually need the services of a consultant to identify those roads? We don't have any expertise in-house without spending?
No, this is something beyond our capability in-house. A lot of communities have done this to systematically evaluate all the roads, come up with a numerical rating, and then a rank ordering and a recommendation for the pavement management.
Yeah, it's not uncommon. What happens is, first of all, if you do it in-house, sometimes it's subjective, and it depends on who you set out and do it, but it's probably not a bad idea to do it every so many years anyway, just to do it.
Right.
Actually, just to go back, Greg, can you give me how the funds, the 1.7 is broken down again? Available funds and borrow? I'm off some of those.
Borrowing is $1,152,290.
Yeah. Mhm.
Funded from cash and available funds, $485,354, and funded through the Hillview Enterprise Fund, the sum of $100,000.
Okay, I was off the 100. Thank you.
Good catch.
Mr. Sherry? I was off the 100.
Good catch.
With respect to the proposed borrow, and looking at our current debt payment for non-exempt debt, and the fact that it does fall off as we go out, what would be the impact of this borrowing on our debt payment?
We would only do a temporary borrowing for 1 year, possibly 2 years. Keep in mind that the impact would be very small, Bob. We would anticipate that it would be interest only. The reason being is the fire pumper truck, as you recall from Chief Warnock's presentation, has roughly a 1-year construction schedule, and the committee needs to get together and actually put together a design specification. So I'm anticipating that we would not have a payment due on that probably for a period of about 18 months. And I think in terms of how it fits into our debt schedule, that actually fits very well into our debt schedule. I would not recommend that particular item if we had to go ahead and do an immediate borrowing and be paying principal and interest. It works well. So our intent, and I'm sure Liz will back it up, is to issue bans. Those bans will be issued so that they expire as we drop off existing long-term debt. Then what we'd be looking to do is permanent borrowings. So we can estimate for town meeting what the impact is of these bans would be if it's approved by the board.
I'm interested in trying to hold that debt payment flat or even bring it down as we go forward.
The strategy then is to issue bans. That's our strategy.
Yeah, but at some point you have to go to permanent bonding, so what happens?
Well, the question is, when do the older payments fall off?
Right.
2000.
We do drop significantly for FY14.
That's what I thought.
We do.
Okay.
Thank you.
2 years.
Board members, any comments, questions regarding Article 4? Mr. Jones.
Probably a semantic question, but there's 2 with asterisks. And the asterisk is explained as "and related equipment or accessories." If I were to change that to say "including related equipment or accessories," would that still be correct? In other
No,
words,
I think
if we
that's-
have an
I think that's-
appropriation, does that include them, or is it going to be above that?
This is how I would answer that. I don't think they're synonymous, what you're proposing and what is written here. We had this discussion at our meeting.
So there could be additional monies over and above what?
Not over and above,
gosh,
up
no.
to. But the caveat we put in, because this was a discussion, it was actually
I understand.
approved as written 3-2, but the caveat is the department heads would come back. If the bids come in under the appropriated amount, the department heads feel the need to have accessories or additional equipment, they first need to come to the town.
You're wording it in a way to require a second internal approval.
Correct.
Thank you.
Does the Finance Committee have any questions, comments, or concerns with Article 4?
You know, the finance committee talked about the capital improvement plan, and I think that we were all basically approved of it. We could not vote it because we didn't have special funds, so we plan on doing that in our meeting this month.
Okay. But other than that, you didn't see any, the Finance Committee didn't have any issues with it. Thank you. Board members, do we care to make a recommendation this evening?
Recommend.
Second.
Motion, second by Mr. Misery. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
It's unanimous?
You taking that one too, Bob?
No, we're gonna split that up. I mean, these are both gonna take some. Mr. Fode volunteered for that. I should have just given it to you based upon it. But.
No problem.
Article 5, Fund FY 2014 Property Reevaluation. Mr. Baghouse?
Every 3 years, the town is required to do a reval and have our values certified. This amount is necessary to accomplish that under the law. As you know, the assessors undertake this with the assistance of a consultant or a contractor. This is intended to pay for the cost of that consultant contractor to assist us in the process. I will turn it over to Liz and her department to provide further information.
We have an update on the amount that is listed in the warrant. It is reduced to $95,000. And the assessing department has been reassured that that is sufficient.
I see the assessor sitting here nodding her head in agreement.
That's one
good.
news.
Thank you very much.
How could we not recommend that?
Any questions, comments, board members?
A little discussion about the funding source.
Free cash, sir.
Right.
Right.
And normally we pay for that out of
Overlay.
overlay.
We do.
And you had a reason not to.
We've been
Then
advised.
you reported to the financial planning team meeting. I think the board needs to hear.
We've been advised that there's a case that's been working its way through the courts involving a challenge by Verizon on the cost of telecommunications equipment and property, not only in North Reading, but throughout the whole state. And we're anticipating that for fiscal year 2009, there could be an adverse decision which would tap the overlay in its entirety. So it doesn't make sense for us to expend the overlay and release it and then be faced with a liability. The goal was to retain that overlay amount to cover any amounts that may be due back to Verizon statewide. Needless to say, something like this would have widespread implications throughout the Commonwealth because most communities have already released their overlay in this type of economy. So I know that Mrs. Carboni, who is here this evening, can speak in terms of the status of that. In terms of, I believe there's a hearing coming up?
There's a hearing October 9th. From what my sources are telling me, it's not really going to become lucrative as far as reducing the amount that we're going to end up paying. The whole case ended up, it was a twofold situation where first it was the
Deb, why
first part
don't
of...
you come up here so the people at home can hear you?
I couldn't yell loud enough.
Well, maybe.
The first part of the case was based on valuation. They lost 3 of those cases based on the valuation for the poles and the wires crossing over public ways. And that's what the whole thing was about. They've lost value, the value portion of the case. But they did win the taxation part. Going forward, I did find out also, they're filed for 2010, 11, and 12. But on those 3 years, they're going to file on valuation again, which if we take their history in losing the other 3 years, we should be okay for 10, 11, and 12. But I can't guarantee anything. What's really happened is these cases have been pending since 2008. And so many communities have taken the overlay money that were put aside for all of these telecommunications and use them to save jobs, to save positions, to save, the town's finances. So we're not in any different shape than we were. I do agree with maintaining what we have in there. We're not as bad off as some towns. Going forward, the next 3
What's our
years.
exposure for 2009?
2009, as far as the liability?
Right, that's the one that you said that they won.
Correct.
So what's our exposure?
In total, it's a twofold thing. There's also part of construction work in progress. That's 1,000 to, I don't have the numbers right in front of me, 1,215, I believe, and the other is 116,000, 115,000. 115.
What do they pay us?
They paid, the value was 292, so whatever the tax rate was for 2009, which was 1207, I believe. So we have received that money, and we did receive the growth on that money. We did, benefit from it.
So they paid us 300,000, we're gonna owe them 120,000 back.
The total is 117 and change.
Okay, 117 and some change. So that's our exposure. And then as far as the subsequent 3 years, you're saying you don't see any exposure there based upon the prior cases?
After speaking with the attorney that's been heading the case, I asked him straight out, and he said, well, if they've lost 3 prior events at court based on value, and the 2010, 11, and 12, their filing is based on value. He goes, I can't promise you. He goes, but the history is the history. So, of course, no one's going to commit, and you can't, until it goes through the court. So, we've had many of the other telecommunications that have either withdrawn or they've lost their cases. Sprint, for T-Mobile, Comcast withdrew. Yeah, we've had quite a few of them that have gone through the courts already and settled, so this is the first one that actually won.
And what's the current balance in the overlay?
In 2009, 83.
Well, what do we have? What do we have on overlay reserve now?
For 2009, is it 57 or 83? I didn't bring my overlay. 2009, 83.
83. And then in these other years that we would be pulling from, what do we have in overlay?
From 2009 to 2012, we have, I believe it's 362?
Yeah, something like that.
362.
And how many pending appeals do we have? And what's the exposure?
In 2010, we have 2, which are, one of them is Verizon, and I have Stop and Shop. Which Stop and Shop, they're just waiting to withdraw as soon as they have a tenant. That's what the attorney keeps telling me. 2011, I think I have 4 or 5 cases. Let's see. I have 4 cases in 2011, and in 12, we've just gotten those filings. 8.
But what's the exposure on them? I mean, if they're households, is it $1,000
No,
each?
no, we didn't, we have Teradyne, we have all of Teradyne filed, but he files every year. We have Stop and Shop. We have Sun Healthcare, and we have, they're all big ones, Steve.
I'm just trying to quantify.
Yeah, that's-
What is our exposure?
Right.
As to
Oh,
what we have.
they're not residential. I have 2 small residential. The rest are all big.
Because, Mr. Larry,
Double side.
Still Larry asked all the questions, so I'm all good.
Mr. Kelleher?
On the Verizon, you said that in the 10, 11, and 12, their case on the value, we may get a favorable
We may.
outcome because of history. Are they also challenging the tax in those years?
No,
No.
no, strictly value on poles and wires crossing public ways. That's what this is all about. Are they taxable or are they not? Back in 2008, when this whole filing began, it was, are we a telecommunications or are we not? I mean, they were really reaching for straws there. They are a telecommunications, so the courts already decided that. So now the courts have narrowed it down for 2010, 11, and 12, that it's based on just valuation for their poles and wires.
So if their valuation got lower, we would have an exposure?
Correct.
If they win okay.
Correct.
But in 9, they were challenging whether or not we could tax them, is that?
That's correct. And the court has now spoken and made a decision that we shouldn't have taxed them.
I'm confused then, but 10, 11, 12, we've also taxed them,
Correct.
and they're not challenging that?
See, it's a twofold situation where you have a valuation question, and in 2009, it was a double. We had a valuation question, and if their poles and wires were taxable, that crossed over public way. You see what I'm saying?
and they-
10,
they
11,
want-
and 12, it's not a question as to whether their poles and wires are taxable.
They are not taxable.
Correct.
And we have collected tax from them?
On value, not on their poles and wires that are not taxable. It's very confusing, and
I know
I'm
we
sorry
do
if
it.
I didn't
just wanna mention,
explain.
I'm just, why would we have changed our way of evaluating the property and whether they crossed or not? Why did we change it from 2009 to 2010, how we were assessing them?
Didn't the
We,
Wasn't it the legislature?
I
think the law was corrected.
The law was corrected?
Yeah.
Then, okay. I mean,
The Department of Revenue actually issues the values on those. We
So
don't
they made an
physically go
adjustment.
out and measure a
there had to have been an
light
adjustment
bulb.
made between 2009 and
That's
2010
The
to
legislation.
adversely impact the community before the case was settled.
Legislation methodology did change, yes.
I believe it.
Thank God for the legislature.
Saved us again.
So, Mr. Chairman, just one final question. So $95,000 from free cash, and the reason why we're not taking it from the overlay is because you think that we have some exposure in 2011, potentially. Well, then-
2009.
2009.
We
that-
were going to release 2009 overlay.
Okay.
You release usually the
Oldest.
oldest year
Oldest year.
first.
Okay.
And now with this, if we release it, we won't have money to pay the settlement.
Okay. Based on 2009.
Is that a hand, Mr. Jones?
Yes. Institutional knowledge. Present commentary aside from the current situation. In April of 2006, we created an overlay property valuation stabilization fund. As far as I'm concerned, that approval, sponsored by the Board of Assessors, Selectmen with assessors, has been ignored. And the idea is this: first, in a 10-year cycle, you have 3 valuations mandated by the state and a 4th measuring list. Combined, that's give or take $450,000 every 10 years. And there were times when the overlay surplus was held as a little source of funds to do other things. And then when the mandated things came along, we're scratching our heads where we're gonna get the money. And that was the purpose behind this, to transfer overlay surplus into this fund up to the point where revaluations, et cetera, were met. And anything beyond that, fine, you could release that, put it in general fund or whatever you wish to do. And in my opinion, this is business McMillan. Because this situation you're talking about wasn't known in 2006 or 2008 or 2008 or 2009. And I wish it would be paid more attention when we would be in some of these laws. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further?
Other than he's right.
I know he's right. He's always right when he speaks. Right? That's a good
Mr.
one.
Chairman.
We have a recommendation.
We already have a recommendation, yeah.
Oh, that's right. we did.
Spokesperson?
But the number changed.
Oh, Mr. Fodies. No,
Number changed, right.
But it went down, so I guess
We're okay with our recommendation? We want to revisit that?
who's doing it?
Mr. Fode, why don't you take that one too? That's an easy one.
All right, if I can explain all that.
Oh, yes, you can.
Article 6, appropriate money to stabilization fund. Mr. Bellicon.
Mr. Chairman and board members, the recommendation is that we raise and appropriate the sum of $150,000 to be applied toward the stabilization fund.
And can I ask the 150 number? What is the
It's
thought
money that
process behind
typically we set aside to cover the snow deficit. And since we did not have a significant snow deficit in the last fiscal year, we wish to dedicate these monies to supplement the stabilization fund. It's a non-reoccurring revenue. What we don't wish to do is build those monies back into the budget.
Board members?
How much is it again?
$150,000 is the recommendation.
Finance Committee? Do you have any input? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that.
She's thrilled. Well, they're thrilled.
No, they wanted 200.
We wanted 200.
Yeah.
150
You'll
was nice.
you'll settle for the 150?
Yeah, by the way, going forward, I think that finance committee needs to look at the percentage that was used to establish the optimal fund level for this. Because I've noticed that with, as time marches on and cost increase, that there are a number of other towns that rather than 5% are using a number of 8 or 10%. So, you know, as with everything else, I mean, I think we need to sort of keep an eye on that notion.
We await your analysis.
Make a
We await your analysis.
Recommend. Make a
Second.
motion to recommend.
The motion to recommend and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
It's unanimous. I will take that. Article 7, transfer funds to debt capital stabilization fund.
Mr. Chairman, board members, the recommendation is that we transfer from free cash the sum of $600,000 to supplement the debt capital stabilization fund.
How much was it, I'm sorry?
$600,000.
Well, 600,000 for free cash and a small amount, 11,190 from sale of town-owned land.
Correct,
11,690 from town on land.
11,690.
Yep, so it's 611,690.
Thank you, Liz.
Any questions, comments? Board members? Finance Committee?
I think that the finance committee's concern, this debt stabilization fund was initially put together by the Board of Selectmen to offset the cost of borrowing so that our interest rate, will be fairly flat. Since that time, the fund has been used for various other purposes. If we're going to put this $600,000 back into debt capital stabilization, I would really hope that it would be used for that, and not for other items.
Mr. Messeri?
The premise of the debt stabilization fund back when, and I know we've stretched it, was to keep the debt payment at that level. And the concept was, if it went above the level, we would take money out of that stabilization fund to keep our payment against our operating budget the same. And if it was below that, and that's one of the reasons why I asked the question this a little while ago, is we still should keep that payment level at this level, and therefore, whatever surplus we had should go into the fund. So that was a method of stabilizing the debt payment.
Right.
And I think it's essential that we put the money in and that we don't spend out of it unless we're over that threshold.
Okay,
I think the FinCom's recommendation is that we don't rate it for other purposes.
Right.
There'll be another thing.
Mr. Chair.
We use it for the purpose that it's been set up.
We've used it in order to avoid the tougher cuts.
Because otherwise, we could think of a lot of nice things to do with $600,000.
I'm sure you could. Mr. Prisco?
What's the current balance before this transfer?
Zero. It's about $1,000.
$1,000, okay.
Because.
Just wanted to make sure.
Well, I just want to remind you that this was a transfer, there was supposed to be a transfer into this at the June special town meeting.
Yeah.
Because of the quorum issue, we weren't able to do it, so that's why it's being done now.
Is this the same number we were gonna use in June?
Close.
What was it?
That's the number in June was 700 and something.
Right.
Yeah, it was higher in June.
We also didn't, so in June, we were putting a higher amount in, and then we were turning around and taking a higher amount out that we didn't take out. We only took out 486. We were planning on taking out 600,000. So we were planning on putting in, I believe, 859?
I think, yeah, I remember a number of 8-something.
Yes, I believe it was about 59, from various sources. We were putting 200 from cell power, I think 300 from employee benefits. There was a mix of, we got supplemental state aid of 108 we were gonna put in there. Sorry. So, we're turning around and putting less in, but we're turning around and we put less out, so. We hope at June we can put more in, but we don't wanna utilize all free cash right away.
Mr. Keller, did you want to add something? You looked like you were about to, no? Okay.
I'm waiting for the next one.
Just jumping out of
Sure
the
you
early.
are. Is there anything further? Mr. Misery?
I move to recommend Article 7 to
Second.
total of 611, 690.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor? Aye. Article 8, transfer.
Oh, you're
Who's gonna do
doing
that?
it?
I'll take it.
You're doing the previous one.
Correct. Article 8, transfer of funds to other post-employment benefits liability trust fund.
Recommend the sum of $13,000 be raised and appropriated for the purposes of being added to the OPEB trust fund.
And Mr. Valiakonis, I think on Friday you told us this is coming from the overage from the Medicare reimbursement?
Correct. We budget that we'll receive a certain amount in Medicare Part D reimbursements on an annual basis. And this amount was in addition to what we would have budgeted at June town meeting as a revenue.
Board members? Comments? Concerns? Questions?
Just seems an awful low amount.
I don't disagree that it's a low amount. I think that we keep on putting this off,
Yeah.
eventually, if it's not us, someone else is going to have to deal with this down the road.
Just kind of keep kicking the tires with this one.
But
If we're gonna make some meaningful debt, I mean, you're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars, we need to put somewhere, take somewhere or put somewhere, so.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Prisco?
We have the auditor come in every year. He tells us during that financial audit that it would help us if it would be in our best interest to fund this in a more aggressive way than what we have done, which has been nothing. So I don't consider this very aggressive, $13,000. So we're going against what recommendation we get from our auditor. And I've been here 2.5 years, and every time he said the same thing. So if there's another option to increase this, is there another, finance committee? I'd like to hear from the finance committee and what they think
Don't
about
put
it
it in the
as well.
stabilization, don't put it in the debt stabilization. Take some of that.
Mr. Valiakonis?
Perhaps there is an option, but the challenge that we face is we're just a little ways into this fiscal year. And as Liz had alluded to earlier, we are retaining an amount in free cash unspent for potential problems down the road. As it exists tonight with the revised amount that the Board of Assessors need for the reval, it's about $522,000 in unspent free cash. And we feel that that's a prudent financial decision because we don't know what we're going to have for winter. I was going to report to you, we're very carefully watching fuel prices. We don't know where those are going to go. But we did include an estimated increase for fuel, but ultimately, we don't know where those costs are going to go. And again, snow deficit is always a significant challenge. But certainly, if there are monies that are available in the spring, we'll look at this account as being in line to receive additional supplemental appropriation. We just don't want to do it right now.
Mr. Fode?
No, the question was, deadline's been out now from 2024 to 2040, is that correct?
To fund it?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's 25, 27 years.
Yeah, but do we know what the number is as of today?
$40 million.
Oh, as of today, no, I mean, as a study
Well,
I've done,
sorry.
I can get you that information and come back to you.
I'm not
What's
looking for exact.
about $40
guess.
million?
$30 million.
Over that.
30 million.
30 million.
Mr. Kelleher?
No, it's not, it's more than that.
Back in the financial planning team, when I was on the committee last year, we had talked about putting this in as a line item in the budget and giving it serious consideration for funding. I don't see $13,000 as anywhere approaching anything serious. It's a token. I don't know what the balance is in this now, but it's probably not $50,000 against a $30 million liability. We need to get serious about it. It needs to go in as a line item. It needs to have a substantial appropriation made to it on an annual basis. This is a joke. $13,000.
If you're going to amortize it over 25 years
Yeah,
at 5%, you need $2.1 million annually, right now.
that's right.
That's why it's.
And the longer you put it off, the bigger that number's going to be.
Other members, what do you wish to do?
I've been complaining about this since I've been on the board, and I think we continue to keep kicking this can down the road. And, I'm willing to let it go this time, but I agree with Mr. Kelleher that we should take a serious approach to this when we go and do the budgets next year and pull it right into the operating.
I should.
Mr. Fode?
Sure, I agree with Mr. Keller also. I know that there are other entities, I'm on the time with the MWRA, and they're still looking at using the 2024 deadline as their date, even though they can push it out to 2040. And I think, I agree, we need to seriously start looking at this and start putting some money towards it on a regular basis. So we should probably look at it as soon as possible.
Mr. Prescott?
It does have an effect on our borrowing, right?
Liability.
We always seem
It's
to
a
have.
liability.
Right. So, we have to start showing some level of.
This is what I would recommend, and I'd pose a question to the Finance Committee. I think we need to put a cash plan out through when we want to have it paid out. And we obviously are not going to get to the 2.5 per year overnight, which means we're going to pay more downstream. But I think we need to ease it into the budget. So I would suggest that we change the $13,000 to $100,000 out of free cash, with the caveat that if the snow and ice becomes a real issue, that we might have to go back to the stabilization fund and and use some of that money that we put in this year. I mean, you gotta cover, there's only so many dollars in the budget, or you gotta cut something out of the budget, which I don't think anyone in this league, again, is prepared to do.
Or the debt stabilization fund and not bring that to the level
Right.
that
You
you
can do-
wanted at. I mean, I think everything ought to be on the table.
You can do that too.
Yeah, I would take 50,000 out of the amount going into the destabilization.
I'm sorry, Abby, I can't hear you.
I haven't talked to Don or the other FinCom members, but what would happen if you did something, like take $100,000 out of the capital stabilization request and 50,000 out of the.
Article 6, stabilization fund?
Yeah, which would mean 150,000 going in. But, the finance committee hasn't talked about it. And we feel pretty strongly.
But again, I would only say, only exercise some level of caution that we haven't planned for this amount this evening. We have $522,000 in unused free cash, and I can assure you, with a bad winter like we had 2 years ago, that money will evaporate. We also have a request based upon wastewater of an amount of money under Article 10 that we have not programmed, so potentially that would reduce the amount of free cash that we have available. If we would take an additional sum of money out, I fear that we would end up going into Springtown meeting with very little reserves, and certainly less than what administration feels comfortable with.
Well,
That wasn't the proposal.
that wasn't, no, the proposal isn't to take it out of what's remaining in free cash. The proposal is to take it out of what we've already discussed in terms of Article 6, 150 into stabilization, and the 611, 690 on Article 7, debt capital stabilization. Taking some out of each one of those, put in 150 into post-employment liability.
I would respectfully suggest that having monies in our stabilization account and our debt capital stabilization account is more prudent in terms of the town's bond rating and how we look in terms of financial rating agencies. We are not required to fund the other post-employment benefits trust funds, so having significant balances in our other savings account is something that is taken into account. And when Moody's does come in, as was reported to you through Mr. Hingston, they do look at the stabilization fund balances, number one, and then they look at special purpose stabilization funds, such as the debt capital stabilization fund as being item number two. And I would not recommend that we reduce funding in those areas, because those are areas that are most critical in terms of establishing the town's financial health.
I believe presently in the stabilization fund is a balance of,
The regular stabilization?
it's 1.8?
Yes.
Or it will be 1.8 with this 150?
No, it's 1.8.
1.8 million presently. So taking 50,000 out of what we intend to put into articles, into this fund through Article 6, taking 50 out of that isn't a significant change in what would be in that balance out of that fund. And taking 100 out of Article 7 isn't really a significant number. I think would change things in terms of how we're looked at, in terms of bond rating. And it shows at least a better effort than we have made in terms of post-employment benefits. 2040, I don't think I'm going to be here, but someone will be here. And
I mean, here or here?
I mean, I don't know if I'll be here. Mr. Jones will be here, but I know I won't be here, but I may not be anywhere. But certainly it's going to be someone's responsibility. I don't care to leave it. I want to at least try to make an effort towards closing that gap we have. Mr.
I think we have to be a little bit careful, even though I just suggested this. I believe that the auditors were willing to accept a lesser amount in the town stabilization fund because we also had the debt stabilization fund. However, the auditors also have voiced real concern that we're not funding the post-employment benefits fund. So I'm not an auditor, and I don't know what they're gonna say, but my guess is, as long as you're not buying lollipops with it, and as long as it's going into something that has to be funded or should be funded, that it's relatively safe. Did they say anything this year about any of this?
What
Say it
they-
every year.
Right, and, you know, they do, even when we had our bond rating call this past May, you know, what Moody stressed to us was to build up our reserves. And our reserves would be the debt capital stabilization and the regular stabilization, you know, any other stabilization that you have. The OPEB is a stabilization that is set for that particular purpose. It's not for other purposes of the town but that purpose. So, yes, it is a reserve, but it is offsetting the unfunded liability. But they stress for us to build our reserves.
Even if
Mr. Kelly.
Moody's isn't explicitly looking at that, I'm sure that that's part of their calculus.
It is.
Yeah.
Mhm. At this time, though, due to the extension, they are being a little lenient, even though that extension will be upon us very fast. You know, they just want us to have a fund balance. They want us to have cash on hand, so.
Mr. Fode?
And that being said, though, it's still a liability. It's a $30 to $40 million liability that we have to start to seriously not taking a look at and figure out. I mean, you know, even this $150,000 is not going to make
No.
a dent, but we have to.
We
you know,
can't turn a
we have to
blind
do something.
blind eye to it, so.
Mr. Valley-Jones?
I'm just going to say, I think we need to have a plan that's been reviewed and put in place, and I certainly understand your willingness to want to put money toward this, but we really don't have a plan. And I think it's important to have that conversation with the Finance Committee and develop that plan and have it be a consensus of the Finance Committee in terms of making a presentation to the Board of Selectmen, similar to the way we put together a capital improvement funding strategy rather than doing it on the fly. And I'm afraid what this is doing it on the fly.
Well, you want a plan, put in $2 million.
I mean,
Fine.
I mean, the one,
Fine.
We can't do that, but you're right, that would be the plan.
If you
If
put
you're
a
going to
plan-
amortize this over that
That's
period of
fine,
time.
but be prepared that we will roll up the doors to your town government services if we take $2 million.
I'm not
I think the
that,
point,
Greg.
I think the point is that the 150 is going to be probably a minimum threshold for whatever plan that we put in place, because the liability is so large that I don't see the 150 disrupting whatever plan we do put in place.
I think my suggestion of creating a plan, right, if we looked at what we did with defining capital, and the Finance Committee wanted it to be $25,000, anything below that needed to be in the budgets. And then we compromised because we knew we couldn't get there in that time frame. So my suggestion was that we go back and put a plan together to meet the end goal, knowing full well that there's no way we can put big chunks of money in the budget at the beginning. But if we roll it out with some incremental increase until we get to the point where, and maybe that period of time is over the next 10 years, we're gonna get to that level, right? But I think that needs to be looked at, because otherwise, you're gonna take some services out of, or you're going to have to go to the town with a levy limit override that allows you to take whatever you need to put annually into the,
There's no way we're gonna get out of this without borrowing to begin with. You know, you're going to have to borrow some or all of it, a good portion of this money in order to pay for it, you know, over an extended period of time. And whether it's, 10 years from now, 15 years from now, when they finally crack down on the cities and towns, and, like I said, I don't know that they're gonna push it out much further. So we've got 27 years to come up with $40 million. You're not gonna do that without borrowing some portion of it. And to me, the sooner you start, the less it's gonna cost you. So if you borrow $5 million or you borrow $10 million, you're still gonna be putting out $500,000 a year. If you borrow $5 million for 15 years, it's gonna cost you $500,000 a year to make a small dent in it. But at least you're gonna have the debt service that you're paying every year, and that's an obligation. You've just taken $5 million off, and then as other funds become available, you free it up and start paying down the rest of it, or another 5 later on, you know? But we can't do devoid of borrowing. It's, you know, unless the value of town hall goes through the roof, we get to sell it for $40 million, you know? Where's the money gonna come from, unless you borrow? So it's, again, I think a game plan is necessary to be put into place to do two things. One is to ease ourselves into it, but also start taking a good chunk of this thing out of the way and start paying it off.
I think we're all in agreement that we need a plan, but I think that's the second question. The first question is how much are we going to put into it this year to show that we're making an effort towards it? And where can we take it from? I think there's been a sound recommendation made. Mr. Briscoe?
Yeah, I just want to say that I accept the recommendation. I think it's a great idea. Let's make a bold move this year, because we said we were going to do it last year and we didn't, so let's make the bold move this year. And let's try to figure it out right here, right now. Maybe go back and adjust our motion on Article 6 and adjust our motion on Article 7, readjust the amounts and place $100,000 or $150,000, whatever you want to do, in Article 8.
It seemed to me that, you know, I originally proposed $100,000.
Yeah.
Maybe the least painful approach is to stick to the $100,000, take $50,000 out of what we were going to put in the stabilization fund and $50,000 of what we were going to put in the debt stabilization fund. And at least we've made some
Can we leave the 13
small
in
effort.
too?
What?
Can we leave the 13 in
We'll
also?
leave the 13 there too, yeah.
Sure.
Absolutely.
I can live with that. Shows a greater effort than we've ever made towards this, so. So we have to revisit. Is that consensus of the board? Put $113,000 into the post-employment benefits liability trust fund?
Okay, so, Mr. Chairman, I move that the recommendation on Article 6 be amended to be $100,000. Recommendation on Article 7 to be $550,000 plus $11,690 from town-owned land sale. And then Article 8 recommendation to be $113,000.
Second.
I have a motion, I have a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
It's unanimous.
Who's doing that one?
And I'll take that too. I'll do 3 in a row. Article 9, fund town road survey services.
The recommendation is to fund survey services for $19,000, and it will be transferred from free cash.
Any discussion? Finance Committee? Article 9?
Yeah, I think that we've already recommended it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very good.
I-
Mr. O'Leary, you to take Article 9? Article 10, fund services related to water, wastewater, and storm water.
Board members, we did not have a dollar amount, so it depends on how much you want to fund it based upon tonight's presentation. We recommend that the funding source, regardless, though, be a transfer from free cash.
Just
Take your recommendation.
What was the dollar amount that you think you needed in the current fiscal year to?
135.
Don't you already have 100?
That's full water. We have the very
This is
fund
for the
wastewater.
storm, this
Right.
is the piece for the storm.
The stormwater mapping, right, the base of all that stormwater things that's going to hit us. So it's giving us an accurate map and know what's going to happen.
I was thinking that we didn't need to fund that total amount this
Yeah,
year.
I thought on our conversation this week, you didn't think you need the entire 135. A good
I can do it in any segment, but it's a 6-month job to get it done. It's not that labor intensive,
Are you gonna be doing it in the winter?
weather permitting. They're looking for the manholes,
Right, but what, I guess what I'm trying to find out is, when would you start it? Would you start it, you know, right after town meeting?
No, depending on the funds are made available.
If it was voted at town meeting, what would the work progress look like? Would, you know, is there any possibility that part of it could be funded at October town meeting and then an additional sum in June?
We can break it any way you want. I think the plan was to.
It would appear to me that, you know, this portion of the project, that the proposal is critical.
Just do it.
Yeah, so to me, I think we should just appropriate the money, get it done.
The breakpoints are 71,000 for the first phase and 67 for the second phase. If we can do one phase at a time, if that's the desire, or not do it at all.
I think when we look at the
Yeah,
schedule, Steve.
I think we can.
That we could break that into two pieces based on, they're not gonna be out doing stormwater in the middle of winter.
Actually, depending on the weather,
They could.
they're not.
Well, I hope the weather's good,
But that means you don't do phase 2 start until after June.
yeah.
It doesn't matter, but the money's already appropriated, so it's available.
No, I'm saying if they split it up.
Right.
I
Oh,
think
yeah.
we should just give the whole
But the
thing.
economy of scale is, they're gonna go and locate the structure.
Right.
Phase 2 is you open the structure, and look down at it and see what the pipes are connected to. So it's the economy of scale of doing it all at once.
Right.
Take a thing in the GIS as they locate.
GPS locate.
I mean GPS.
You put it on a map. And then you have to come back and open it up and look down. And so you're already gonna be there GPSing it. There's a labor cost just to pop it open. And range of cost, it's around $7, $8 per structure to do that.
I didn't get that during our meeting, that there was an economy of scale doing it all
Right.
at once.
Yeah, I didn't
Yeah,
either.
there's actually
I
five-
sort of thought I heard they were gonna map everything and then at some point you go out and do the inspection.
Part of the mapping is most towns don't have fully drain maps. You have to open the structure to verify where the pipes are coming and going. So it could be done, there's no right or wrong way. It could be done in pieces if that's the desire.
Mr. Prisco?
If it's possible, do it in pieces, because the way Mr. Brickman laid out the schedule, I'm gonna do the E and F up front, and I don't wanna hold up anything coming out the other end. If we can, and I know the E and F will be done by January next year, and this will just run in conjunction with it, I assume. The next phase is at the, what did he call it? The EIR. That's the evaluation we get back. Does this affect any of the EIR?
It's independent of.
It's independent of.
But one of the questions the permitting people ask you, are you current with this program?
Yeah. That's what I got from his presentation this
But I
evening.
think you can say, yeah,
Right, if we show progress,
yeah,
and I'm hoping,
I don't think we need to spend
are
on.
we taking some risk, Dick, by, if we don't fund the whole 135, are we taking some risk when we get into the EIR process?
Well, in prior communities, I thought not, and then came back and find the communities. So sometimes the federal people just pick targets, to be honest. So I can't.
I just assume,
We're gonna do it.
Do it.
Put the money in, let me get it done.
Me too.
earmark the funds and get it
Get it
done.
over with.
We gotta do it, yeah.
So, have to do it anyway.
Free cash.
Thank you.
What was that number, 130?
135?
135.
You say free cash, so that reduces that 520?
I heard 135, but I also heard 71 and 67. It doesn't add up to 135. So are we clear on the number?
What's that add up?
138, I think?
38.
138.
138.
Okay, 138.
Move to recommend.
Second.
So I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Actually, FinCom? I didn't ask.
This is we've just seen a presentation, we've just gotten a number, meeting Wednesday night.
Well,
So
it's-
obviously, we haven't discussed it.
I know we haven't discussed it, but I have a chair and the vice chair here.
I'm not the vice chair.
He's not-
Oh, I'm sorry, you're not. You're the substitute vice chair occasionally.
I'm just a lowly
Just a member.
Well,
Oh, I have two members of FinCom here.
Should
The two that are here, care to weigh in?
one of us come and make that
I think it's
presentation?
done, I think we need
Yeah.
to pay for it. I'm
I don't mind
unhappy
doing it.
that this wasn't a part of the game plan it was planned for. You know, I hate to see free cash go out the window at this speed. other than that, I think I think we need to do it. We've known for a while that we were gonna have to do something along these lines. I don't think we knew when or the amount.
I know the committee has been working very diligently on it,
I think the
and
committee's
pieces of the puzzle.
presentation- Yeah. I think
That's why the
it's great.
placeholder was put here, because they anticipated being able to come
Right.
before us prior to
And
town
I
meeting,
think the
so.
presentation was fabulous, and Dick has shared the information about the issues of stormwater, et cetera, with the finance committee. I know other communities are starting to think about what they're gonna do.
I think we need to do it, and I think doing it, appropriating it all at one time makes sense, so as not to slow the process down. We're gonna spend it, we might as well deal with it now.
Mr. Prisco?
If it's okay, when do you plan to meet next?
Wednesday.
Would you like some of the board members from our committee to come in and give this presentation to your board members?
Sure.
I always like company.
I know you have a heavy agenda, I don't want to impact it, but,
You know, mostly what we're gonna do is go back through the warrant as much as we can, now that we have sources of funding and numbers.
and again, it's up to Mr. Cannavale, if you have the time, we can fit it in, I think it would be the best.
Like the consultants or me? They're much better than me speaking.
You know, I would leave that up to you.
I think you can do it.
Whoever comes, we can put them on it.
I think we can give this presentation, and I don't think we necessarily need Paul.
The only thing we have out there that's good.
Okay.
Yeah, if one of us could do that, Dick could be there just to, if someone has a question about the
Yeah.
the little acronyms that are.
Some copies of that presentation for the full committee would be great.
Yeah,
I send electronically.
yeah, we don't have electronically, but if you do.
I send it to Greg to put in your inbox, your Dropbox, right before the meeting. But I'll send electronically.
Right, you need, show.
Presentation.
The presentation.
Yeah, cool.
Great.
Wednesday night.
Game plan for Wednesday night, that's terrific. Do we have a recommendation on the Article 10?
Move the recommend.
Second.
Oh, sorry.
Do we, no.
Steve, did you make a
Recommend?
motion to recommend?
No.
Yeah, we made that.
And I second.
Oh, we did, okay. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, then I went back and wanted to go to thing. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, it's unanimous. Article 11, fund building on the common parking lot expansion.
$5,000 to replace the amount of spaces that were lost due to some construction activity up there.
It should actually be entitled Fund Third Meeting House Parking Lot Expansion, I believe.
Correct.
We've already recommended.
$5,000 from free cash.
Oh, Article 10, I didn't assign that. Mr. Lynn, you're going to be up on 9, do you mind taking it?
Although I don't mind deferring to a member of the Water Study Committee.
Okay.
You know, probably more appropriate to Mr. Passeri or Mike. So, buck up.
Bob,
Mr. Messeri?
he only has one so far, so.
I'll do this one if you don't mind.
All right, I'll do this one.
And Mr. O'Leary, you have 11. Okay.
I don't mind doing it, but I don't want
Oh, it's done. It's assigned to Mr. Messeri. Let's move on. Article 12, Little School retaining wall repair.
The administration recommends $100,000 for the project be funded out of free cash.
Do we have any additional information since Friday? I would suspect not.
Mel
but-
there and Wayne.
It's Friday, I remember it.
Here, gentlemen.
Good evening.
Number 11.
I do not believe we have any more information than we had at Finance Planning Team on Friday, but we do have
What was that, though?
I was gonna say, we've been given a ballpark, good ballpark figure, Wayne, I guess we'd say, of 100,000, that we'd be safe with 100,000. But we're still in pretty early stages, right?
We have retained a company, referred by Dick.
Wright Pierce
Wright Pierce
is the name of the
Company,
company.
and the ball is rolling, so.
And, we have an initial proposal from them, and they're going to try to use as much of the existing wall material as they can to try to keep the costs down. But at this point, they're still, I don't know if it's surveying, but they're
Yeah,
doing what they need.
They have looked it over, they've surveyed it, and they're coming up with a proposal. But they're gonna try to save as much as they can of the existing wall
Right,
material.
Pierce is just doing the design of the new wall, and then
Right.
you'll go out.
We'll get the engineered
bids.
plan from, the stamp plan from Wright Pierce, right. And the school committee is, not the school committee, the school department is funding the Wright Pierce doing the engineering and giving us getting a stamp plan.
Board members, any questions?
So you feel comfortable that this is gonna work for you, 100,000?
At this point, yes.
I'm gonna go with whatever you think, so. I'm supportive.
Same here. I mean, this
Wayne
is,
says this is good, I'm good.
I'd say this is the best estimate that we've had so far by somebody who has done these kind of projects before. They said they were comfortable with 100,000. You know, hopefully they can commit under 100,000, but they said they're comfortable with 100,000.
Would it be nice to have a definitive number? Yes, but given the safety issue we have down there, we need to be able to keep the fields open to be played upon. I don't think we have a choice but to go forward with 100 and hope that it comes in at or below that
Right.
amount. Mr.
Correct.
Fode?
Is the goal to have it done before the winter?
Yes, it is, if possible. That's our goal.
Yes.
Mr. Kelleher?
What was the range of the estimates, just to put some context around the 100,000?
There's really no range.
This is
said
the
this is the
only real estimate we've got. This is
I
the
thought
only
it was-
time, we had some other folks look at it that weren't, engineering firms, and they started anywhere from 100 up to 150, et cetera. But this is the first company that has actually come in and taken a look at the project from an engineering standpoint, and they're gonna do the stamped engineer plan for the project when they're done. And they're really comfortable with 100,000. We had, early on, the school committee was concerned that it may be between 100 and 200,000, but now that we have them here and giving us the 100,000 estimate, we feel a lot more comfortable with that.
I suggested a couple geotechnical engineers to Wayne to use.
Right.
Rather than a landscape kind of guide,
Yeah.
people who do this for a living.
Right.
And I think you're comfortable.
Yes.
The numbers, man, they're pretty good.
Yep.
Yeah.
Move to recommend.
Second?
I have a motion, I have a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Fode?
Thank you.
Article 13, improvements to,
Who's doing 12? I'm sorry, who's reading?
Mr. Fode? Article 13, improvements to town hall.
We
This
have
is, okay. This is in relation to a study that was done by Mass Department of Public Health, but unfortunately, their report has not been submitted yet to town hall, so we have no dollar figure, no issues to address at this point, but this will be at some point in time, we'll have to address this. So, Mr. Prisco?
In your planning, did you have a number hanging out there at all?
No.
Nothing? You had nothing in your planning?
I have no idea what.
And this one, no. John Welch has been looking at the building, and he just, for Liz's side of that wing alone, $70,000. So multiply that times 4. That would be the estimated cost to do all of the ventilation systems in this building.
Have to redo the ventilation.
Right. So we don't know what they're gonna come back with, do something, do nothing, do a little bit of each, but just to put it order of magnitude, that's what we're talking about. This
I mean,
building. It's a lot of money, obviously.
Mr. Prisco?
I hate spending money, I really do. But I'm gonna just bring this up
Yeah.
because, no, we all spend a lot of time in this place, okay? And especially just take the finance area. I mean, I would like the board to consider that we at least try to take some action on maybe replacing some carpets and do some things that really need to take place over there. You walk around over there, the walls probably need some more paint, the carpets need to be replaced. We need to beautify it a little bit and make it a more comfortable and cleaner working area. I think that hopefully will contribute to moving forward. I mean, I would suggest you even get some feedback from your employees over there. But, I mean, I'm spending some time over there myself working on the taxation stuff, and I really am surprised in the working conditions over there. I think they're unacceptable. I really do, and we have this opportunity, we have this town article in front of us, even if we put together, $25,000 to go towards some, maybe removing the carpets and putting in some kind of a tile floor, or whatever, I think we need to do something. And maybe we can even hold off on this until we meet on Monday night, first, to come up with a number.
Just, there was 20,000 appropriated, I think, a year and a half ago, and we did Liz's office, Marty's office, town engineer, and Mark Clark's office to remove the rug and put in a parquet type floor, relatively inexpensive. So we've been doing that to get rid of the rugs, as clearly they're in tough shape.
It would be nice if maybe we continue that program, and maybe the $20,000 is an appropriate number that we can discuss tonight for the board to consider.
Right.
But I think we need to do something. And if you don't believe me, go spend some time down there.
We do have the new curtains coming in there when I get the PO back on their end of the building, so we'll get dressed up a little.
Did you pick up?
Pretty colors.
Yeah, pretty
We've actually found dramatic, they reflect most of the heat, dramatic reduction in energy costs on this end of the building. The air conditioners don't work as hard, so they're not just aesthetics. They actually, I have them in my house I just redid, and do an amazing job of keeping down the wear and tear on the ventilation system. Because a lot of that is, systems are running to beat the band in the other building, the other side. It does have a beneficial
Kind of
impact.
like the 1984 articles myself.
I just think, I agree, something needs to be done aesthetically and for working conditions, but I think we're gonna be facing a pretty major undertaking in this building in order to address certain situations. And my guess is we'll probably be looking at some sort of a bonding situation to address. I mean, it's gonna be $250,000 just to address the ventilation system. To me, we need to, that's when I don't wanna be putting stuff up and then taking it down, a year later to do it. So I agree. I mean, the working conditions are not good. The physical plant here needs some major structure and major work. But let's get the report from the state and then add some of this other stuff to it, so it's done simultaneously, so we're not taking ceilings down and ruining new floors and so on and so forth. So.
You also funded through town meeting a building master plan for this building, police, fire, library, and building on the common. We're in the process of doing that. These things will be included. We've looked at the mechanical system so far, and some of those estimates came from that. We're going to look at other things. So there is a plan being put together to carry all those costs, and it is a lot. I mean, to replace the windows in this building alone are a little under $500,000. And these are just, heat just goes out the windows. So it is a substantial cost, almost to the point of building something new and ripping this down might be cheaper at that stage. So the numbers are pretty impressive and scary. But there is something coming that will address some of the issues you talked about with specific costs laid out.
I
So
understand.
there's option one, fix things, and option two, major work.
Mr. Briscoe?
Option 3, build a new building.
Take
And we
those-
have a proposal for that, too.
Mr. Briscoe?
I understand, and all this takes time. And if we keep on allowing the time to go by, and I'm sure we'll get a detailed report on the ventilation and all that, but to me, it's still, no need to overlook the fact that we do have some cleanliness issues that gotta get addressed. And it can't be done by the people that clean this building. They're not miracle workers. We have some old carpeting in this building, we have some paint that hasn't been touched in years, we have probably some rooms that are in need of some bookcases to move things off the floor and clean things up. And all I'm asking is a small consideration, about $20,000, to continue forward with what has already taken place in this building. I don't think that has any effect on the ventilation report that you're gonna get. I think it's something that we continue to neglect, and we need to probably we need to address it now.
One issue for the cleanliness in any building is paper. This building we work on a paper system versus a document system that we had talked about earlier in the cycle. Is having tons of paper everywhere is just a problem with the dust. And that's one problem in this building. And like the work we did with Gene, Gene's here cleaning out room 5. It took quite an effort to actually get that stuff out of there and recategorize it, but it's going to take that level of effort to go through some of these things. Some stuff has to be kept forever. Some stuff could be made digital and free up a lot of space. By freeing up the space, you also make it easy to clean. So there's besides the building itself, there's some systems things that Greg and I had talked about, that the building, the document information system would have helped, unfortunately.
Board members? Any further input relative to this article? I don't disagree with you, Mr. Prisco, that we need to invest some money, but I think it'd be premature at this point until we get that report from the Department of Public Health. I don't want to see us put a Band-Aid on it, and then that Band-Aid has to come off, and we have to do more major renovation in this building, and even the $20,000 will be lost. I would expect that the report's going to be in probably by year's end, and this warrant article will probably be back on in June.
Okay, that's fine.
That's what I would expect to see happen here.
I'm not gonna debate it anymore.
Mr. Chairman, I move to pass over Article 14.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor of passing over this article?
Aye.
Aye.
No.
Opposed? Motion carries 4-1. Pass over. Mr. Troy, you want to take that one too, so that you're up on 12? Article 14, Fund Forest Management Plan. Any comments?
$5,000 is the recommendation, and we would propose that it be funded through free cash. Thanks, Liz. I couldn't find it, but I figured it's on the back of the first sheet.
We already recommended it.
Recommended. Any further discussion on this?
Just a question. When we started this program back a year or two ago, didn't we have an assessment?
Only for one particular parcel.
Okay, so
And
this
about-
is for the additional...
And about 20% of the one additional parcel. What we have to do is have a forester go out and survey all of the town forests and determine a plan, a strategy going
So this
forward.
is an expansion of the program?
Correct.
Right. I can add to it if you want, just a little bit.
Sure.
I'm on the committee here. And the reason why they need the $5,000 up front now is to do that assessment across the town. Because if you go and look at that 20% parcel that Mr. Valaconis referred to, they've only done, I think, 20% of that 20%. But what a nice improvement up there. I've been through there, I walked through it, it's really made a big difference. And that they're definitely gonna see some benefit from that in the health, the long-term health of the woods. And that's why this $5,000 is important, to take a look across the whole town. So especially when we have a lot of these new developments in these very thickly wooded areas, if we don't have that assessed, and God forbid we have a fire and we're not out there thinning these woods in these areas, you could lose a complete development, and we don't want that. And that's what this $5,000 would contribute to getting that assessment done.
Thank you. Mr. Prisco, you care to take that article?
Yes, I'll take it.
Article 15, acquire land for high school driveway expansion.
We never voted, did we vote on 14?
14, we recommended this.
Recommend,
Yeah,
sorry.
both you and-
We already read it.
That's
We
the
already
vote.
did. Yep, got it.
Article 15, at this point, this article is here as a placeholder. This is in relation to the school building project. We don't need land to create access to the driveway for vehicles. This is in contemplation of picking up additional land in order that, to make the construction of the driveway and the entranceway easier to construct, to get construction equipment in and out, and also to create a buffer between that landowner and the actual driveway to the school building project. At this point in time, the architect has not specifically identified the particular square footage of land that may be necessary. So this article at this point is premature, but we may revisit it. We expect that we would revisit this article in probably June. Mr. Jones?
Should at some time this article move forward, what's the funding? Is it coming out of the existing $108 million school project, or is this additional money they want?
There is no additional funds.
Oh, it's a rhetorical
there-
question.
There's no additional funds that are going to be, as long as I'm involved, there's no additional funds that will be asked for from the town for the school building project. This board has previously discussed this in executive session. The board has ideas regarding this. That does not contemplate any funds necessary. How's that, Mr. Jones? Pretty good? I was ready for you, wasn't I?
Mr. Chairman, I move to pass over Article 15.
Second. We have a motion, we have a second by Mr. Fode. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I'll do it while I'm up there.
I'd take
He's on-
it.
he's-
Oh, okay.
he's on-
I would pass it over, so.
Yeah, but I think it may call for some explanation. I'll take it. I'm gonna take the hit on that one. Take the bullet. Article 16, acquire land on Park and Haverhill Street. The town has become aware that parcel of land that, I guess we can call it the Raya property, that extends from the Haverhill Street, Mr. Raya home, formerly the location of Lou's gas station, may become available to the town to acquire. At this point in time, there's insufficient information to present to the town to consider this warrant article. So I would envision that this board may vote to pass over this article. That's what this article was intended for, as a placeholder. Mr. O'Leary, do you care to add more to
Yeah, I
that?
continue to be in lengthy discussions with a number of parties. I'm not so sure we'll be ready to move forward there for October, but before we can make a recommendation to pass over tonight, I would hold off until town meeting, because things continue to develop, even this week as we speak. And my guess is we probably will be passing over, but I wouldn't necessarily make that recommendation right now.
Mr. Prisco? Was that a hand?
Yeah, it's a question. So you're not gonna make a recommendation, do anything right now? We're gonna wait until, we're gonna make the decision on Monday night, on the 1st?
Yeah, if something else comes between now and the end of the week, I'll share it with the board members, and we'll make a formal recommendation Monday night. Chances are, my guess is there'll be a lot of holes to fill, and we probably will move to pass over, but I think it might be worthy of some additional discussion, probably just to get it out there in the venue, the public venue.
Mr. Prisco?
In the sake of not wasting anybody's time, maybe we can just have a conversation now to decide, do we even want to waste any more time with this? I mean, why would we make Mr. O'Leary go through a lot of trouble if we don't have the majority support to do this at all? And why are we making, giving a false sense that we're going to do something with this, and to force, a board member to go and put work in and have other people do a lot of work? If we're not in support of it, or we're in support of it, we should have at least a discussion tonight.
Well, this is where I stand. Due to Lou's gas station and what may have been there before that, there's a 21E environmental study. There's cleanup that needs to be done in that location. I understand as of this weekend that there may have been some agreement reached between the present owner and the individual that has right of first refusal on it in terms of what the cleanup may be. Even though they reached that agreement, I doubt within 2 weeks' time the cleanup's going to be done and we'll have a final report. I think that's significant for the townspeople to consider if we were to go forward with this article. I don't think we'll have that in time. I personally have other reservations at this time. I don't know if it's worthwhile for the town to consider. I think it's considering what school project is costing the town. I don't know if we can add on an additional burden on the taxpayer or even request that. The one parcel in this area that would be advantageous to me is the parcel that is between Lou's gas station and the fire station. I think that would be very advantageous for the town to consider. That's owned by a third party. As I understand, Mr. Ryan has sold that to someone recently. So I think it's premature. Whether it's tonight or 2 weeks from now, Steve, I don't think it's right. So I don't know if we're belaboring the point. I would welcome you to, if we do choose to pass over it tonight, to get up and give a presentation. I'd like to get feedback from the community as to their thoughts on the town acquiring it. So I wouldn't say you shouldn't do that, but I think that's worthwhile to do. Ms. Herbert?
Isn't this something that should also be directed at LUC?
Correct. I was going to call on Ms. Mullen to see if she had any input concerning this.
I know that at some point, I believe the Hillview was interested in acquiring additional open land in the center of town. I would think that you'd want to go through LUC and see what they can.
For those of you who weren't able to hear Abby, I think what she said at one point in time, Dawn, I think Dawn heard, I think she had indicated at one point in time that Hillview had an interest, and she doesn't know what that interest may be presently. I don't know if anyone else does, or if LUC has considered this particular area in these parcels.
Actually, that's why, I mean, we were coming anyway, but some of the members brought that up at the meeting tonight and asked what it was, and to be honest with you, we didn't know. It was the first time I saw it, so I said I really didn't know what it was for, but we'd stay here to hear what it was for, where it mentioned recreation. And I know on LUC, we didn't hear about it because we had a meeting recently also, so just.
Okay. Mr. Messere?
If we want to go back in history, the Hillview had contemplating looking at it at the time that the lease for Lou's was expiring, and we weren't sure whether or not at that time, this goes back about 10 years, that he was going to renew the lease. And we thought, as a commission at that time, that having the town own that corner and cleaning it up would be great for the center of town. And when the lease was extended, we just tabled it, put it aside. So here's another one-time opportunity coming up, and that's why it's on here. I think Mr. O'Leary is correct in saying this is an opportunity for the town to have that corner. We don't know what whoever buys it is going to do, and we've got the schools and the common on the other side, and we have Riot's Store, which is a historical location and well done, and this would allow us to have a nice corner in the center of what we consider to be town and historic district. Also, as Mike brought up, the other parcel of land sooner or later might become available, and that would allow us to deal with issues that we're going to face in the future regarding the fire department. So my support of putting us on the warrant, in fact, if we had all the facts and the numbers, would be to present it to the community and allow the community to make a decision, because it's a one-time opportunity, and then it goes away, and may not ever have a chance to acquire that piece of land. And I think it's a valuable piece of land from the point of view of the town. It could be just a passive recreation area, a green area, and it would help enhance that whole corner. So I think at this point, based on the fact we don't have all the information, that I would make a motion to just pass over it at this point. So I'm making that motion.
Yeah, that's fine, I'll second. I'll second.
Steve, I would hope that you would get up and give some sort of presentation.
I will, yeah, I will. But, and I will continue to engage all the parties.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, and find out exactly what the status is going to be. And once we get that nailed down, then there'll be, I guess, a series of meetings with the appropriate town boards, committees, and commissions, whether it be LUC, Hillview, just ourselves here, as to what the plan may be, depending upon what our options are. So.
Very good. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I make a motion.
I have a motion and a second.
Yeah, Bob made it. I seconded it.
Oh, you did second.
I seconded it.
Sorry. Motion second by Mr. O'Leary to pass over. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? Aye.
I guess I'll take that one.
It's yours. Very good. Article 17, amend code, add general bylaw, Chapter 104, Article 2, local fingerprint submission requirement for licensed applicants. I believe that's probably why the chief is here?
Yes.
Pretty good, huh?
Thank you, and thank the board for allowing me to talk about this for a few minutes with you. This is regarding Article 17 of the October town meeting, a proposed bylaw related to fingerprint-based criminal history checks. Just to give you some background on the law that was changed, back in 2010, Governor Patrick signed legislation that updated and rewrote significant sections of the Corey law. And for those of you that don't know, Corey is an acronym for the law that provides oversight of the criminal offender records information, which is what law enforcement has at their disposal to check backgrounds for criminal cases only. Among the changes made was a provision that allowed cities and towns to seek a bylaw or ordinance that allows for state and national fingerprint-based criminal background checks for individuals applying for licenses in specified occupations. The change in this law went into effect on May 4th of 2012. The acceptance of such a bylaw in North Reading would require the police department to conduct fingerprint-based criminal background checks for applicants for a variety of town-issued licenses. The licenses listed in the proposed bylaw are hawker and peddler's license or solicitor's license, manager of alcohol beverage licenses, owner or operator of public conveyance, dealer of secondhand articles, pawn dealers, livery drivers, and ice cream truck vendors. These fingerprint-based checks will assist the licensing authority in determining the suitability of an applicant by conducting a criminal background check across both state and federal databases. The license listed in the proposed bylaw place applicants in a position of trust within our community. And the results of the fingerprint-based criminal background checks allow the licensing authority to be able to make a more informed and fair assessment of the licensed applicant with the most accurate and up-to-date criminal records available. Without this bylaw, the licensing authority does not have the authorization to access national criminal history databases for applicants for local licenses. Essentially, I'm the licensing authority for solicitors in town, and I can only check Massachusetts for their criminal history checks. A lot of transient people become solicitors. They come up here in the summertime. They have records in South Carolina, Florida, New Hampshire, and we just don't have access. We're not authorized to check those. So essentially what this bylaw would allow is for us to take fingerprint-based checks, submit them to the FBI national database, local, state, and we would get a report back from them with the criminal history. And we just do not have access to that right now, especially people going door to door, the ice cream truck vendors, dealing with vulnerable community residents. It's important for us to have all the information we can get to make an informed decision.
Thank you. Mr. Messeri?
When I read through the material that was supplied to us, the first piece I read, I thought was talking about firearms. You don't mention it here at all.
This
Could you explain
is,
that?
I'm not sure what document you're talking about. Firearms has nothing to do with
No, well, that's what he's asking. Why isn't firearms, when they do a fingerprint impression, when you go for your firearms application?
There's other legislation that covers that. This is just
It goes
based
through a different
upon
process.
town-issued licenses.
Well, they actually already go through, when you go for your gun license, you actually go through the federal database, right?
Yeah, that's
So
for
under a
criminal.
separate statute.
So it's actually, right.
This is covering a segment.
This
that
is
isn't
all
present.
civil licenses.
Okay.
These are the solicitors that come down your street and so on. He can only do a check locally in the
No, I got that piece of it. I thought that was the second piece.
No. Guns already do this.
Recommendation.
Okay. Did you move to recommend?
Yeah.
You and Abby should sit
Second.
next to each other. I think you'll be able to have a
Sorry.
conversation. I can hear it. Motion by Mr. Fode, second by Mr. Prisco. Any further discussion? All in favor? Oh, Mr.
What's
Kelly.
the staffing implication for this?
I have a proposed policy, which I'm going to assign the administrative lieutenant who works during the daytime to perform this function. If he's not available, depending on what the applicant's license requirements are, we'll have to adjust with the current staffing. There is a fee involved in this, and it allows the Board of Selectmen to set a fee of up to $100, 30 of which has to go into a fund specifically designed for the state, so that will not go into the general fund, but up to $70 could go back into the general fund. And just on a side note, for us as a police department, we license approximately 70 to 100 solicitors a year, and they keep coming back year after year, so there will be some funding coming back to the town as a result of this.
I guess where I got a little confused about it was municipalities may by local ordinance establish the appropriate fee charged to applicants for administering the fingerprinting system. For the purpose of section 2LLL of chapter 29, $30 of the fee shall be deposited into the firearms fingerprint identity verification trust fund. I guess that's right.
Okay, yeah, it's just where they decide they want the funding to go.
That's where the state's putting their money, supposedly. I don't think it's a locked box, though.
Currently, as far as livery licenses, what are there, a couple of them here? One or two now? Livery license? I mean, we
I
don't
believe
know.
there were 3, but...
Yeah, but we don't know who the drivers are currently, do we?
No, I did inquire as to that. I'm not sure what the license says, so it's the license holder that we're actually conducting the fingerprint. So I'm not sure what their
Well, it says livery,
application...
Hackney and livery drivers, not the owners, they're the drivers. And then, and currently, we don't do anything as far as ice cream vendors. Do we even know who the vendors are at this point?
I believe the Board of Health is the licensing authority on ice cream truck vendors. I'm not sure if they've been licensed or not.
I don't know. I can fight for the third.
Right, so he does, and essentially, I would be able to give the report back to him once we go through the process. Everybody that I give a report to is able, they have to go through some training, and once they do that, I will give them the report, and they can make the decision based upon that.
And then as far as the hawkers and peddlers, now these kids that come around, most of them are college kids who are, trying to sell you Verizon, or trying to sell you Comcast. They all currently have to check in.
Well, they have to apply.
Individually?
Individually, not as a company. They have to apply individually. There is some exclusions, which we fall by, it's a state law, and they have to do it on an annual basis. So it actually extends for 1 year. So we get approximately, like I said, about 70 to 100 a year. And just to let you know, as far as solicitors go, a lot of them do not last very long.
Right.
And so they send more and more and more down, and we don't charge a fee right now. So we're doing it based upon whoever comes in, we have to, within 48 hours, either approve or deny.
Are we on the cutting edge here? This just went into effect in March?
From my understanding, there's 14 communities in the Commonwealth that have had the bylaw approved by the Attorney General's office. I believe some others are in the process, but this just went into effect, and so yes.
Thank you, Chief.
You're welcome.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye. Put your finger up.
No. It's unanimous. Who's up on 16? Steve, you want to stay up on 17 too? Mr. O'Leary will take it. Article 18, establish Board of Health Clinic revolving account. Mr. Fair, how are you?
Good evening, good, thank you.
3 times the charm, maybe?
Maybe. We're looking to try again to establish a revolving fund. It would be capitalized by using funds from the insurance reimbursement that the town receives from the billing we do for seasonal flu vaccines.
Okay, continue.
We're looking for the fund to contain a maximum of $10,000. Any funds in addition of that would go into the reserve fund. We're not looking for a fund that would accumulate, large amounts of money.
Okay.
One of the The reason for requesting the fund is that, one of the reasons is that our allotment of flu vaccine last year from the state, state purchase vaccine gives it to the towns, and we hold the seasonal flu clinics. Last year it was, our allotment was cut by 50%, and this year it was cut a little bit more than that. Previous years, we were able to use 1,000 doses of vaccine.
But was it cut, can I ask you, it was cut because there was insufficient supply of the vaccine?
It was a decision, the Department of Public Health's budget was cut, and it was a decision on their part to purchase less from the manufacturers.
So do you have the ability to go out and purchase?
Yes,
from
we can
another source?
purchase at the state contract price. A number of boards of health do. So, you know, if we can purchase additional vaccine and vaccinate more people, we can bill not only for the administration of the vaccine, which we bill for now, but also for the cost of the vaccine. So that money would be also returned to the revolving fund, or the general fund if the revolving fund holds more than $10,000.
I'm going to inquire of the finance director. You've heard his stated purpose and the money he intends on using to fund this revolving account. Can that be done?
Is that going to be enough money to get it funded and get it started? That's what my question was, is how is it going to be funded?
Yes. And even if it weren't, I would expect with the amount of doses that we have now, maybe the reimbursement might be close to $20,000. But I mean, even if it weren't, even if the reimbursement were only $5,000 this year, that would be fine, because that would still give us money to purchase additional doses of vaccine in the future. So it doesn't have to be, you know, an exact amount of money, but I don't think there's a problem capitalizing at that amount.
I don't understand. Revolving accounts are a money in, money out thing. Where are you gonna get the money that goes into it to buy the vaccine so that you can then take, you know, any profit that you make on giving people shots, put that back in? How are you gonna get money into the reserves, into the revolving fund to buy
Well,
vaccine?
in October, we're going to have a couple of flu clinics, and we're going to take people's insurance information if they're insured, just as we've done in the past.
Right.
And submit that to insurance companies and Medicare, and they reimburse the town for the cost of that administration. We want to use those funds to capitalize this revolving account.
So it's a year away from being available.
Okay, so you're not gonna actually be able to use the revolving account this year.
Until next fall. You do flu.
No, but after, if you know, if it is approved and it is capitalized shortly, then we would be able to use it.
Right, that's what I'm understanding, is that,
Good.
I'm understanding that he wants to use it this fiscal year.
But that would still take an appropriation out of the revolving fund, would it not? Right.
He's asking for that at town meeting.
No, he's asking.
Establish one.
Oh,
He's
so-
at-
But he's thinking he can use that money
No.
that he gets from the October flu clinics.
Well, depending upon, if we establish it at the October town meeting,
Right,
and he has a clinic later on in October, and it raises money, goes into the revolving fund,
right.
there would need to be another adjustment to the Board of Health budget
Right.
to authorize the expenditure of up to $10,000 from the revolving fund.
Right, and we would have to
Our
do
fiscal year.
that at town meeting, right?
Under Article
Right.
Three or something.
the
Article
budget
3.
amendments. Yep, okay.
Right?
Yep.
So we would just have to amend
add
Article
it.
3 in order to authorize the use of any revenue that goes into the revolving fund in the current fiscal year.
Martin, how are you gonna buy the vaccine?
Once we have the revolving fund and have the money in it, we can order it from the manufacturer at the same price, the contract price that the Department of Public Health gets.
But you can't get a reimbursement for giving a flu shot unless you have the vaccine to administer. How do you get the vaccine?
Well, currently, we get allotted X amount of doses from the State Department of Public Health. We don't pay for it, so we
Right,
can't
that's an
charge the
issue.
insurance company for it.
Right.
Okay, I think-
We can only get reimbursed for the administration of the vaccine. But
Mark, I
in
think-
I just want to say, in some of the billing that we've done in the past, the state was actually able to recoup the money that they spent on the vaccine. They
So
were
if I
reimbursed.
understand you correctly, the vaccines you get from the state come here free of charge. Is that correct?
Yes.
So you're looking to use those free vaccines, give the doses to people, charge their insurance, take those monies, and put them into this revolving
Put the
account.
administration of those flu shots into our account.
Right. But I
Administration.
think what I'm going to hear from the finance director is you can't take this free vaccine, charge it, and put it into a revolving account. Is that?
He needs to actually pay for the cost of administering it out of the revolving fund. If he's going to take the cost, if he's gonna take the reimbursement to the revolving fund, he needs some cost to offset it.
Yes, we will have costs, but they don't offset it 100%.
No, but they
We pay-
can't come from the general fund, is what I'm saying.
Yes, we
Currently-
would pay the nurses that are hired at the clinics, people that do the paperwork. We would pay
Currently
them
we're
out
doing
of,
it.
we would pay them out of the revolving fund.
Currently, they pay it out of the general fund.
Right, so currently they're doing it. Currently they're getting paid to do the administering of the flu vaccine
Right.
out of the general fund within the Board of Health budget. Currently, that's what's happening.
Right.
And then any fees that are reimbursed for the administering of the flu shots go into the general fund.
Yes.
Right. So what he's asking for is to retain up to $10,000 of those administrative fees into the revolving fund to purchase additional vaccine above and beyond what the Commonwealth is giving him. So that then we can get reimbursed not only for the administration of it, but the additional vaccine
Right.
that would be.
I understand
that
that,
we
but
get, right?
he can't spend from his revolving fund until he has money there.
Right, but what he's saying is on the free vaccine from the state, you correct me if I'm wrong, Martin, for the free vaccine from the state, the town will realize the fee for administering the vaccine. You know, I don't know what it is, it's $20, I don't know what do we get. If it's $20, you know, we may bill the insurance company $100, $80 goes back to the Commonwealth, $20 stays here, goes into the general fund. What he's looking to do is put that $20 now into the revolving
Right, I understand
account
that, but he needs
for
to
the purchase
move-
of new vaccine.
And what about the expenses for the nurses and the administrators?
It's already appropriated.
It has to be paid out of his revolving fund. If he's going to take those fees back into his revolving fund, he needs to have paid for those fees out of his revolving fund. We can't pay for them out of the general fund and not reimburse the general fund for those fees.
Why?
Because it's get a dollar, spend a dollar. If you're
What do we
spend-
do for recreation? Recreation has additional money in their revolving fund above and beyond,
They don't have a revolving fund anymore.
well, enterprise, but they did for years.
And it was get a dollar, spend a dollar. They couldn't spend more than they had.
We kept bumping up the limit on the revolving fund.
Right, because they
And
were
built up
earning more
residual,
revenue.
Right,
Mhm.
but they collected more than they spent, for the most part, and they still do.
Mhm.
Uh,
But all their
I'm gonna-
expenses for those programs that they collected the revenue for were paid out of the revolving fund. That's the point I'm making.
At this point, I'm going to call on Mr. Hunt, the chair of the Board of Health.
But there was a supplement.
Thanks, John. I think, as I understand it, when you submit the documentation, the voucher to the insurance carrier, you get back a fixed reimbursement, which is well beyond our actual costs. The state of Massachusetts gets their cost for the vaccine. So we are making money, if you will, on the actual cost if we invest. It's in our budget right now. So let's say we're budgeted a $10 vaccine and the insurance carrier gives us back 30. We're making $20. If we don't make the $10 investment, we get nothing back. The big issue here is that the state has cut back on the immunization in 5 years. Suppose they were, worst case scenario, to totally terminate the program for time, which can happen with government today. If we don't have this revolving fund, we don't have the ability anymore to administer vaccines at all. So if we had this revolving fund in out years, we could administer our own program and make money off that program to replenish this and also restore money to the general fund. In the last 2 years, I think there's approximately $50,000 has gone into the general fund from this program. So we could have the ability to continue that revenue stream even without the state support, because we'd be reimbursed by the carriers, Medicare and whoever. So that's it in a nutshell. It's not a neutral where we're passing our costs on and they reimburse us. We're getting paid revenue beyond what our actual costs are, which is a profit in my mind. And if we don't have this revolving fund and the state was to discontinue the program for a year or more, for no more vaccinations, period, and we lose the ability to make this money, to restore the revolving fund, and also make money to go into the general fund. So it's a win-win in my book, but that's my point.
Mr. Osiri?
I think we're talking about some technicality. I think what our finance director is saying is, in order for this thing to get started, we're gonna have to put some money in the revolving fund.
Right.
That doesn't come from, I mean, it could be that money that is going into the general fund, but to start it off, we have to put some money in. And then if it makes additional money, it's okay, because then you've got this revolving fund working. So in other words, we can establish a revolving fund, but if there's no money in the fund, then nothing can happen. That's what I think she's saying.
Right.
We understand that.
So are you willing to, so shall we take 10,000, shall we take $10,000 out of the Board of Health budget right now that's earmarked? $10,000 for
cost to administer
for cost for the nurses, and take the $10,000 that we've already appropriated and put it into the revolving fund.
Mr. Prisco?
I don't know.
I think maybe a clearer explanation of it, if we do some funding, if say it's even $2,000 to start off, then that means whoever's administering the vaccinations has to make sure their labor hours are going towards the revolving account, not towards your general account. Right, so that has to be managed. So that means if you're paying $25 an hour to have that done, then that expense comes out of your revolver, out of that $2,000, we're gonna allocate it. That's the number, just throwing a number out. And then whatever income you get, then you file with the state or with the insurance companies, and if you get reimbursed only $18 an hour versus the 20 that you just spent, or 25, you're losing money. You see what I'm saying? So you need to make sure that whatever expense is going out and then that's coming back is going, that you know for a fact will be above whatever your expenses is. Or you're gonna be dwindling down your account.
I think there's one other problem. We could approve the revolving fund, but until we have another article that specifically transfers money
Correct.
into it,
That's what I was asking.
it's not
How
gonna
is it
get
going to be
off
funded?
the ground.
Right.
Mr. Kelleher?
If the purpose of this is to provide immunizations for people in town, and that's, and if there is a shortage of the vaccine that's being provided by the state, you can go out and buy it. There's another way to get to that end, and that other way is to put money into your operating budget sufficient to buy the vaccine you need to provide the immunizations for the people in town, and whatever the excess is goes back to the general fund. I don't know why we need a revolving fund. What you need is funding for vaccines.
Well, this isn't the only program that we had in mind.
That's what.
For instance, you can't dispose of needles in the trash anymore. I can get almost all the biohazard containers that I want for free. But it costs money to dispose of needles. So I was thinking, well, if I sold someone a biohazard container for a price that included the price of disposal, when it's full, they can bring it back. We can dispose of it. And to me, it's kind of a revolving fund. But I don't know if there's a chicken and an egg there either.
Mr. Messeri.
I'm in support of the revolving fund. I think that from a process point of view, we have to do this, and then at a future town meeting, we have to allocate some seed money into the revolving fund to make it work. And I agree, and as a member of the community impact team, it was one of our discussions just at our last meeting associated with the fact now that you just can't put these needles in a container, closed container, and throw them in the trash. You're not allowed to do that anymore. So we're finding and concerned about those needles just being thrown out and not properly disposed. So that would be, and we did talk at this meeting about, well, whether or not there's something the Board of Health should be doing, or, we've got to have a place, a drop-off place, or a method for people that we're currently able to put them in a milk container with a cover and throw them in the trash. So I can see where there are other Board of Health activities that this type of approach would be helpful. But I also understand the mechanics of it, that this is only step one in getting it implemented. And so we'll never get anywhere without either making a decision one way or another. You could also do it by putting money in the budget.
Yeah, Article 3.
Yeah.
Article 3.
Yeah. Oh,
Mr. Fair?
Article 3, amend the budget.
that's a good point.
That's
I
good.
wasn't thinking of that.
Fix Article 3.
I'm puzzled because when I originally considered this, I read the statute for revolving funds. And what that says is that a revolving fund can be established anytime during the year, but it must be brought to the next available meeting of the legislative body to be approved, or the revolving fund goes away, if you read the state statute, so.
Yeah,
I don't think that's the
Town meeting will
issue.
establish it. Yeah,
Yeah,
town
it's
meeting
not
will
really
establish it.
Established.
Town meeting establishes it. There's no doubt about that.
It's not the issue.
Yeah.
We don't have an issue with, the problem is fundamentally how we operate, how you have to operate under this revolving account. What we're learning is that you can't add money to the revolving account unless you have money in it to pay the expenses that you're gonna acquire trying to generate the revenue. That's basically the
In
problem.
other words, if the purpose of the revolving fund is to do X, right, then the only way you can put revenue in it from X is to have spent money or paid for that service from the revolving fund. So it's not, we're not trying to say you can't do this. We're just saying there's another step in the process. And then Steve's pointed out that we may even be able to resolve that at this town meeting, because we do have a budget supplement article. But I don't know if it allow you to put money into a revolving fund, but it would allow to put extra money into the budget to deal with his current problem, correct?
Well, he doesn't know if he has a problem yet.
Anticipated.
Mr. Hunt?
I think part of the board's thinking of having these monies available, be it revolving fund, budget, what have you, is to deal with unanticipated health issues that come up during the course of the year. As you know, we submit our budget beginning of the calendar year, and it's supposed to be good for 18 months. And we deal with a lot of issues. One this summer, Eastern equine encephalitis, issues that emerged that were not a problem when we devised the budget that we have to address. And those emerging issues are unanticipated, hence the term emerging. So that's part of what we need to have the flexibility to deal with as well. Sometimes the state will support it, sometimes they'll say, it's your gig, you take care of it. And if we don't have the resources to deal with it, it appears that we're being non-attentive or negligent or what have you. So that's part of what this was all about as well.
But if that should arise, you can always go to the Finance Committee to get an emergency fund transfer. Could you not? Am I correct?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
I personally think this is better handled as a budget your operating budget adjustment versus a revolving account. That's my personal opinion. And you smile at that.
No, I'm smiling because the whole thing that started this was 5 years ago. I did come to the board and wanted to increase the community health, a line item in the community health section of the budget, and a few different ideas for a couple of programs, things that we wanted to look at. And the board said that there were good ideas, there were laudable ideas, but they weren't going to fund them. So find a grant opportunity or another source of funding to do those things. So that's when I went through the process of the insurance billing and signing up with Medicare to find another source of funding.
I think you've shown a need at least to have a needle disposal opportunity here. I think you can build that into your budget, and I can't speak for everyone, but I think, given the makeup of the board, we would probably support something like that. Mr. Briscoe?
And when you're building your budget, you can provide a revenue plan to the town administrator to say, if you give me this expense, if you give me this money for in my budget, I'm gonna bring in this much revenue to the general fund, and that will help us continue to fund your budget every year. So, right, am I wrong, Liz? I mean, that's the communication between yourself and the finance director, then bring it forward to the town administrator, that all feeds back into the budget. And I think, I agree with you, Mr. Delaney, that we should just try to handle this in your operating budget next year, rather than even, I'm not sure if we can do it right now.
I just want to remind everybody that there's a purpose for a revolving fund, which I think fits this. He doesn't know how many people are going to subscribe to, we'll use the needle disposal box, right? So the revolving fund, what it basically says is when he collects the revenue for it, he now has money to buy more boxes and sell more boxes. And it's self-regulating, meaning that money in and money out balances itself,
Right.
right? Where in the budget, he can make an estimate of X number of dollars. It ties up town funds for the year, even though it may go back in the general fund if it isn't expended. So I think there is some value in a number of cases, and that's why we have a number of revolving funds.
But I'm not sure if the wording of this revolving account can do what you just said.
Yeah, it does. It says fund certain immunization clinics and community health programs.
Okay, but we know to do the immunization clinic, it requires an expense to do it. To do the community health program doesn't have an expense associated, because he's getting the boxes
No, it
for
does.
free.
It does, because he has to,
Dispose.
he has to, when he gives a box or he sells a box to
Oh,
somebody,
that's right.
when he gets it back, he has to pay to
this
dispose of it,
fee. So,
which is not cheap.
so then, I think that argument even goes further towards it being an operating budget, again, because, and I'm just learning this myself from what I've just heard from the finance director. If there's some level of expense associated to do that, then you have to have that in the budget.
No, the difference, though, is that when he collects the money for the service, it goes into the general fund. It's not accessible to him anymore.
I understand that.
So, in the revolving fund, it goes back in, and it can be reused during the, during the
And that's
year.
why then we have to allocate the money out of his operating budget towards the revolving account, from what,
Yes.
to do what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm not disputing that.
And I'm not
just talking
disputing
about
it
the
either.
difference mechanically from a revolving fund versus putting it in the budget and letting any income that comes in go to the general fund.
Yeah, I mean, I would be in favor, so it'd be basically an investment. I'm not sure it has to be $10,000, but it can be an investment, you can say $5,000, then he can work from there. He can use that to pay for his expenses, and then hopefully he can get reimbursements enough to build this fund up over time, but not to exceed $10,000. Could that be
I don't think that our appropriation to the revolving fund has to be substantial.
Right.
It just has to be something to get him started.
something that he could bill his expenses to? Right,
To
so
actually
maybe it's
buy these-
$2,000.
Right. Just however much the vaccinations cost, I don't know, but,
Right.
something.
I'm not cutting you off.
No,
You're
I'm done. No.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Mr. Jones?
I'm a slightly confused citizen, I have to admit. If you just authorize the $10,000 revolving fund, say, Marty, you got it, but there's no money in it. So this October, he's gonna get vaccine free from the state, administer it, and after that, he can charge for the administration part of it that creates an income. And at that point, the income goes to the finance director, who says the first 10,000 of that income funds this revolving fund. Anything over that goes to the general fund.
No. It has to pay for the expense that he used to administer the immunization.
He's gonna have an expense
And then
before he...
anything after that could go in.
He's gonna have an expense before he has income.
Right.
Okay, so he's got an income.
He has to have
But-
the income
but-
before he has the expense.
And I direct this to the Board of Health then, is the $10,000 adequate to pay for the administrative costs of the first clinic? Otherwise, there's a shortfall.
Yeah, no, I think $2,000 would be more than enough to get it started.
That's what I'm trying to say.
So what I'm saying is you can authorize a fund without funding it until he gets income, but just give him the yeast money, if you will, to arrive at that $10,000 instead of the whole 10.
Mr. Valiakonis, do you have any thoughts?
I would suggest that maybe you want to defer action until town meeting and hear the presentation. I think you necessarily need to make a decision this evening. It is late, and I would
I
like to
just
discuss...
don't know if the presentation's going to change. I've heard it multiple times.
My only comment is I would like to talk about town land at some point. We've had it on the
No,
agenda for
I-
about 4 meetings.
I understand that, but I don't think town meeting's gonna change the picture. It's just gonna hear the presentation again. Worthwhile cause, my personal opinion is, should be an operating budget issue, not a revolving account. Finance
But maybe
committee,
that time delay allows you good gentlemen to see if you want to make some sort of a transfer within Marty's budget in the warrant.
I got a recommendation.
so you'd be in favor, finance committee's in favor of the revolving account?
No, we're not.
Never.
That's okay.
Mr.
I got a
President?
recommendation, though. Why can't we amend Article 3, add in $2,000 for the health department, approve this article, a revolving account that cannot exceed $10,000, so, and then we take that $2,000 from Article 3 and apply it to the
I
revolving
think
account?
that's what Article 3 would have to do in Article 3, is take it out of his operating and move it into...
No, we could take it from somewhere else too, right? We don't even have to take it out of the we could take it from free cash.
I know, but that's the mechanism, is Article 3.
Right.
Right.
But then we have to allocate it to the revolving account, so now he has somewhere to bill his expenses to.
Again, then you would have to take this article ahead of Article 3.
Yeah, that's what I was just gonna
Right.
say. You
Right.
have to establish it
Establish
first
it before we
before
get
you
funding.
can transfer the money in.
And
That's true.
lastly, I would question whether or not it's a budget article where you're putting money in the budget. I don't think you can put money into the revolving fund from Article 3. What you could do is put additional money in his budget.
That's what I'm saying. They're going to take it out of his budget.
Help me, I'd be glad to be corrected.
We are
but I
putting
think-
money into recreation though, which is an enterprise fund.
But you're allowed to do that under the budget subsidy, not under a revolving fund.
Okay, so,
A little bit.
So it's just
a different
$2,000.
article That's in E and A.
yeah, so we would.
Take it out of free cash.
Mr. Jones?
Quick question, if we do nothing, how's he handling a clinic? Where's the administrative cost coming from now, without
It's in
any?
his budget.
They're already programmed in his budget.
It's all in his budget.
Huh?
It's all
In
in
his
his budget.
operating budget.
Then it's covered.
No,
Not the income.
No, but if he has a revolving account, right, if he's taking that income, he needs to pay his expenses out of the revolving account. With the clinic, he'll have the income, he'll have an expense before he generates the income. Because he'll have the administrative
Why can't he take money out
costs.
of his
But what
operating
I'm
budget
saying
and put
is
it
the
in?
You can't because it's one for one.
The expense is currently covered in his budget,
Yeah.
just the expense.
Do a budget amendment.
Right, do a budget amendment, put it in his, take it out of the operating, put it in the revolving.
Yeah, and then it gets back,
We don't have an article.
We don't have an article
allow
to
us
do that.
Oh,
That's what I'm trying to get
Has
at.
to be established.
And then we have this
So
other
just
problem
take
where,
Article 18 out of order, put it before Article 3, establish the revolving fund.
No, but I still don't, I don't believe you could make a budget adjustment in the, it's the omnibus article to put money into the revolving fund. I don't know how you do that. You're only making adjustments to line items in the current budget.
Right, but we're doing it after we've established it.
But we can't transfer to the revolving fund, that's the
You can't
problem.
transfer out of his operating account into a revolving.
No,
Not from
what-
Article 3.
and that's what, I'm not saying that. I'm saying, let's take it out of free cash. Let's establish let's move it, the article up to.
Would-
There's no
before
place
three.
to do that either. There's
You
no
need a
article to
separate
do that.
article.
Give them $2,000.
In Article 3.
No.
Mr. Jones, we're trying to figure out a way to do that.
Budget adjustments.
Oh, yeah, you're right. We don't have an article to do it. I see that.
So, you know, I think the first step is establish the revolving account. And fund it next year.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Anybody can make a donation to it.
thanks
That's
for
a
the
good
offer,
point.
Abby.
I'll pass a hat.
Here's your
Wedding-
$2,000.
That's a
Wedding
good
has
point.
got
That's a good point.
Yeah.
He could get a
some,
donation or
you
a
know,
grant. Goes into that.
donation or
I'll
somebody.
tell you what, at
has
this
a-
point, I'd make the donation myself to get out of here, so. Let's just,
Pass the
No,
hat.
no, excuse me.
I make a motion to recommend
But
Article
the thing- but Article 18, we could establish the fund, and the funds that he collects, according to the wording here, the funds that he collects this year can go into the revolving fund. He just won't have any way of expending it until next year.
You can't.
But the problem is, he's gonna have expenses that are generated from that income he earns. He's not gonna be able to pay it out of that revolving account.
Until each one of you guys addies up $500 a pop.
Let me just move on here.
I mean, we target
Give me the funds.
all the time.
I'm making a motion to recommend Article 18.
Second.
I have a motion, I have a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? No. Motion
3-2.
carries 3-2.
That's only your first step, remember that.
Yeah. So you have a
But at
revolving
least
account.
you've made some progress.
Can I give that to
So
Mr.
in the next
Prisco?
budget presentation, what
I
you're
got
doing
it.
is gonna allocate resources.
Who's reading that?
From this year.
I am.
Into this fund. Into this fund. So what will it be for next year, then, next fiscal year?
And
They still
also
have the
Mr.
fund
Foley and
It's
established.
not even $2,000, it's a lot less. Just labor for nurses.
All right, let's,
So then think about the other
All
programs.
right,
that you get.
it's getting late.
Gary, think about the other programs, though, too.
Moving on to item 10.
We're done with this? Who's doing this one?
Me.
Mr. Prisco.
I'll take this one.
Item 10, discuss sale of additional parcels of town-owned land.
Okay, pages 90.
Did I miss something?
I don't know, what are you doing?
What are we doing?
Town
We
owned
just
land.
finished, Article 18 was the last article,
Yeah?
so we just finished that. We have other agenda items. You're more than welcome to
Oh,
stay.
that aren't for the town meeting?
Correct,
Oh,
correct.
Forget it.
You're leaving? Thank you for joining us. Have a good night.
Okay, get back on here. You know what page we're gonna start at, Sean?
I don't even know what day it is.
it's around 80,
Around 80. Ooh, geez, I'm going the wrong way. I'm in the hundreds.
83, I think. No? That went by too quick. It's after the pinks.
It's after the pinks. Oh, wait a minute. Town owned land, 103. That's what I have.
103. You're right.
Greg, thank you for the colored pictures.
Oh, yes.
Very helpful.
They're better.
Much better.
Okay.
Mr. Valiakonis?
We've identified, we being the building inspector and I have gone through and looked at a number of other parcels that the board may wish to offer for sale. And we've assembled those and put those forward in the form of a recommendation so that you can discuss. If you discuss and decide, then what we'll do is we'll put them on for a public hearing. At a future meeting, we'll advertise the hearing, we'll notify the abutters. But in general, what we've tried to do is we try to identify parcels that we think might be of value either to abutters or might be of value for someone who wishes to purchase them for the purposes of building lot. So my thought is that they would involve considerably more revenue than the ones that we just went through last time around, where the dollar value was auctioned off somewhere between $900 and $1,000 per parcel.
You want to start with each
Yep.
parcel?
Sure. Map 8, parcel 188.
Audubon Road.
Correct. As you can see, the land has frontage off of Poplar Terrace. 9,600 square feet.
And the assessed value is 151,000 for 9,600 square feet.
Because it's a building lot.
9,600 square feet's a building lot?
It is in this case.
Well,
It's grandfathered.
Grandfathered lot.
Is that an approved road, Greg?
Poplar Terrace is.
Yeah.
Audubon is not constructed.
Does it have enough frontage there?
Well, Audubon's constructed,
Aren't there homes on Audubon?
yeah, well, up to that house there,
Right, there's a big house that's there.
And I guess my question would be, why would we want to put this necessarily back on the tax rolls as a buildable lot so that we could potentially get a house that we could tax? And if a child goes into the school system, it's a net loss in the first year we put it in. You know? In an already condensed area. One of the reasons that we didn't sell some of these lots previously, and again, this may be off the board, was because of the wastewater treatment. We were looking for areas within, particularly the Mountain Pond area, but other areas of town, we were holding on to these lands, because we may need some pumping stations, we may need some parcels of land in order to situate pumps to move the effluent around, move it through. We may have enough over there, and again, it's what we've heard in the recent past, we don't need that anymore, but
Well, we may.
I'm still not sure that we don't need that. I think we may, but
Well, we may want to hold on to this parcel because if we, this is the Mountains Pond area, right? And we're going to be bringing wastewater up, storage up in that area. We may need that piece of property for staging equipment and trucks and things like that as we're doing construction up there. We may want to hold on to it for that reason.
well, you'd be reconstructing the Audubon to get it there. And Poplar is like this. I don't know if you're familiar with it. It's a mountain. I think it's actually a hot top now, but Poplar is. For years it wasn't.
I wouldn't be personally inclined to sell it as a buildable lot.
Well,
Board members?
Again, if you can get,
I didn't hear what you said.
I wouldn't be inclined to sell it as a buildable lot, so.
So sell it to a neighbor.
It's a, I don't know if anyone would be interested in taking it, but.
well, if you look at the direct abutter on Poplar Terrace, on both of them, both of their dwellings are right on top of the property lines and encroaching significantly.
The one to the left is definitely it's over the property line.
And we've also found in years past that there have been situations where septic systems and other structures have actually been on town-owned land.
We know that.
Once we,
I wouldn't
we
be
know that well.
shocked if
You know,
either
so-
one of both of these are.
So,
The house could be on town.
Yeah, it looks like it on this picture.
so again,
the
I don't know
yellow
where
line is
where the
marked
septic
off.
systems are for these two adjacent parcels. But I wouldn't be surprised if part of it, or the leaching field, is already on the town-owned land. So maybe before we offer this one for sale, maybe we could get the Board of Health, the health agent to take a look and see if they actually have a location for the, where the current septic systems are for these two abutters are. And again, I'm not necessarily in favor of selling it as a buildable lot either.
Yeah.
Even though, you know, the initial
I'm not either.
influx of cash for the town is a good thing, it diminishes rather quickly once a dwelling's put on it. So, but my guess is those are pretty small parcels, and if they don't have a septic system problem now, they will in the not-too-distant future, and there may be something that these two abutters might be willing to get together and purchase it to protect their interests.
So I'd either be willing to sell it with that restriction, or, as Steve suggested, send out the Board of Health before we make a decision on that.
And then
So-
see if there's an interest, and then if there's interest, have them express the interest, so you can put it up for sale.
So you gonna send a letter to the abutters?
Yeah, have the health department take a look at the plans first, if they're already on file, and then contact the owners and say, hey, we have a deal for you.
Well, if that's the case, then why don't we just make the recommendation to sell it without, you know, with the restrictions that we've done previously? Because we
I have no
always come back
problem
and
with that.
change it later on if we change our minds and we don't sell it.
I don't have a problem with that.
Well, you know, the price automatically comes down as soon as you do that,
That's okay.
so, just so you
Right.
know.
We understand that.
Yeah, but you gotta set a minimum bid on it now? I mean, you wanna do the $1,100, or, I don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah, totally
That's a tough one.
understood. I would wait until you have a hearing to do that.
No, I know, but, yeah, right now, he's just asking whether we wanna put
Whether
it up
we
for sale or
wanna
not.
put it up
We
for
want to
sale.
have a hearing.
Okay.
Right, we want to have it.
Consensus of the board?
I like the idea of checking the adjacent homeowners, find out where the septic systems are. And, you know, one thought could be that, I don't know, could that be subdivided to the point where you might be able to get the two landowners to take the land in between the two houses?
That, that happened. One of the parcels we had sold last year, two of them got together.
Right.
bought
Yeah,
it,
but
subdi-
we don't do
We
that
don't
now.
get involved with
Yeah. We don't do
subdivision of it, but they did.
They worked it
bought-
out, yeah.
So, yes. Okay, I can go either way, so consensus of the board, either put up for sale with that restriction, or first do some.
Due diligence first.
Due diligence is fine with me.
So Greg,
Okay.
have the Board of Health go out, do an inspection, see what they
Sure.
have for plans. Okay. Next,
Next are three parcels. They're identified as 55 Old Andover, 57 Old Andover, and 1 Bear, consisting of 7,100, 4,550, and 2,500 square feet, which could be combined into a single buildable lot.
Interesting lot layout. So this is a deserted property? Is that what this,
There's no structures there.
well, it says it's a building on it.
We may show that, but there's an indication here that the
oh, wasn't it condemned or something, taken down some years ago?
I have enclosed an estimate of $7,000 to have the building raised and lot cleaned, but this is back in 2003, so maybe that was already done.
I'm confused about the yellow marking around it. Is the yellow surrounds the three lots that you
No,
mentioned?
all three lots would be combined. So the three lots that you see there in brown, those are the three lots.
Okay.
There's three separate lots, all would be combined into one single lot.
54 is a crazy shape.
But one encompasses the other
Crazy.
kind of, right?
Correct, one
Okay.
small.
One kind of like a U shape around it, okay.
It's crazy. There's nothing else there. I don't know who would have any interest in it.
Oh, so it'll be buildable.
Well,
put all three of them
oh,
together.
that's, yeah, but I think we're concerned about selling them that way, so. Board members?
I'm not familiar. Road. So the town's gonna take the action to combine the 3 lots into one, and then put it up for sale.
That'd be
That's
the
what's
goal.
being recommended.
Yeah, what we're doing is we're saying, it makes no sense to sell them individually. You sell them as one lot, which would consider to be a buildable lot.
So in total, it'd be 7,500.
14?
75, so yeah, it's, yeah, 12,000 square feet plus.
What's the consensus? Put it up for sale, don't put it up for sale, put it up with
I say we
restrictions?
put that one up for sale.
You can combine them first, then put them up.
You're proposing restrictions or no restrictions?
So, I don't know that area that well.
Well, why is the area a factor?
Well, maybe it'd be, maybe to do no restrictions and build a house up there. It maybe worth the tax revenue.
I think we have the same issue with all these lots. If we sell them as buildable lots, yeah, we'll, you know, recoup some revenue up front, but we're going to be a loser on the back end of it. So I don't know if that makes sense, but I don't know how everyone else feels.
Well, the other thing is one of the other things that we did is we held on to some of these lots, which would be like the Audubon Road one, these parcels here. We have an affordable housing issue. These can become a spot. Have a spot for some affordable housing, you know. We held on to some lots over the years because we're facing the 40B issue. And again, that'll start to rear its ugly head the next year or so, as the census is out. And we'll have some making up to do, nothing like we were facing before. But,
I guess if you were gonna consider selling it as a buildable lot, it might be worthwhile hanging on for a while. Prices are down. Things get heated up. I like your idea of you having some in reserve to deal with our 40B issues. I don't know if that particular one fits all of that, but
Yeah, personally, I wouldn't be inclined to sell it. Certainly not without any restrictions.
are there limits on restrictions too?
no, we own it, so if we want to say non-buildable.
No, I mean, after someone buys it, don't the restrictions retire after some time?
I don't believe so, no.
It should
No,
carry over
it becomes a
deed to
deed
deed.
restriction.
Yeah, it's in the deed.
Becomes a deed restriction.
Deed restriction, okay.
Mr. Fode? Any thoughts?
Nah, I mean, just like Steve said, you know, we sell it and put a house on there, now we gotta, you know, we get the issue of bringing more students into the town.
Let's make it 40B then.
I'm just,
Well, that's why we can wait.
Yeah, wait till we need
can
it.
wait till we
Yeah,
need it.
right.
We can wait till the market changes, you know, rather than having to make a move on it right now.
Yeah.
But I mean, you know, these are all things that the administration and the building inspector said is an option.
Yeah.
Here's something that's available for sale, potentially buildable. What do you want to do with it? Okay.
It would be good to have those that he's brought forward on a list that we,
Chose not to sell.
no, I mean, even if we chose not to sell or to hold, that we had that list as something we can come back to each year and look at.
I think the consensus, am I correct, board members, is not to sell this particular lot
At this time.
at this time.
So it'd be 3.
With that caveat.
Those 3 parcels.
those three.
Next two are 2 lots, each 5,000 square feet at number 9 and number 11 Elma.
there a house on another section of land there, Greg? It
There's
shows
one
there's some-
Burrows.
Not here. Not on these two parcels.
No, no.
Just
on
say it's
the-
wet, I think it's wet
on the
over there.
remaining-
Why does it say no? I think it is.
Are we dealing with 3 parcels here, or?
Two.
Two.
No, when I look at the,
Well, this one has a drain pipe on the parcel. That's what it says on the note.
It's good, they have
On
drainage.
page 103. Drain pipe on parcel.
if I look at the brown area,
Hmm?
Greg, on the first lot, you've got a yellow marker.
Mhm.
And then I switch to the second one, you've got a yellow marker.
Mhm.
It looks like there's a section that, of that brown, that is not part of our discussion, correct?
No, they're both of the brown shaded areas would be the parcels that would be combined for the
Then-
purposes of
Then
one.
I'm very confused about the yellow.
Well, I would say that the yellow line is not an architectural exact engineering rendering. It's meant to show, identify the approximate boundaries of the property.
Yeah, so I think the safe way to look at it
Just
is
a-
inside of the yellow line is
just a
the
depiction.
boundary, not the outside of the
It's
yellow
just a
line.
depiction.
I'm still confused.
So, I guess, what's the deal with the drain? Do you know, Greg, that drain on the parcel? The
Are you
drain
talking
pipe?
about the same parcel? Maybe I'm...
This is not, this is Elmer Road, right?
Yeah.
No,
Parcel
but I
85 and
think
86?
it's the one that's on Wilmer Road that's,
If you go
Let's
to
get
page
the drain.
103, and you
Good.
look at the note
I'll just
for
say,
this parcel, it says drain pipe on parcel for 6 Elmer Road. Map 90,
We're not looking at 6, we're looking at 9 and 11.
right,
oh,
we're looking all right.
okay, looks like the wrong one then.
Okay, that's why I'm,
Good.
That's
Where's
one, right?
6?
Says the section is wetlands, though.
No, that's not what we're looking at right now.
Oh, where are we looking
Looking at, let me get there.
They're out of order.
This is one.
81's not
I'm
on,
sorry.
not on this
Okay.
list.
I get it, yep.
But it does say, if you look at parcel 93, which is one of them, it does say there's a drainage pipe that runs under Wilmer Road from parcel 92 to parcel 93.
that's the one that's behind the Honda barn, though. That's a different parcel. We're talking across, the other two across the street, 85 and 86, are the first ones
They're
we're
across
talking
the
about.
street.
We're not at 93 yet. That's why I get confused, we're talking about different parcels, I
Yeah,
think.
I got
No,
confused.
Huh?
I got confused.
this letter was in the packet, just so you're aware of the fact
Right,
that there are adjacent parcels that have some limitations and restrictions. on
Right, but parcels, if you look at this crazy little map here,
Right.
this one here,
Excuse me,
it's
thanks.
85 and 86 we're talking about first.
Yep.
And then 93 will be another one,
Okay.
correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's right.
Do you think the Honda barn, we want to buy 93?
Well, it's Melconian Motors, Subaru, but...
Subaru, yeah.
Sorry,
Uh-huh.
Subaru,
Yeah.
that's what I meant.
Yeah,
I'm tired, it's been a long day.
We could find, again, nothing on 85 and 86.
Find nothing as far as...
Any type of letters in the packet or anything that indicated restrictions with these properties.
And the interesting thing is the only real direct abutter is, again, one's on Burrows Road, and the other one's just on
Elmer Road.
Elma. And again, the Honda barn owns, they might own both of those. Oh, it's a Subaru.
They own 92
They own,
or 91?
95.
they
Where am I? Which way am I
own
going?
95,
95, okay.
83, and maybe 84. Oh, excuse me, not 84, we own 84, it says here, but I don't know if that's true anymore.
Goodman's sold already.
Because that's got a 84, it's got a dwelling on it. And it's not shaded in brown.
Which one again?
84. It shows on this map here, this previous map, Town of North Reading, and these two don't say Town of North.
No,
Reading.
no, 88,
84 is owned by somebody else.
right.
Right. It may be Subaru owns both of those. I know they own 83, they own 83. It might be Zezowit's old house. So I'm not sure.
All right, what's the feeling of the
So
board?
it's 84 is not,
Not
it's not
Town.
ours. Okay.
I think that's an arrow pointing to 85. And then if you look at 86, you see of
Yeah, that,
ding,
that's-
of
yeah,
ding.
I get it now.
Okay, so 80,
I say we sell them with limitations. And then maybe the abutters on each side will take a piece.
yep, I'm good with that.
Again, the intent here is, it is a buildable, if they're combined, it's buildable.
No, we're gonna put the restrictions on.
What I'm saying is you'll get nothing in return. It may be at that point worth just waiting for until the real estate market recovers. I mean, I understand what you're saying, but these parcels are of some value down the road because they are buildable lots. And it would be a shame to get rid of them for $900.
Unless you don't want any more.
Unless you don't want any more.
Unless you want any more homes, you know, then you make a part and parcel of the other ones, right?
Then it would be in our best interest to just combine the 86 and 85. And then when we're ready down the road, to sell it as one lot, as a 10,000 square foot lot.
Joe?
Then we only have one revenue. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
No, then we don't have to worry about two homes being built. We only have one.
No, you can't.
We wouldn't do it.
You can't build.
10,000
It has to be
feet.
10,000, so it has to
10,000
be
feet.
combined to make it buildable.
No,
not
not if it's
necessarily.
grandfather, you
No,
get
we
it
have
as
5,000
small as
square foot lots.
5,000. Yeah.
We have as small as 5,000, it
Yeah.
all depends if they were contiguously owned and all the rest of it. They may or may not be grandfathered, even individually, but I'm in favor of holding off of these two right now, that's personally. And then as we get under 93, I say offer that one up, maybe the Subaru place will take it.
I can live with that.
Yeah.
Is that the consensus, Bob?
Yep.
So the next one is 93.
Yeah, we said, yeah, offer that one up, you know. See if the dealership's interested, or maybe someone else.
Consensus, lot 93,
I would like.
sale with restriction?
Yeah, that one's got the drainage running across it anyway, so you're not gonna have a,
Right. So maybe we can sell it with restrictions with, and hopefully the Subaru dealership will buy it,
oops.
add it to their overall. That's what I'd like to do.
The
Bob?
empty space behind the Subaru dealer,
Mm-hmm.
that doesn't appear, on at least on the map we have, there's nothing on it. Who owns that, you know?
We're right, what, 95?
It's a gray area.
That's another street.
No, it's Wilma Street. You're
It's
talking
Wilma
behind
Road.
Wilma Street?
No, the,
Oh, this area here? Yeah.
Yeah, there's no lot number or anything.
I wonder if it's part of 95.
That's my guess, is
yeah, it's part of 95, that's a
95.
paper street, Wilma Road, although there is, Wilma Road is actually
Is there a
over
house on it?
towards, yeah, that's over towards, it's over towards on the other side of 95. Wilma Road actually runs, excuse me, on 93. The gray area, it shows it on the easterly side of lot 93, but on the map, the drawn map here, shows it on the westerly side of 93, that's where it actually lies. But as far as the layout of paper street, it runs through lot 95.
Yes, but there's, if I read this right, there's some vacant land. I guess that's lot 95.
Yeah, lot 95, that's the parking behind the Honda barn. Oh, behind the
That's
Subaru
wide open?
dealership.
So
The entrance into the service area.
Maybe the Subaru dealer would be interested in picking that up.
Right.
That's what we were just
That's what I'm saying, yeah.
In which case, I'm in favor of selling
Right.
Yep.
to them. I don't know.
I think that's the consensus.
Oh,
We
okay.
agree with you.
Very good. Next one?
Good idea, Bob.
Were you the
I'm with you.
all of that?
Thanks. Map 14, lot 88, 10,238 feet.
Let's see what this is.
We deal with this last year?
Oh, Rogers Circle, Bentley Road.
No, this is new.
That's a big piece, huh?
All right.
You know, in the case, and again, I'm equivocating a little bit here, you know, I'd like to offer this up as far as, you know, with restrictions and have it combined with another one, you know, so if people want to have a little more privacy or retain what they currently enjoy, but if they're not willing to step up and purchase it, you know, maybe, again, we can hold it again for the affordable housing issue.
Yeah, I mean, that's my thought on this one.
Yep. But I mean, it's,
So 89, looks like there's one piece, one building on that property. That's a pretty large, unless I'm missing some lines.
yes, that's a big lot, huh? Although,
How do these houses in the back get,
there's another road.
what?
Where?
Yeah.
Like, how do you access parcel 90?
Could be a driveway.
Parcel 90, where's 90?
Yeah.
Isn't it 90?
Really good question.
92? 91?
No, you see 92, 94?
It'd be
It's
above.
Be above the parcel we're looking at if you scroll down on the
Oh,
screen.
okay. All right.
Just kind of landlocked, yet there's homes on it. So they must have,
My guess is there's access off of
Shared driveway.
Off of
Wilson
Rogers
Ave or
Circle?
something.
No, that long skinny lot that's coming in, that there's an area that shows a driveway connecting to that long skinny lot that's coming in, right here.
Really?
See that right there? Right here.
Yeah.
So my guess is you
Oh, it comes in from Wilson.
It goes up, yes, yeah.
Comes out
Yeah,
here.
Yeah, it doesn't show on ours here, but there's
Comes in
a,
from here.
between 89 and 92, running down to Wilson Ave, there's actually an access and an
Wow.
egress.
It's a long way to go.
Oh, yeah, Vine Street. Would that be right?
Is it Vine?
It's off of Wilson Avenue.
Birch
No,
Road.
it's Wilson Ave, part of Wilson Ave. It's not Vine.
There's no doubt, there's no doubt, right through.
Yeah,
Am I looking at the wrong area?
What are you looking at, Michael?
It's Rogers Circle, right?
They're both owned by the
Isn't that
same.
Rogers Circle?
No, it's coming off of Wilson Ave.
Off of Wilson Avenue.
It's coming off of Wilson. I got it off of Rogers. I was just trying to look at it here on this
Oh,
map.
yeah, okay, good, yeah. See this here?
Yeah,
So that,
got it. Yeah, because there's Rogers Circle, so it's probably over here.
I say
Wilson
save this.
Ave.
so right here.
Good size lot.
Save.
Save, well, that's,
Oh,
I agree.
Birch Road.
Birch Road.
So I said Birch Road, you guys, so where the hell was I?
all right.
Hello.
Is there a consensus to save this for affordable housing purposes at this time?
Yes.
Yeah, or until the market changes.
Okay. Bob, you want to have that? Okay. We have any more?
Yeah, there's the next batch is 5, 7, 9 Cameron, each consisting of 5,000 square feet. And if you find the map, it shows them really, really clear. There are 3 of them right together.
And those were parcels that we held for potential affordable.
It's a good area.
And the residents were, probably still are upset.
Steve, you know who's down there?
Yeah. Hebert, McCarthy, Chuck.
Yeah. Thoughts?
And so the rationale previous to now, you were holding it for what reason?
Potential affordable housing.
And what size lots are each one of them?
5,000
Five.
each.
And we don't know if they're grandfathered, right?
This would be considered to be a buildable lot.
Each one of them.
Yes.
Each one individual?
5,000 feet, depends on ownership again.
Right.
Depends on how the ownership was, but they could be combined into a single lot, and it would be a buildable single lot.
They could also be subdivided, maybe the two neighbors there might be interested.
I would
They
actually
could be.
I would
to protect it.
consider just combining them all and making one lot, one house. Sell it. One lot. No restriction.
I think the neighbors on either side may be interested in acquiring it.
All three,
Preserve.
though? You think all three? They're gonna want one each on to the next one, they might not want the middle one.
Right.
Well, that wouldn't be
That's fine,
bad.
that wouldn't be bad. If we sell those two, put them back on, I mean, I don't care how you do it.
You can
We keep the
divide
middle
it
one.
up such that you split
Yeah.
the middle one.
I would sell it with restrictions, each one individually, and see if there's any interest in either one of the homeowners at 31 or 35.
All right.
I know I'd be probably interested if a lot came up next to me just to protect it, just to, if it was a buildable lot.
The only, and again, it's not politically popular, but if we're gonna be citing affordable units in the community, scattered siting is generally better than
Right.
cluster
Bigger.
developments, yeah? That's my only point. Again, not politically popular, nobody wants it. But it's a situation
No,
that
but I
needs to
think
be
we-
addressed on a periodic basis.
We've already held off some for that purpose, and this is a particular one I would actually be more inclined to combining it all into one lot and selling it as one house lot.
I'm not inclined to do that. I'm inclined to sell them as, with restrictions, to see if there's any, if either owner of parcel 31 or parcel 35 or both are interested.
Yeah,
In one, two, or three.
Starting point.
Right.
Do that.
Right.
If they're not,
Then no
then
interest, then
we
next
come
step.
back.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll be fine with that. Let's do it.
All three should be.
Well, I'd put all three out there and
Right.
see what they say. Yeah,
All right.
sure.
Maybe we'll split them out.
Holy, how many more do we have left? I'm not sure I can make it. I need some fresh air or something.
Do we have a consensus to propose the sale of these three parcels with restrictions as a non-buildable lot and some other restrictions we may want to consider?
I'm not, but,
Approach the,
no, I'm not, I'm not.
Yeah.
Yeah, my position hasn't changed in a long time, so.
Michael?
Yes, sir. Hold on a second. They got the heat on, so. I would be okay with your recommendation.
Okay. So I guess the consensus, Greg, is to propose the sale with deed restrictions.
Okay.
Next,
7 lots.
7 lots.
7 lots. So if you turn to the next map, they are that whole large batch
This is in the same area.
of property, correct, which the addresses are between Harris and Quimby Road. They're all owned by the town, and they are, they can be aggregated and divided. Again, the goal in going through this is try to find parcels that may have some value.
Quite a
And
lot of
as far as
space
the
there.
access, as far as the access to that is limited, very limited.
Looks like it's limited to the end of Quimby.
Yeah, I know, but I think it's,
You can't extend that road any further, right?
well, you would have to, in order to do it, you'd have to improve.
You'd have to improve it.
How big is that all together? Do you know off the top of your head?
It's right for Central, right?
Yeah.
It's about a lot,
No, I didn't know about the age.
40,
50, 60, 70.
Couple acres.
80,000 square feet, plus or minus?
Almost 2 acres.
We'll take care of some affordable housing with that.
So you really only need one access in, and then maybe build.
I think you need to look at the wetlands thing there too, because there's, I know when they built Pilgrim Road, which was just down the road a piece, there was some wetlands at the end of Pilgrim Road, it was all down and back. And we were concerned about, water table, all the rest. But
I think we're probably best to keep possession of that at this time.
Just for information, Lot 34, which is on the other side of Quimby, their access is off of, so obviously that road is extended a little bit further down than it's shown on the diagram here. Right here. So there's a driveway that comes down that looks like it connects.
Yeah, but nothing there.
Nothing next door.
I think it's dirt.
Yeah.
It's probably dirt.
See, looking at the picture, oops, sorry. So whereabouts would the town-owned property be? Right here. All that, off of Harris Road.
Oh,
Well, Quimby, Harris, yeah, it's here.
That's the house that's right here. So all this wooded area.
Mhm. Right here.
So what's the cul-de-sac, Freedom Drive?
This is Harris, yes. It's Harris, so it's here.
What's that? No, just, Mealy's house?
No.
Oh, just,
Mhm.
okay. And you think it may be wet?
I just remember up in here was, where's all this in here? This is very wet. All in here is very wet.
Okay.
Here, here. So, but this is spruce.
Yeah.
You know, Cameron is what we were just talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Probably up in here. Yeah, in here. Yeah. So, no. That's what we're talking here.
Sorry, yeah, we'll get back to it. Sorry, Mr. Chairman.
We just wanted to know.
Taking us, the little group on a survey of all the.
Oh, we're just trying to understand. This was a challenging one, I don't know.
Challenge? I think this is
a long
one we
land.
hold, but,
All right, let's hold.
well, I mean, it's just me, I mean, I just say
No,
that
it's
for
hold.
discussion, but.
Hold.
Next.
Done.
Haverhill Street.
60 Haverhill Street, yep, 5.4 acres, 57 Haverhill.
That was acquired through a land swap with Reading Municipal Light way back when. When we swapped off some of the property down by the DPW garage for them to build their substation. They had purchased a home right on Haverhill Street, the one that the deer ate all the,
Yeah,
across the street.
yeah.
Well, they had purchased that. They were going to put their substation right there on Haverhill Street. So we negotiated with them where we would give them the property behind the DPW garage, which nobody could see from the neighborhood of coming up 28 as an entrance, Haverhill Street entrance. In return, they gave us that home in this parcel of land. Now, they utilized this parcel of land for storage of, for a number of years.
Is there a gate there?
There's a gate there, but they utilized it for storage of telephone poles.
You actually can drive in there.
Yeah. Telephone poles, which were, of course, loaded with creosote. So.
Has they done a 21E on this?
No. This was given to us as part of the deal.
As is?
Yeah, and we've never, I don't believe we've ever done any testing on it. I could be wrong. but-
We could know, if we had evidence of it, we would have pulled it up and put it in the file for you to see tonight.
Didn't they have a substation there too?
They had a little something there, yeah, that they took out.
There's all sorts of stuff up there.
I think there is a concrete pad up there, Bob, but there's no evidence of anything there recently.
No, but the old transformers were filled with nasty stuff.
Oh, no
And
doubt.
if they ever had a leak there, I mean, you might not detect it on the surface.
Of course.
And then abutting this is a bare meadow. You know, there's a lot of wetlands out of the aquifer. But it's there. It's part of it's flat. But I'm not so sure. I don't think we've ever done any testing on it because we probably didn't want to know.
Do we want to know, though?
Up to this point, no. You know, and if that's the case, then you have to have an appropriation, just to put a little.
I think that
study
may
on
be
it.
one of the ones we may want to, something we may
But
wanna
again,
do.
it's 5 acres, again, proximity, right on Haverhill Street. If it happens to be clean, it might be another site for a cluster development.
Yeah, because there's nothing really behind it.
Wetlands, it's bare meadow, yeah, that's,
Heritage Way.
right, but that's all wet, which actually runs all the way down to Reading, the wetlands area, down Haverhill Street, all the way down to Cape Curtis.
Okay.
So I'd say we hold for now,
Hold for
but
now.
if we need affordable housing, we may have to appropriate some money to see
Again,
whether or
at some
not.
point, we may want to try and, rezone it, allow for some cluster development, with an affordable piece to it,
We need first.
but
have
first you have to
inspect
determine whether
it
or
and
not it's
see.
okay.
The last piece is in the back of Lindor Road, between Lindor and Duane. We have,
Wow.
we have 1.2 acres. We don't divide in our approaches. There are potentially 7 people that are interested in buying this property. Maybe they want it for whatever.
Doubt it,
But there are potential 7 people that might want it.
Well, the lot number
Nice little
116
drag strip.
may want it.
Which
On
one again?
Duane Drive.
Yes.
What's that?
I mean, the owner of lot 116 on Duane Drive,
Yeah, what about him?
he may want it.
Why? Would you want that?
No. He's only saying 7 people. You have
Well,
8. Maybe have 8.
Yeah, I think
Maybe
there's
not
more
big enough lot.
potential for the people that are on
Lindor.
Lindor to
It's
have
like a
little
bigger
bigger
yards.
backyards.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, on Duane Drive, there aren't going to be any other houses built between the big gap where this, in front of this parcel. So the people on Lindor Road, they're getting the benefit of it all now anyway. But
Yeah, but they wanted to put something there.
That's why we should offer it to the people in Duane,
Yeah,
which
nice,
may motivate the people in Lindor to get together and do something.
there's a lot of thin horse
Just
corral.
offer it. I don't know what. No harm in offering it.
No, offer it, definitely.
Can't be built on.
No,
Yeah.
we have to put the restrictions on it.
You don't need to.
That's it?
Consensus is to
Yeah.
offer it?
Okay.
Do we specifically notify these abutters regarding this process
When we have the hearing, we will.
when we have a hearing?
When we
Will
have the
that notice?
hearing, our practice is to notify all abutters
Yes.
that the board is having a public hearing.
Thank you, all right, moving right along. Town administrators report?
Hi.
How are you?
Good. Good news, all of the open tax foreclosure properties have been resolved. We did collected about $136,000 in revenue. It does not help us for the purposes of town meeting this year. It's money that will be accounted for at the end of this fiscal year, which is in June of 2013. But nevertheless, it is good news. I did give you a little bit of a summary in terms of the foreclosure process, which typically takes between 10 and 16 months to complete. I don't need to read everything in detail here, but there are typically costs involved. It costs us about $900 that we know to take a piece of property. And then if there's a challenge, it potentially costs us between $900 and $1,500 more to go through the foreclosure process. And then if there's an eviction involved, then obviously there's more on top of that. But I did provide you with a schedule that was put together by the treasurer in terms of how the process works, and the calendar that she uses in terms of proceeding with tax title and foreclosure on different properties. So if you do have questions, I'd be happy to entertain any. Get back to me. We can have a meeting with the treasurer. But I think we do a pretty good job in terms of monitoring these properties. Obviously, we don't want to see things go to tax title, but if they do, they do. And if they go to foreclosure, then so be it. We deal with those issues for the purposes of protecting the integrity of the additional taxpayers in town. Dick had mentioned it earlier this evening about the fact that we received bids on the traffic study, traffic mitigation that was proposed by the board for the Chestnut Street area, and also possible redesign of the Haverhill Chestnut Street intersection. So we did receive 3 proposals. I did not review them. They were dropped off to me this afternoon. I did not have an opportunity to review them, but I would be happy to, in fairness to the board, to scan them and put them into the Dropbox, to give you an opportunity to review them and ask questions. And then those questions will be asked of the candidates when we go forward and look to award this contract.
Mr. O'Leary.
I don't think I'm in favor of our proceeding, spending the $26,000 on this particular project. As I stated a couple of meetings ago, I think our intentions were good, and all of our efforts to try and mitigate the truck traffic on Chestnut Street, and we took a position and pushed it off to another area and opened up another can of worms. And as I stated a couple weeks ago, that we may just not be able to solve the problem and help out as much as we'd like to. Other than short of additional enforcement action on the part of the police department and small mitigation efforts. But to spend $26,000 more to expand the study and to expand it into another area, I think is, I don't have a lot of confidence that it's going to give us any real solutions that we can embrace or afford. Chestnut and Haverhill Street has been a bone of contention and a bane to the town for 50 years. And what is sitting there on the ground right now is a direct result of a fatal accident that occurred 35 years ago at that intersection where it was a direct crossroads. The offsetting of it all was, at the time, studies and all the rest were done, short of putting in a traffic signal. That's what could be done to slow things down. And there's still accidents there. It's still a tough intersection. So I don't know that we're willing to move forward on traffic signals, at that particular junction. I'm not, but to go and spend some $26,000, additional $26,000 to try and come up with a solution that I'm not convinced we're going to have one that's going to satisfy anybody. So I guess I'm not in favor at this point in time of moving forward with the proposal.
Mr. Fode?
See, I'm not so sure, I don't disagree with you, but do we know it's 26,000, or do we haven't seen the proposal here?
I have it here.
That's what it says. Right?
Oh, I didn't.
Wasn't that in the?
It's,
was that what Dick said tonight?
the combined totals for
Was it
both
mentioned?
projects would be $26,750.
That's combined.
Combined.
Right.
Combined.
For both?
Both, right?
The Chestnut Street traffic mitigation would be $17,350, and there was only one bid on that. And then the redesign of Chestnut and Haverhill, the low bid is $10,400. But again, the combined total, combined because there's some efficiencies, the math isn't that simple, is $26,750. So again, only one bidder on Chestnut Street traffic mitigation, and 3 bidders on the Haverhill Chestnut Street. And we put it out to a total of 6 firms, and so we got back.
Michael?
No, that's the point I was making, it's, we decided to have 2 bids because we, somewhere along the way, we wanted to bring in the Haverhill Chestnut Street issue into this whole discussion. I'd like to stay focused on Chestnut Street, not really worry about anything else right now. I didn't realize it was $17,000.
Yeah, 17,350.
That's way more money than I thought it was gonna be. But I'm still in favor of doing it because we've gone so far down this road. I'm still in favor of spending the $17,000. I'm not in favor of doing anything else for right now.
Well,
I think we just throw money down the toilet at this point. It's like a lose-lose situation. And I think the money would be best spent in adding some effort on the part of the police department to patrol the area more regularly. Maybe even get the state police to come in and do these truck stops and just keep adding to discourage a lot of people from a lot of the trucks from going down there. Somehow I feel that that's more effective than anything else we do, which is going to come back and say we can't do anything anyway.
I think if we're gonna spend $17,000, maybe invest in some of the necessary equipment to equip the police department to do the testing on the trucks, because we have none of that equipment. We have to rely on the state police to do it.
But we're not authorized. They're not authorized. They can't do it. Even if you give them the equipment, they can't do it.
Yeah, I don't, is
Sad.
that true? I don't know. But if that's true, then so be it. But if we could, to me, I'd rather spend the money on that.
I wish that was the case. I would agree with you
If that's the case, then I
100%.
would spend the money on that.
I think we've come this far. We don't know what the study's going to show. I'd be in favor of spending, as Michael has said, $17,000 on the Chestnut Haverhill Street issue, the New Street issue. I'm sorry, on the Chestnut New Street issue. I think we've taken this so far. I think it'll be a disservice to that community. I don't believe the enforcement by police is the answer, because inartfully I asked as they were sitting here, is the issue speed or is it trucks? And it was clear it was the trucks. So with it being trucks and not the speed, if it was a speed issue, was the greater concern, I would say yes, I could see the police having some effect down there with enforcement. Where it's the volume of the truck traffic, that's a different story. So I don't believe that any increased level of enforcement down there is really going to curb the amount of truck traffic in that area. We don't know, and you may be right. They may come back and say, there's not much we can do, or it may be something that they suggested is cost prohibitive, but at this point, we don't know. I think we've come this far. That's at least what we should be doing. Joe, do you have your hand up?
Yeah, Greg, do you know if there was formal proposals?
Yes.
I think I would like to wait and just get a look at the proposals and see what they're actually proposing
I have
for the
them.
money, and then make a decision.
That's a good idea, too. Mr. Prisco?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say, and I was also gonna suggest or ask, do we have the flexibility that once we read them, we feel like maybe they misunderstood some of our requirements, that we could go back and negotiate some of it, maybe they just
If it was a
misunderstood
proposal,
them.
if it was a proposal, you can.
So maybe there's some hope we can reduce that 17 down
Yeah.
to something a little more reasonable.
Just, we didn't read them, they came in Friday at noon time, so they literally were just dropped off. We just started to look at them.
I guess I'm just thinking, what could they possibly propose? Just Chestnut New Street, if I'm not gonna touch Haverhill Street, in the way of alternative routes, which we have a pretty good idea as to where we've gone with that, which is no place fast, and other mitigating things, whether it be the raised crosswalks or some other mechanism to slow them down. Again, you're not gonna take them away, it doesn't appear that way. The truck exclusion probably isn't gonna work if we have no place to send them that's gonna be approved, so.
Well, we ended up here because at the end of the day, we felt as though we didn't have any expertise, either in-house or on this board. And what we were lacking was a traffic engineer.
I
I
think
mean, there was various proposals that were put forward and kicked around, said, yes, we're going this
Myself
route.
included, I got caught up in all of that. I've taken 2 steps back and I'm just saying, what could we possibly get out of, we've already spent $7,000, we're looking to spend another $17,000 to $27,000. What could we possibly get out of this that's going to really effectuate any real change there? And I'm at a loss. You know, sometimes I just can't help people. I'm at a loss, you know?
We may
And
end
I'm not
up,
about to spend any more $17,000 of the taxpayers' money for something I don't see. And again, maybe the traffic engineer is gonna tell me, come up with some idea that I didn't think of before, but it's still not gonna reduce the amount of traffic, the truck traffic coming up and down Chestnut Street. So we're gonna spend $17,000 of taxpayers' money to come up with the same conclusion. So I'm not there. And the rest of you, it's fine, but I've given a lot of that, and I don't like admitting that I was wrong. You know, I thought that we could really do something here. And the more information we get, the less it appears we can do. So at some point, I'm at the point where I don't want to spend any more money on it. People may not be there yet, that's okay.
fair enough. No, I'm not.
What have we spent money on?
We spent
did the
$7,000
initial,
already.
the initial study.
Yeah. Well, that's why I thought the whole concept was, none of us in this room, we obviously didn't have in-house expertise on this, so we have to rely on an outside source. I don't like it either, but that's what this board decided to do. I suggest that we get the reports, let's look at the proposals, and maybe you're right, maybe after we read them, and maybe even have some discussion with the bidder. $17,000 is a lot more than I thought it was gonna be. But at this point, I'm still in support of doing something.
I'd rather do my due diligence, look at the proposals, and like I said, see what they're offering. If after I read it, I'm not satisfied that they're gonna be able to reach our goal, then I wouldn't wanna spend the money unless they're telling
It
us.
doesn't get us where we wanna be. That's why I
Right.
gotta read it. I don't even know what I'm
Right.
getting.
So,
I
we're not looking for
I
any
can support, right now I'm not in support of it,
Mhm.
but I can wait and
Thank you.
read the proposal.
Let's take a look at it.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
all right.
So, don't get in too much of a hurry, get you in the contract yet. Yeah, if you can put them in the Dropbox, we can take a look at them.
Okay, anything else?
No.
We good?
I'm good.
all?
The fire chief,
It was just FYI for you.
okay.
Okay, very good, all right. Old new business, Mr. O'Leary.
A couple things. We had a very busy community over the weekend, didn't we, on Saturday?
Busy.
It was,
Yeah.
it was good. You know, it was great. It was a great
Did you
day.
get your picture taken with a dress on there?
No, I did not. Did you? I did not. But the things you do when you're up for reelection.
Any way to get your face in the face.
No, but I did. But I tell you, it was great to see the center of town. I didn't particularly like sitting in the traffic at different points in time, but it was all for good reasons. I mean, there was so much going on with the 100th celebration of Ryers, the Apple Festival, games down at the field, all sorts of things going on, and it was just it's an exciting day for the town. The weather cooperated terrifically. Everybody did a fabulous job of really making the Apple Festival so successful, and Ryers, of course, did a terrific job of celebrating, and it's a good reason to celebrate. So, they're all to be congratulated, and I enjoyed it very much. It was a great day for the town. The only other thing is I got some correspondence from, this is FYI to the board, and need some help from the administration here too, from the Historic District Commission. They've been petitioned for additional parking spaces at the back of the school. You're probably aware of that, looking for like 40 more spots. So I got a request from the chair, Happy DeFranco, to help clarify what a hardship really is under our bylaws. And, everybody has an opinion. And just, I want to share it a little bit with you. School department would like to add a parking area for the back of the school. HDC will meet on Wednesday the 10th to consider their application, which might be presented under the hardship provision. May or may not be. Obviously, it was all laid out, it was all done, so I would assume it probably would be. There are only so many ways parking can be expanded. taking green space is the most obvious up around here. So in historic preservation, the landscape around the structure is to be considered as important as the structure itself. And as she read the paragraph in the bylaw, cutting down green space for reported 40 cars would substantially alter the sweep of the green space so special to the center of North Reading. More parking is a convenience, not a hardship necessarily. This is what they have to decide. Question, how do you interpret the hardship paragraph? Side happy, you know.
Looking for an answer from you.
Well, just look at some guidance and some input, but I'm not gonna go in there blindly and express my own opinion.
I guess now I'm confused as to where they're looking to put the additional spot, because there was two certain areas. One was that green space that abuts,
At the top of Haverhill and Peabody?
no, it's 62, right?
They were talking about,
And then
No.
there was along Peabody Court, right?
no, it was taking some space along the driveway coming in, to have angled parking on the side, on the left side, as if you're going up the driveway.
The back driveway?
On the baseball side?
Yes.
The baseball
yes,
side.
which is, I didn't think was in the historic district.
Yeah, actually, part of the baseball field is in the historic district. As a matter of
Well,
fact, they will be
they're unaware
petitioned
of that.
shortly when the Diamond Club will be looking to build dugouts. The third baseline is in the historic district, the rest of it is not. The little entry shack, the little snack shack was in the historic district.
Was it?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. So, anyway,
Okay.
so yes, it does.
And then obviously they talked about taking up some of the playground area in front of the bachelor school, which is probably not
Right.
likely. I'm of the opinion at this point, with the construction going on, with the talk about wastewater in terms of maybe connecting up, there's this leach field, a new leach field there across from the elderly housing, that, you know, maybe something could be done over in that corner
Eventually.
eventually,
You get hit with baseballs.
you know. That would help parking for baseball too.
That used to be the tennis courts.
You're gonna get hit with baseballs though, I mean, that's in the foul
Those
line.
were the high
they
school
had-
tennis courts,
Yeah.
where that
Some
leaching
ideas
field
on
is.
fencing,
Yeah, I
netting,
mean,
things like that.
there were things to deal with. I mean, the bottom line is, there wasn't enough parking to begin with, and they made it worse by taking away some space. And I'm talking about up top, and now the senior center's crying for more space. They've done some changes there. Yeah, maybe part of the whole high school project should have dealt with some of that too.
Well, there will be parking
Yeah.
down in that area. I forget the number of spots there will be, but there is parking down there. I think they're better off just waiting, let the school project go forward and see how it shakes out at that point. But that's my opinion. But
Well,
it
that
doesn't answer your
that
question.
doesn't solve the
I
historic
know.
district commission's, what's gonna be posed to them, you know? They're looking for some guidance from me as a liaison. I'm looking for some shared guidance and responsibility here
But-
before I give it to them.
So what is it, what?
Again, I don't know what the specific proposal is. Bob's more familiar with it than I am.
I'm not sure which proposal they're going with now.
And they're considering, the reason they're
I
doing
thought it
this
was
is
29
hardship.
spots if they came and did that angle parking. and
Right.
It was 40 if they were
But
taking
then I
off the
heard,
green space.
but then I heard something about, well, that wasn't gonna work completely,
So
so
they're back to that
I haven't
green.
heard it. The green space, I think, is, you know, hardship or no hardship, that's a big mistake.
Right.
What's the hardship? What are they
The
considering?
hardship is that there is insufficient parking.
It's a total disaster when things are going on.
Yeah, there's insufficient parking to handle the flow of traffic in and out of there and events, parent-teacher conferences. There's very limited, I think, faculty parking. I think there's a few spots up the hill. I don't know where they all park.
Yeah, even up the hill, they restricted the number of
There's only
spaces,
like
they wanted some
4.
green area
Yeah.
and.
So they're very limited for the population of the student body, for the staff. So, does it meet a hardship? I think now it does. I think it should have been
Well,
thought
I
of.
think it's particular, Judge. I mean, it appears as though it's handling the staff, the faculty and staff,
But that's all, that's all.
Yeah, but the
you
rest
can
of
do.
it, the rest of it's just come and go.
Yeah.
You know, a few visitations during the day from some parents in and out, but, you know, when there's events, of course, the pickup time and all the rest for that 20 minutes, half an hour is a disaster
Chaos.
anyway. They're up to the
Parking
congregational church
isn't
parking
gonna
lot.
help.
Right, parking isn't gonna solve that.
No, parking is gonna solve that, so, you know, and as she said, you know, parking is it a convenience or a hardship?
Yep.
In other words, the building's there, it's been approved, it was all designed, it was all talked about and argued years ago now. And again, the school department, I'm sure, and even the school building committee at the time will argue that they were somewhat restricted in relation to what they wanted to do for parking.
Well, I think
Being
they
the
were.
histo- But being in the Historic District Commission, there was a, you know, the Historic District, the commission wanted to make sure that there was sufficient green space, you know, surrounding the buildings, and landscaping is important, and it is. So, but they came to a conclusion and an agreement, and that's what they got. Now, come back saying, you know, we have a hardship.
See, for me, it's, I don't put away the hardship if they came up with a proposal, because we all know there's a problem there. If they came up with a proposal that just made sense, then I would support it, forgetting whether it's a hardship or not. But it doesn't sound like there's a proposal on the table that.
No,
really
they
makes
have
sense.
they have a proposal.
Okay.
We don't have it here. The question is it a hardship? Is the limited parking up there a hardship?
Well, anyway, the meeting on the 10th, maybe I can ask them to forward whatever's been, well, I don't even know if they've made the application yet. They've tentatively scheduled for the 10th. To consider their application. So we'll meet with them, so I guess maybe the application is there. If you could request the application, and get it to me, and we'll take a look at it. Maybe we're gonna meet on the town meeting anyway, and maybe if we could just take a quick look at it. Maybe we can help them out, maybe we can't, maybe we just punt and say, make a decision, and no matter what you do, you're gonna be criticized anyway, so.
We should also follow up and find out exactly what they're proposing now, because.
Well, that's I'm asking Greg to
Oh,
follow up and find
okay.
out what the exact proposal is. Yeah.
It sounds like they're back to that green space.
Could be.
'Cause she mentioned 40 spaces.
Yeah, with
Oh,
40.
that's the green space.
That's the green space.
Okay.
40 spaces.
But I'll take another look at what's proposed for that additional parking at the schools. I had said this in a financial planning team meeting, why don't you wait, you know, how many years has the school been open? Give it another couple of years, see what you pick up in terms of parking, see if, it's a longer walk, but there is parking, before you do anything and expend any money, so. But I'll let you know how many spots are gonna be down in that area, sort of behind home plate, I guess, in that area. So, all right?
Okay, so I just figured I'd share that with my colleagues here, and
Thank you for the share.
that's it under old and new business. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Very good. Mr. Fode?
Well, Steve stole my thunder. I just gotta say how fun it was being a North Reading resident this weekend, between the heartbreaking football game loss on Friday night to Great Apple Fest and Festival. And I gotta say, Rise did a great job. I mean, that place was packed all day, and there was nothing more than I enjoyed than seeing Mike Prisco as an ugly woman. But
You look pretty good yourself there.
But I
Wasn't dressed
no
as a
dress
woman.
though.
No dress.
But, no, it was fun. I gotta say, Mark and his people did a great job. So that's it for me.
Ditto on Saturday, the Apple Fest and in Rise. It was, as Steve has said, it was nice to see the vibrancy of center of town on all day Saturday. Other than that, if people haven't seen that our high school, according to Boston Magazine, has rated number 32 out of 200 high schools they've looked at in the Commonwealth. So it actually pushes them up from where the last rating was 2 years ago. I think they were 40-something. They're now up to 32. Kudos to the superintendent who knew the issue was coming out in August and looked and identified that we weren't on the list at all, contacted Boston Magazine, although the issue had gone to print. They were able to update their website, and so if you look on the Boston Magazine website, North Reading ranks as 32. And you take a look at the other communities that surround us, we're very highly ranked. So congratulations to the students, the administration, the faculty, and the staff of the high school. It's a great place to be educated. Other than that, I just had some communication with our former colleague, Joe Vino, over the weekend, and I just wish Joe speedy recovery. He had a health setback recently, and I hope all is well for him in the near future. And that's all I have. I guess I jumped ship, but took it out of order.
I attended this morning for a little over an hour and a half. Munis came in to give a demo of the proposed software to the staff. And I was quite impressed with basically what this new thing is going to bring to us, and also the reactions and the interactions the staff had with it. That was quite good. Second, I suggest we're running late, even starting at 6 o'clock with our meeting. I suggest that we need to have more frequent meetings when we're in this mode rather than, I think we make bad decisions when it gets to 11 o'clock or midnight. So I would suggest that if the agenda looks like it's going to be large or stuff is forthcoming, that we plan on a second, a third meeting in the month would solve that problem. During the discussion of the unfunded liability and Steve offering a suggestion of maybe bonding it, a thought occurred to me, and maybe I don't have it straight in my head, but right now in every annual budget that we put together, we're paying for things that, for retirees. If we were all caught up on it, we wouldn't be paying that. So if we bonded the money and paid it all out, then the amount of money that we're currently paying on an annual basis could help use to pay against the financing. And perhaps it'd be worthwhile to run the numbers and see what that does for us.
Greg, did you capture that?
What are you spending now, as far as
For what, Steve?
pension liability, current pension liability, the current, yeah.
Health.
It's pretty substantial.
It is. I want to say, I don't off the top of my head, Steve, it's probably $2 to $3 million.
Yeah,
That's what I thought, at least a couple of million.
$2 to $3 million. But that's,
So if you had it all paid off, you wouldn't be budgeting that. You could use that money to pay the
Debt service.
debt.
Well, I'm saying.
I'm not saying
you need
it's 100%
2.1 million to
gain,
pay it off
but-
over the next 25 years.
Yeah.
You need 2.1 million, but what's happened is that's the 2 million you're not spending though on the current. All you're doing is, well, you're not even gonna catch up. You're still, what you're 25 years from now, you're gonna be $50 million still in the hole.
From
We actually need to double it up. I mean,
Double it up,
you need to
okay.
double it up. But that's what happens, is we're gonna put out $2 million a year, whether it's for the current or for the past, and all it's gonna do is hold you even.
Got it.
It'd still be $50 million in the hole, $40 million in the hole.
Yeah.
But
So
it's
then-
worth looking at, yeah.
Good idea regarding additional meeting.
No, sir, nothing.
Nothing else? Okay. The only other thing I have, I did have the opportunity to attend the high school last Wednesday, I believe. They sponsored Chris Herron, if everyone's familiar with Chris Herron. Chris Herron was a high school basketball star in Massachusetts, went on to Boston College, ran into a problem with an addiction to drugs, eventually made it through college at Fresno State, made it to the NBA, and Chris is now, for the last 4 years, is a recovering addict. Chris probably should have died at least 4 times based on the presentation he gave to the high school student body on Wednesday. There was only twice there was a peep in the crowd, and he just turned and looked and said, "Are we good?" Students settled back down. He went on for a good hour and a half, and I have a freshman in the high school this year, and I was able to go home and speak to him about it. I hope any parent that's a high school student that attended that event, spend some time, talk to your child about what your child got out of that hour and a half of listening to this person who is suffering from this addiction and deals with it every single day. I applaud high school for putting it on. It was very, very well done, and I was glad I was able to have
Just
the opportunity to see
add
it.
on to that, the community impact team, in high school is planning on having him come back to talk to the parents.
Be great.
It's funny,
That-
I heard from
the
someone, a
date
colleague of
hasn't
mine,
been
that
set yet.
he was up to Westford, same thing, same reaction. Very powerful message, so, great.
So with that, call for motion to adjourn.
Did you get that, Bob?